This boy who was chained and scarred was definitely a direct descendant of Tsang Mu Ling. At such a young age, he was able to awaken the 3rd grade. In addition, the pattern on his forehead is still in evidence. He is a true nugget. With just 10 years of practice, he could achieve the Tao and become a deity. It wasn't even surprising that the Mo family couldn't catch him. This boy called Mo Fan really surprised this person. If the boy's faithful maid hadn't fallen into his hands, Mo Fan wouldn't be in this position right now. The man asked if he would make a deal with him. As long as Mo Fan cooperates with him, then the man will give him some showers. He lets this guy and his maid go. He was happy that he had finally obtained the highest-ranked spiritual pattern in this family's history. This spiritual pattern looked beautiful and could only belong to Mo Chin Shan. After that, he woke up. The boy got up and thought he was asleep. His dream was like some strange drama, but suddenly he was in pain. He didn't understand why he was wearing such strange clothes, or where he was even. The protagonist looked around and even suggested that this strange dream was still not over. But then he realized that the feeling was all too real. He wondered where he was now. In his head, he heard a mechanical sound that said that the guy was in the Bei Feng Empire. Li Yun City, Mo House. The main character did not understand at all what was going on and who was saying it. He was told that the situation is quite complicated, because he is dead. The reason is that the phone the guy bought today exploded and his body, naturally, was blown to pieces. But the system decided to take the guy's soul and transfer it to this time and space. Otherwise, there would have been nothing left of him. In other words, he's not completely dead, but he's transported. He didn't understand at all and what the creature was saying and how he could even die. The omniscient news system introduced itself, and also mentioned that the guy could call him a pundit. But because the guy remembered that it was a news app on his phone. Since the protagonist installed the sage, he is now the master of it. He didn't understand why the explosion killed him, since people carry cell phones in their hands all the time. He also warned the wise man not to be so frightened. The wise man mentioned that the guy was really dead, and he obviously didn't want that kind of death. Therefore, the sage had no choice but to transport the guy to this time and space. Simply put, he is now in the Bei Feng Empire, and his name is Mo Fan. In the future, the guy won't be able to do without the system. Let him be sure that the sage will bring him luck. He began to poke the protagonist on the cheek, saying that, does he really want to cry? He doesn't have to be thankful for these trifles. Moreover, the sage has some unpleasant news. What Mo Fan saw before he woke up was not a dream. It's the memory of the body he's inhabited. The spiritual pattern was stolen, and then the guy was injured, and in short, he dies. Mo Fan couldn't believe that now, in this life, he would die even earlier. Should he now live precisely by days? The sage replied that he could live up to 3 days, and he tried his best. This is the best situation at the moment. Mo Fan wondered if there was any other way to escape, and whether he could move again. The sage replied that it would be impossible to move the guy again. Since this is his only chance, he should do his best. News is system software. First of all, the host should get early access to information about the whole world when logging in for the first time. The system unlocked the personal information part, news gossip, and current gossip news. The protagonist noticed that his skills are pretty good. The master was handed a beginner's starter pack. There was a spiritual pattern returned. The ability to increase one's abilities 3 times more, the validity time of which is 10 minutes. Every 5 days, the host could receive as normal news such as news gossip. The validity time is 1 month. The host receives a gift bag in the form of several health points. Watch totally forgot to say that the 3 health points he has means the guy can only live for 3 days. He should just use the gift bag for 1 health point. That way he can live 2 more days. Mo Fan mentioned that such important things should be warned in advance. The wise man explained that the boy need not worry so much. There are 2 ways to prolong one's life in this world. The first way is to improve himself. The more he practices, the more he will be able to live. The second way is to take medicine to prolong his life. Since the guy has regained his spiritual pattern, he can start to improve normally. Still, he is an incredible talent. But even so, it is absolutely impossible for him to make a breakthrough in 3 days. In that case, he can only use medicinal elixirs to increase his lifespan. The sage said that a news update was available. But the guy only thought about the fact that medicinal elixirs must be very expensive. Even if Mo Fan recovered his spiritual pattern, Mo family wouldn't give him much money to buy his longevity pill or elixirs. The sage said that he had a solution. Who else could have the solution if not the almighty Zhao Daren, that is the sage? He demanded as the master pleaded with him. Mo Fan didn't understand what was wrong with this flying head. He stated that he is now pro-life and to-life, and is never belittled except his father and mother. This meant that the sage would be the third person he would beg in his entire life. He began to bow and beg Zhao Daren to save him. The wise man decided to tell the kid purely out of compassion, so he began to broadcast the updated news. Early this morning, the manager of Mo Hu and the elders of Mo Fen met in the deep mountain forest. This was not at all the news he wanted to hear, and so he was determined to tear this system to shreds. Suddenly, a maid named Xiao Yu walked into him. The protagonist recognized that this girl seemed to be his maid in this time and space. She threw herself into his arms and began to cry, for she was glad that the young master was finally awake. Mo Fan started yelling that it was painful. Xiao Yu apologized. She had even forgotten that the master was seriously injured, and so she decided to immediately bring him an elixir. The maid had indeed brought him some wonderful elixirs. There was no trace of his past trauma. Meanwhile, managing to sleep on his shoulder, Xiao Yu mentioned that if that traitor hadn't stood in the master's way, she wouldn't have even been kidnapped. Still, it was good for her to go back. Since the young master is going to change clothes, she took them away to wash. Mo Fan asked, "Isn't it shameful to do such a thing?" She inquired if the young master might then wish to wash it himself. The boy replied that he did not, so she advised him to hurry up and undress. Suddenly, someone burst in here too. He stated that Mo Fan is just a petty cripple now, and still enjoys the services of the beauty. It was a manager named Mo Hu. The man asked if Mo Fan really still thought that he was still a young master with divine talent. He recognized it was the same man from the news gossip he'd watched an hour ago. The manager mentioned that this kid had lost his strength, status, and as a man he was worthless. So he suggested Xiao Yu to take a walk with this manager. He touched her face, saying that he would love this girl very much. A dagger appeared in her hand, telling him he was only dreaming. But the protagonist stood up for her, talking about how this man dare not even touch her. The manager said this guy must have had enough of life. So he decided to break his arms and legs today so that he would be completely reduced to a worthless cripple. Although the system had restored the spiritual pattern, his perfection would not be restored until the next day. Right now, he is no match for that man. But the truth is, it's too early to give up now. Speaking of life, the guy mentioned that Mo Hu was right here. He even had the audacity to amuse himself with the concubine of the Mo Feng elder called Xu Yining. Didn't this morning. He spent a whole hour in the deep mountain forest to take off. Mo Fan wondered if he told this to the elder, would he kill this manager or not? The manager didn't understand at all how the guy was able to know that. Mo Fan asked if the manager was an idiot, and he really thought the protagonist would tell him about it. Dezhen mentioned that this asshole dared to disturb the great sage's peace, so let them get what they deserve. Suddenly, he noticed that another news update was available. After which, he began to relay the updated news to the protagonist. 10 miles away from the forest in Lin Yun City, 2 ascetics fought for 5 days. Their strengths were on par. As a result, they both took their last breaths, but no one dared to remove their corpses. The ascetics had treasures that were now scattered on the ground. The protagonist was happy that he had finally found something busy, namely the ascetic treasure that had been battling for 5 days. Xiao Yu inquired if the young master was all right. The man thought this was the perfect chance to finish him off right now. But suddenly he heard the voice of the main character asking who he was here to kill. Even if he lost his spiritual pattern and became a cripple, however, he is still a direct descendant of the Mo family. This man is nothing but a pathetic slave. If he kills the protagonist, let him not even think about continuing to live a peaceful life as well. Suddenly he fell to his knees, whereupon the steward began to explain that this servant would not have dared to do so. He asked to forgive this mistake and let this unwise man go. Mo Fan took hold of his clothes and asked if he really had to let this man go. He realized that if it weren't for the sage's reminder, the scoundrel would have accomplished what he had planned. The protagonist almost died of fright. Yes, he said, that child is still so naive. In this world, he must always be on his guard. A little later, he did decide to let the man go, but on one condition. Namely, the steward must bring him at night an elixir that increases longevity. Otherwise, he will tell everything about this manager and Xu Yining elder Mo Feng. Even if this lowly servant turned all his possessions upside down, he still couldn't afford an elixir that could increase life expectancy. If the girl recalls correctly, Elder Mo Feng has elixirs that can increase life expectancy. The manager should ask Xu Yining to help him with this. If the manager is unable to obtain this elixir for the protagonist, it is up to him to figure out what will happen to him otherwise. Until then, his mouth is closed. Sluha replied that he understood and hoped that the young master would be true to his word. He thought about the fact that he would still recall these words of this couple of shameless people. At night, he recognized that this life-extending elixir was really not bad. It was nice to feel the way he recovered with his regions. But suddenly he noticed something. He noticed that even though the manager had brought him the elixir of longevity, it was no use if it only increased his health by 3. One could at least extend one's life by 3 months. The sage replied that he had tied up the new system in advance to take the initiative to know everything under heaven and earth. Therefore, the effect of absorbing the elixir of longevity was weakened. He began to cry that this system was ruthless. 3 health points were added, and now he only has 5. He only had 5 days to live, and at the same time, he was hungry. A maid came to him, who knew that the young master had just taken the elixir of longevity, which consumed a lot of physical strength. Therefore, he should refresh himself. He asked his maid to stay in the house and cover for him because he needed to leave the house for a while, maybe to do something very important. She mustn't tell anyone that Mo Fan is leaving. The next day, only 4 of the 5 health points remained. He also noticed that the badge above the sage's head indicated that Dajenya was running out of energy. After he runs out of energy, he will cease to function and become a system service. And after he returns to the system space, the host will definitely be lonely and devastated. Well, the guy on the other hand, thought it was great. He found the very spot he'd seen on the current news. He mentally asked God to bless him so he could find something useful this time. Better yet, it should be something that could increase life expectancy. He asked these honored ones to be quiet. The guy was thinking of borrowing their treasures, and later he would put up decent tombstones for the 2 of them. They should never allow themselves to be seen by other people like that. He found in 152,000 tickets. He thinks that even in his best years he never had even more than 1,000. With this treasure, he can finally live a life of mocking others. He found a storage bag. Following from the name, it is used to store treasures in the spatial storage. Its size is 2 cubic meters. The sage recognized this useful item. This kind of dead man's spatial treasures were quite well valued, especially since these 2 were already dead. They wouldn't need it anymore. The protagonist thought of giving 1 bag to Xiao Yu. It's an item she will definitely like. All of these bottles are healing elixirs, though not of very high rank. But the elixir here are very valuable, and only an alchemist can refine them. The profession of an alchemist is very noble. They are respectful of spiritual patterns. Out of 100 ascetics, it is very rare for an alchemist to be born. Mo Fan inquired about these swords. The sage told him that these 2 paired first-grade top-level blades were just trash. Therefore, the guy could sell them. But he's even lucky because there's some pretty good stuff here. He wanted to explain more about it, but his energy was completely drained. The sage finished chatting and disappeared at once. Suddenly he heard a voice saying that he should not have left the lady to the Lord's dictates. Today he could not only get revenge, but also get rich. It was the manager, and the protagonist wondered if he was following him. Mo Hu replied that even though this lowlife is a direct descendant, but since he is hiding in the Mo family house, this manager will block his way. But since he escaped from this manager, there are hundreds of ways to kill the guy, and no one will ever get to him. He has only himself to blame for leading this manager to all this treasure. The manager thought to give him a lot of pleasure. His hands turned to stone and he pounced on the guy. This man has engaged 70% of his strength, and the guy won't be able to counter him with anything. So this time, he decided to resort to it only this time to hang his development. He couldn't believe how this kid was able to recover his spiritual pattern. The system reported that the host's development had been increased, and the action time was 10 minutes. He couldn't understand at all how the main character's development could reach the Shintian realm. It was also already too late for the manager to call off his attack. This person with his first-grade spiritual pattern and Hutian Deayati heaven still wanted to fight Mo Fan. The manager couldn't take that blow. Blue Bloody Palm is a low-level martial art, and the power is just below average. Even if its development is improved, the power is still too limited. If the martial arts he's practicing are mid-level martial arts, with just 1 punch, that guy should be dead by now. But not only did they not die, they also began to run away. The protagonist even recognized this powerful drive for survival as admirable. He needs to tell the elders as soon as possible that Mo Fan has recovered his spiritual pattern. Only the elders will be able to save him. But the guy appeared in front of him standing near a tree, talking about how he still wanted to escape. After all, he had warned the manager that he wouldn't be able to do that. But meanwhile, Mo Fan didn't understand what he was doing at all. The man began to beg to visit the life of this mongrel. He explained that he was possessed by demons, and this rumor admits his mistake and begs for mercy. He is even willing to recognize the young master as the one in charge. Let the master send this servant to the east, and this servant will never again dare to turn to the west. Maku has earned the trust to become the manager of the Mo family, so he should know everything about the family's affairs. If he really wants to surrender, it's better for the guy. But it was just a ploy to catch this naive boy. That bastard was able to get him to divorce him, but he was able to stop the man's attack, saying that to show mercy in battle with the enemy is cruel to himself. He began to beg for someone to save him, for he didn't want to die at all. Mo Fan knows this very well, but the truth is that he doesn't want to die either. It seems that in this dirty new world, he simply has no other choice. In this world, elixirs work very quickly. In a moment, the wounds are gone. The system congratulated the host for taking the healing elixir, and health was increased by 0.1. He didn't understand what was going on. After all, a healing elixir couldn't increase life expectancy. But if it's an elixir, it doesn't matter which one, as long as it has the effect of increasing his lifespan. He will try to cultivate by applying the elixir. First, the system sent him a notification accepting a suspicious pill. His health was increased by 0.2. Then the system congratulated him on his breakthrough on day 2, and his health was increased by 1. Any elixir can increase life expectancy. If he wasn't mistaken, the higher the quality of the elixir, the more health points gained would increase. The breakthrough allowed him to gain 1 health point, and now he understands why the sage was clinging so tightly. Yes, Zhen rightly said. It would be beneficial for Mo Fan to learn these 2 high-grade tree attribute techniques. If he practiced the secret teachings of Xuan Mu and Chopping Flow, he would be able to fight back against Mo Hu in just 2 taps. Now is the time to start cultivating. The backside of the mountain home, Yunmeng Lake. He was informed that Mo Fan was not in Mo House. In addition, the manager of the Mo Hu who was sent to watch over the boy has disappeared. This was reported by a house elder called Mo Feng. The grand elder of the Mo House, whose name is Mo Qingshan, thought it was strange because 2 people disappeared at the same time. He also inquired whether that maid of Mo Fen's had disappeared. Mo Feng replied that the maid was still in the house. As long as his maid is in the Mo House, he will definitely return to her. Otherwise, he will not be able to take and pass on the spiritual pattern to his son. He's ordered some men to go out looking for him, to make sure that brat didn't get them in trouble again. He kept his promise to his elders, and prepared a grave for them. After 3 days of cultivation, he is still too weak. Also, he can't reveal that he has already recovered his spiritual pattern. His development is too slow and needs to be boosted somehow. Suddenly he noticed that there was a light on in the barn. Could it be that Xiao Yu is waiting for him in the room? But suddenly he stopped and glanced over at something else. There was an elder Mo Fen. He greeted young Master Mo Fan with a welcome back. He asked Elder Mo Feng why on earth he was looking for the protagonist. He asked the young master not to look at him like that, for he had no evil intentions. He is here acting on behalf of the great elder and investigating the disappearance of the Mo Hu manager. He's been missing for days and probably even murdered, and someone saw him follow the young gentleman from the house. Mo Fan wondered if they thought it was the guy who killed Mo Hu. These people had taken away his spiritual pattern, so it wasn't even clear how he could kill someone. Moreover, Mo Feng's elders should already be aware of it. The manager followed the young gentleman, and the lad returned, but the manager did not. It goes without saying that it is the Mo Fan who will fall on suspicion. He thinks the guy should come clean. The Metropolitan assumed that the protagonist used some sneaky methods to kill Mo Hu. Sounds like they want to impose a Mo Fan offense and then justify themselves. If that's the case, the guy has to play along. He admitted that he killed the manager with his own hands. The elder thinks that's a good place to start. Since the young master has confessed, he will not be tortured. Let him be a good boy and follow him to the great elder. As long as this guy is the native grandson of the head of the Mo house who is now reclusive, they still need a reasonable reason to kill Mo Fan. Mo Fan wondered if the elder wasn't curious about how he killed the manager. he decided to show it himself. Mo Feng erected a shield around himself. The palm of the protagonist's hand collided with this shield. He couldn't believe that after 3 days, the young master had actually managed to recover his spiritual pattern. He decided to use this opportunity to increase his cultivation. The system reported that the host had increased his cultivation. The effect time is 10 minutes. He used a martial technique called Palm Ching Mu. The elder began to spit blood. Afterward, this blow threw back the elder. Mo Feng didn't understand at all how it was possible that this guy could achieve this kind of strength in just 3 days. Suddenly, he noticed a top-tier human-level battle technique. If Mo Feng kills Mo Feng, the Great Elder Inflicted will use that as an excuse to capture and kill the guy. If Mo Qingshan dares to pull even a hair off his head, Master Mo Fan will finish him off like a dog. He didn't even know that this guy had a master. There was definitely some powerful patron behind Mo Fan, who was much stronger than the Great Elder. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to recover the spiritual pattern that the Great Elder took away from him. Even if a fellow of his stopped the spiritual pattern, he wouldn't be able to attain such strength in a few days and raise his Ho Tian to Xiao Tian. No wonder he doesn't put the Great Elder in anything. The protagonist noticed that this elder had fallen for his ploy, after which he used a chopping stream. He wondered whose side Mo Feng would take. He recognized that young Master Mo Fan was now in charge, and he also started begging for the protagonist to let him go. Mo Fan stopped his attack right in front of his head. He asked if the elder would recognize him as the chief. Mo Feng replied that from now on, he would be the young master's faithful servant. The manager was telling him the same thing, and in the next second, he decided to attack him in the back. If it wasn't for the Mo Fan master who saved him, he would have been dead by now. So the elder wanted to write down the proofs of the vain that the Great Elder had committed over the years and give them to the young master to prove his loyalty. Because of this, Mo Fan decided to let him live. Mo Feng explained to the young master that inside the box is the proof of Mo Qingshan's guilt, but they have not been signed yet. And this jade bottle contains a dozen pills that should be beneficial to the young master's development. He recognized that the elder had done a good job, so he could go. He thanked the young master for that. Mo Fan also added that he would ask the master to give the elder a top-notch development technique. Also, a Morphin should understand what to do with Mo Qingshan. By keeping Mo Feng undercover, Mo Fan will have less problems, and the guy will be able to cultivate well. Xiao Yu hopes that the house head will come out of his recluse soon. Besides, the house head will even kill the Grand Elder if he dares to touch the young master's little finger. In addition, his grandfather was a strong man who had reached the 8th heaven spiritual bone. Sage began to relay news gossip. This morning, the head of the Mo family, Mo Xiaotian, finished his recluse in the secret room of the Mo house and successfully broke through to the 9th heaven of the spiritual bone. However, there was an accident at the moment of the breakthrough. A flame broke out. The situation at this moment is critical. If nothing is done within 5 days, and if we don't hand him a 4th-grade mid-level medicinal elixir that can purify the soul, then Mo Wei Tian's soul will be destroyed by the evening. They talked about how young Master Mo Fan had lost his mother since he was little, and now he had also lost his father. He heard that the man had encountered a 3rd-order demonic beast in the forest. Not even a bone was left of him. The strength of this demonic beast was equivalent to a spirit bone stage. The head of the family went hunting for the demonic beast to take revenge. The lava family is quite strong and is at the peak of the 3rd stage of the spiritual bone. Therefore, he will be fine. On his head lay someone's hand covered in blood. It was Mo Xiaotian. He asked the boy to calm down and rely on his grandfather, whereupon the boy began to sob. He is informed that his grandfather is dying. The Ice Spirit Soul Pill, equal to the value of a 4th-grade Supreme Elixir, always becomes the top item in an auction. It can't be bought without the family's support, but the family is under the control of the Grand Elder. When he finds out what happened, not only will he not help, but he will try to take over as the head of the family. So he'll have to rescue his grandfather on his own. He wondered if there was a way for him to get that kind of money. The maid did not understand what was wrong with the young master. He thought about watching 3 more news programs. The updated news broadcast began. Last night at midnight, a member of the Mo family, namely the youngest Mo Feng, had had too much to drink. He tripped and fell into a dung pit, where he lay there all night. But that wasn't the news he wanted to hear at all. Yesterday, outside of Linyun City, in a cave east of the Forest of Falling Clouds, a demonic beast of the 2nd order, namely a green python, laid an egg. Its own energy and strength had dropped significantly. The green python egg costs a lot of money, but it doesn't compare to the ice-grade soul cleansing pill. Xiao Yu inquired again about what happened to the young master. This early morning outside the city deep in the forest of falling clouds, an abundant amount of qi surrounded the treasure. King Qin Xuan's greatest treasure would manifest itself in 5 days. He thanked the sage for the news. The girl still didn't understand who he was talking to. He informed Xiao Yu that he would leave the house in 3 days and this time go to cultivate in seclusion to break through. She should tell Mo Feng to tell Mo Qinshan that he would soon be finished. The girl replied that she understood everything. But the truth was that she did not understand the young master's actions at all. 3 days later, a forest of falling clouds. It has to be here, but the cave is blocked by a stone statue. Therefore, he didn't understand how he should enter it. He also thought that this statue might have been built in the image of King Qin Xuan. This king seemed sinister to him. The system couldn't be wrong and there must be a treasure in this cave. Then there must be a mechanism. He started looking for this mechanism, not realizing where it could have been shoved. Even after a while, he found nothing. Is there really no mechanism here at all? The kid began to find that even the statue itself began to laugh at them. It pissed him off beyond belief. Therefore, the main character used Qingmu's palm. There was no need to mock Mo Fan. This statue appears to be the mechanism. Turns out he was looking in the wrong place all along, and the treasure was underground. After which he began to fall. From this space, he entered some other space. He heard his voice saying that he was the king of Qin Xuan. Anyone who enters a king's tomb has a reason. As long as the guy is willing to swear an oath to the demon's inner water in front of this king's tomb, he will have 20 years to kill the blood demon to avenge this king. The king is willing to give this guy his greatest treasure. The great vow of the inner demon is a very strict vow. If the vow is not kept, then every time the person who made the vow makes a breakthrough, the inner demon will appear, and the consequences are extremely serious. Even the name of a bloody demon king sounds like that. And that cage can't be given by chance. But in order to capture all the traitors in the Mill family, he'll have to pay for it. He got up to stop thinking, because saving his grandfather was the priority right now. After which, he raised his hand, saying that he was making a demonic oath and was willing to accept the inner demon's oath. Within 20 years, he promises to avenge King Qinchuan and kill the bloody demon king. Now the boy should start the trials. He didn't understand what kind of trials he was talking about. A golden whip struck his back. Mo Fan started coughing up blood. He didn't like this damn assignment anymore. After all, he'd almost died. Suddenly he was struck again. They were the golden and silver divine whips of the king. The golden whip is the flesh, and the silver whip is the soul. Yes, the end of the trial is still early, and he couldn't even withstand 2 whip blows. This guy is too weak, so he should give up before it's too late. The king can still give him a chance at life. If it's okay to surrender, she doesn't mind doing it. 2 more whiplashes and he's dead for sure. The king replied that he certainly shouldn't have come here. But he had come here to save his grandfather. If he loses this opportunity, Mofanu will only have to watch his soul leave the body. And in this situation, he just can't give up. He barked out that he would continue the ordeal. This king even wondered how long he could last. And the next thing you could only hear was the screams of the protagonist. A little later, he began to hear someone's voice telling him to wake up. It was Zhao Dezhen. The wise man said this guy just can't die. Is the ordeal over? Sage declared that he would no longer leave to recharge. Mo Fan almost died. This guy didn't seem to have thought about Sage's feelings at all. He only exhaled with the words that he had managed to keep this life. If Mo Fan dies, then yes, he'll disappear too. And the main character said he won't die that easily. After 5 days of training, this fellow was still able to withstand the trials of the gold and silver divine whips. This boy is determined, and he has a plastic talent. Now he must open his soul so that the king can leave his brand there. In this way, the boy can become the king's servant. He didn't understand why he should become someone's servant. Is it really his decision? This king was once incredibly strong. This boy is just an ascetic at the tiny Hotian stage. He is only destined to become this king's servant. This is a blessing that will change his life forever. He must obey the king and then he can move on with his life. Otherwise, the king has to take this little life away from him. Even the wise man told the boy not to agree. After he branded Mo Fan's soul, then his life will no longer belong to him. But this chick would just finish him off. The guy has already suffered so much and tried his best to keep this life going. How could he even say he was giving up? He didn't understand what he should do and whether he really should become her slave. Mo Fan has indicated that he is ready to surrender. If the lad serves the king well, he will reward him. But that was only said to make this girl let her guard down. If she wants the protagonist to become a servant, why doesn't she become one herself? Today's the day they find out who's going to die here, her or him. He uses the last one to increase his cultivation. But as soon as he hit her girlfriend, something started to crack as well. He didn't understand at all what was going on or what this situation even was. A little while later, he woke up. Afterward, he heard the voice of the very same girl who asked if the guy was sleeping. He immediately jumped away from her, and at the same time, the sage also woke up. It was all strange, for the guy even noticed that all his wounds had gone somewhere. The girl explained that everything he had just experienced was an illusion, so he wasn't even wearing a throne. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that the system didn't react when he requested a cultivation boost. Even the sage was amazed at the illusion she had created. It really was disgusting. No need to worry, because since the guy passed the king's tests, the king will no longer attack him. To obtain the king's incredible treasure, you must pass 3 tests. The first is the vow of the inner demon, the test of sincerity. The second is the illusion within with the golden and silver divine whips, the test of determination. The third is the enslavement of the soul. Tests of courage. The path of cultivation is full of difficulties and dangers, and only a person with strong determination and fearlessness would be able to rise to the top of the martial Tao. The king didn't doubt in the slightest that the guy had sincerity, determination, and courage. It turns out that this was a test of strength. Also, this kid smashed the face of the bloody demon king, and it made the king happy. Also, Mo Fan noticed that this girl sees Zhao Dejian, but he wondered which bloody demon king she was talking about now. The stone statue at the entrance to the tomb was a bloody demon king. The guy was not fascinated by the man who was the king. He used to be the toughest person in the world. Not only did this statue not embarrass him, but he also smashed his face into it. The king had wanted to do that for a long time, but he couldn't. So the king reduced the difficulty of the 3 trials by half, out of respect. The protagonist couldn't think that that handsome man was a bloody demon king. The girl turned around and asked if he was ready to accept the mantle of king as well. Mo Fan replied that he was. Still, he wondered if this was a joke. The king managed to escape certain death to get his hands on this treasure. This guy should consider himself lucky. There was a butterfly right above him, but this butterfly seems to have bitten Mo Fan's finger. Wisdom shouted for the lad not to touch the butterfly, for it would suck all the blood out of him. But he couldn't seem to do anything anymore. This little guy should be out soon. After all, creating a jade butterfly for a new master is quite troublesome. She may have created a jade butterfly for him, and this guy doesn't know how lucky he even is. Suddenly, finally, it started to come out. The protagonist appeared, not realizing what this was even about. After all, he was at the 5th stage of Houtian, but now he had broken through 2 stages and reached the 7th stage of Houtian. It's only cultivation, and he was so excited about the breakthrough. If he looked into his spiritual pattern, he would definitely faint. He really did have a 5th grade spiritual pattern of wood and fire. Even in the Beifeng Empire, a 5th grade spiritual pattern is considered the greatest talent. Even more so, he has a paired attribute spiritual pattern, fire and wood. It is equivalent to having his body possessing 2 attributes at the same time. The sage explained that this was the very body every alchemist dreams of. But even so, the protagonist didn't understand anything. It turns out, with just his current strength, in the future, he will stand at the top of the Beifeng Empire. He would become stronger than the Wuzong stage and even the celestial body realm. She only remained silent, after which, the girl went down to the guy and asked if he thought this king was an incredible treasure. He should know that the Beifeng Empire is negligible. Mo Fan inquired what she was talking about. The girl replied that he would understand everything when he became stronger. Now he should quickly kneel down and accept the king's last legacy. The time allotted to the king was not much. Time is of the essence, so the king will explain everything briefly. It is a snarling book that the king has specially selected for him, and best suited to him. He should not show his abilities in public until he is able to defend himself. A ball formed in his hands, after which it began to work its way through, and the system began to congratulate you, Master, for receiving a palm of scarlet flame. This is a low-ranked combat technique. He received the Heavenly Finger, which is a medium-rank combat technique. The Basics of Alchemy, which is suitable for low-level alchemy. A herbal medicine catalog with records of top-rank herbs, as well as a collection of pill-making recipes that include hundreds of types for healing, detoxification, cultivation, and initial pill making. This king didn't provide him with training methods because all the peerless training methods are in the red butterfly. If a guy can practice them to perfection, he will definitely be able to reach the pinnacle as a master. This red butterfly is the greatest treasure of this world, and it is only a small piece of it. His spiritual pattern has changed because of the butterfly, and this girl is also a treasure. She passed away in this Bei Feng Empire because of the announced hunt for her. He should firmly remember that butterfly eyes are also endowed with power. He should conceal them and should not reveal them even to those closest to him. If news of this leaks out, he'll be the next person to be hunted, after which she turned into a butterfly. The secret method of creating the 5 elements. This is the true power of the butterfly. Even the sage recognized that this was a powerful training method. The aura absorption rate became faster than after taking the elixirs. The speed of cultivation became 10 times faster than the secret Xuan Mu method. He fears that he has already surpassed the heavenly order method. It is comparable to the martial technique of one of the 3 clans of Linyun City. A Zhen clan of at least the lowest stage of the earth. A single butterfly particle hung his spiritual pattern as much as 2 levels. If he collected the pieces of the remaining butterflies, he would literally be invincible. The wise man recognized that he was right. Through his analysis, he learned that there are 5 butterflies in all. The martial techniques of the butterflies are Tian Ho riding, Tian Shui riding, Tian Mu riding, Tian Jin riding, and Tian Tu riding. Clearly, one should not initiate anyone into the method of creating a butterfly. Nor should he show anyone the training methods that King Qin Xuan's predecessor King Qin Xuan had passed down to him. But what should he take to the auction to exchange for the ice spirit pill and soul purification to save his grandfather? The sage reminded this idiot that he could provide a recipe for making pills. Inside the collection of lower-grade pill-making recipes, there are several dozens of 4th-grade pill-making recipes. The Ice Spirit Soul Purification Pill is also 4th grade, so we can assume 2 universal 4th grade pill recipes. He must familiarize himself with the basics involved with these alchemists in a day, and master the refining of first-class pills. As long as he could make first-class elixirs and purify the ingredients, it was enough to pretend to be an alchemist. The sage suggested disguising himself as an alchemist to ensure his safety, and his status as the city's honorary alchemist would strengthen his position. There was a shortage of specialists, and it would be difficult to offend him. Meanwhile, in the Yunmen Lake, inside the water capsule was a man, after which the capsule burst. He was already wondering where that Mo Fan devil had gone. He finally got a method of controlling the serpentine fire. Although the serpentine fire control method is the foundation for an alchemist, it is still the simplest fire control method. But still, the guy's cognition is much deeper compared to other fire control methods. He had made his first successes in the serpentine fire control method, so it was time to get out of here. Grandpa's soul will only last 1 more day. Therefore, he must obtain the Ice Spirit Soul Purification Pill. He asked the elder how he could get out of this tomb. The truth is that he had been searching for so long, but he had found no way out. It's the biggest market stall in Linyun City. It's a pity they didn't have time for the auction they held half a month ago. The only thing left to do is to try our luck at this market stall. The girl noticed the man in the robe as soon as he entered the shop. She asked the visitor if he wanted to buy something specific. He replied that he had one big business and wanted to see the manager. The girl explained that the manager only accepts from 200,000. He again replied that he had one big business and wanted to see the manager. She had no choice but to tell the visitor to follow her. The sage replied that she had made the right decision. The customers of the Yun Pavilion are the cream of society. Therefore, the guy must adopt a formidable appearance, or else they will underestimate him. The most important thing is not to draw the attention of the Mo family people. The girl informed the manager that she had brought him a visitor, the manager of the Yun Pavilion, whose name is Yun Qingfeng. Qingfeng wasn't sure what exactly this young man wanted to buy. Therefore, he even assumed that this fellow was selling a treasure. The sage reported that this person's refinement was above the 7th stage of spiritual bones. This pavilion is rightfully called the biggest trading stall in Linyun City. He explained that a misfortune had happened to his master alchemist some time ago. Therefore, the guy immediately went to the pavilion to purchase an ice spirit pill of soul purification. He has no idea what kind of alchemy master this young man has. If this old man has something to do with him, he is willing to give his young friend some discount. There are only 5 famous alchemists in this city, but he hasn't heard of any of them getting hurt. Isn't this kid from Lin Yun City? Of course, as soon as someone wanted to buy the soul purification ice spirit pill, the pavilion would immediately want to examine its background. Fortunately, he had prepared himself in advance. He began to claim that this old man was unworthy of knowing his master. The sage called him a pretender. He asked the young man to show his alchemist badge. The boy wondered if manager Yun didn't believe that he was an alchemist. After which, he revealed his control over the serpentine flame. The manager noticed that this guy's spiritual pattern was a 5th grade spiritual pattern of fire and wood. The alchemist badge is proof that one is an alchemist. This badge is issued by an alchemist guild with great prestige. On the alchemist's badge, in addition to the emblem of the alchemist's guild, are winning red patterns. 1 red pattern serves as proof of being a first-class alchemist. 2 patterns serve as proof of being a second-class alchemist. Red patterns are categorized into pale red, dark red, and maroon. Each class of alchemist is divided into lower, middle, and higher grades. From the spiritual pattern, one could tell that this child was definitely a genius among alchemists. The alchemist who trained this child should at least be a 4th grade alchemist. No wonder this boy didn't even look at the old men. With his master's position, even the head of the city is a nobody in his eyes. He asked if the old man wanted the guy to also provide a pillory to prove his identity. He apologized to the young master, saying that he had been too tactless. In this pavilion, the cost of 1 pill of ice spirit soul purification is 2 million. But the old man is willing to take on himself and the Diva Nation and discount the young master 200,000. But it's still expensive for the guy. The old man rang the bell. The guy explained that the master had given him some recipes in making bloody low-grade pills. Qing Feng asked if the young master wished to exchange. Mo Fan replied that he was willing to trade the recipe for making the pill. Qing Feng inquired about the recipe for making the pill. The protagonist explained that the recipe for making the 1st stage, the 4th low-grade pill, namely the Ziyu accumulation pill. The girl did not understand the identity of this person who put forward a 4th grade pill recipe for exchange. Of all the pills of the 4th low grade, this one is the most valuable. This pill is of extreme importance to the cultivation of ascetics. Therefore, the pavilion is willing to provide 1.5 million to purchase this prescription. The manager even raised the price. And so the girl guessed that this person's personality was not simple. The guy didn't expect the cost of the recipe for making the pill to be so high. This is another way to become rich. Now only 300,000 is needed to buy the soul purification ice spirit pill. Rear hillside homo. This exchange could be considered a success. After exchanging the 2 recipes, not only did he get the ice spirit soul purification pill, he also had 702,000 silver tickets left. The sage realized from the expression on the saleswoman's face that Qing Feng had raised the price of the pill prescription. It seems like he intends to befriend the protagonist. Since there was a supposedly strong master behind the guy, it was obvious. He was approached by Mo Feng, who pointed out that here was that forbidden place where the head of the family had gone into recluse. Only the head of the family and elders have a token that can open the entrance to a forbidden place. There did appear to be a passageway to that very place. He noticed that the thing was too steep. Mo Feng replied to the young master that the entrance was here. The guy noticed that the elders started disappearing as soon as he walked in there. A powerful wave of energy pushed the guy right back into the wall. Mo Feng noticed that they wouldn't be able to get any closer. They have no choice but to break through. The head has lost control, and he's unconscious right now. As soon as they approach, they will hit the head's aura. Before the grandfather exhausts all of his aura and his soul leaves his body, it is necessary for him to take the ice spirit soul purification pill. He obviously didn't think Grandpa was in that condition right now. Even worse, he was beginning to weaken. The wise man said that the guy should take advantage of this opportunity, so the guy decided to take action. He jumped right into the thick of things. Still, he managed to give Grandpa the pill. Mo Feng inquired about what happened to the head. The protagonist replied that Grandpa had taken the ice spirit pill, soul purification, and he would be fine. He didn't understand how this guy was able to obtain a period of ice spirit soul purification. Besides, he had never entered the forbidden zone. Therefore, it was unclear how the guy knew that the head of the family was possessed. He guessed the boy had the master's help. Now things were starting to come together. He was able to enter the restricted area without disturbing anyone from the Mo family. This proves that the Mo Fan master is at least at the 5th stage of spiritual veins, or even at the 7th stage, or perhaps even at the peak. Grandpa should come to his senses in a day or two. If Mo Fengshi dared to say anything about today's incident, he would face serious consequences. The elder asked the young master not to be angry. He will keep his mouth shut. Mo Feng inquired what had happened in the family during these 2 days of his absence. Mo Feng said that the great historical Na did not bother looking for the young master during those days. But Mo Yunfei came. Meanwhile, they were looking for the maid, that is, Xiao Yu. It was right under their noses, and yet they couldn't find it. Still, someone was able to do it. This young gentleman was able to find her after all. Mo Feng said that the time the young master left, Yunfei had brought someone to the hut to cause him trouble. When he saw that the young master was gone, he vented his anger on Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was slightly injured. He was certain that Yunfei was seeking his death in this way. He only laughed, saying that Mo Fan is a coward that Igor hid so much. This guy must have gotten the message avoided. But they heard that Mo Fan really appreciated his maid. Then before he comes back, they can use this maid to have some fun. But suddenly the man noticed that the wench was trying to use a rock to cut the rope. Yunfei ordered her hamstring to be cut, and he was curious to see where she would run to. She begged the young gentleman's pardon, for she had gotten him into trouble again. Suddenly, the main character appeared and punched the man that was in his way. Whereupon the man flew right back into the rock. They clearly didn't expect this from Mo Fan. Yunfei was glad that this brat had finally returned. He also recognized that his gut was definitely not thin. But Mo Fan only ignored those words, asking about whether her hands hurt. Next time, she shouldn't act so rashly. The girl replied that she was fine. They were just scratches, and so she would take some medicine, and all the wounds would heal in no time. The guy apologized for getting her involved. But the girl replied that it was her own fault for being weak. He was very annoyed at being ignored. They were frozen by this amount of energy. Yunfei couldn't even believe that this scum who had beaten up the young master's dog had even snuck away. Mo Fan noticed that Xiao Yu couldn't even move. He remembered that this kid was a genius. Let him live up to his title and resist as long as he can. This time Mo Fan decided to fight him. She tried to stand up, but noticed that the young gentleman had fallen to the ground, after which she immediately ran to him. The others began to laugh with Togo, that this fellow, relying on such a worthless cultivation, was thinking of rebelling against young Master Yunfei. He should know his place. It was also noticeable that his abilities had also disappeared. Mo Fan should take a look at his current self. He's just become a freak. Mo Fan swore that as long as he was alive, one day he would get even with Yunfei. In a case like this, the guy should just die. A spiritual pattern appeared on his hand. Suddenly, Mo Feng approached him and explained that it would be inappropriate to do so now. The young gentleman should look over there. It was better to let Mo Fan go, otherwise it would bring trouble. After all, if Yunfei were to kill him now, it would be a gross violation of the clan rules. Therefore, even the great elder here won't be able to protect him, so he suggested another way. Yunfei liked this idea. He even praised the Mo Feng. Since Mo Fan wants to take revenge on this young master, he decided to give him the opportunity. He decided to seal his abilities, leaving only the strength of an ordinary person to fight Mo Fan in a life and death duel. In a life and death duel, both parties must sign a life and death contract. If someone dies, the other party is not responsible. He only muttered something about a life and death match. Yunfei asked if he wouldn't dare to oppose him. This guy is really a good-for-nothing trash. Mo Fan had said that he would kill him, so where did all his courage go? The others told Mo Fan to bow down and beg for forgiveness. Because of such a provocation, he still agreed to the life and death duel. Xiao Yu tried to stop him somehow. Yunfei was only glad that today was the day this trash would die. The girl asked why the young master had agreed to this. It's a trap, after all. The boy replied that there was no need to worry about it. They'll see who dies here first. The guys were in a hurry because they were eager to see Mo Fan fight Mo Yunfei in a life and death match. Some didn't believe the news was true, but they were really in the life and death arena now. Still, there were a lot of people in the arena who wanted to see them fight. The elder who was in charge of overseeing the life and death arena, Mo San, replied that they still had time to think about it. Mo Fan replied that he had already made up his mind. Yunfei thought that Elder San was just trying to comfort this guy. Mo Fan himself is looking for death, so if he is ready, they can start. He provided them with a life and death contract for them to sign. He reported that both sides had given their consent. Life and death know no offense. They couldn't believe it was really true since Mo Fan has no spiritual pattern. How is he even going to fight? Looks like they are in for an interesting performance. The elder announced that the life and death duel was beginning. While the others were excited about the news that Yunfei would soon kill Mo Fan, the girl was worried about the young master. Mo Fan asked when he was going to seal his abilities. Yunfei asked if he had said something about sealing. This guy is too calm for trash, so this young gentleman is still willing to keep him alive. But he's still thinking about the place. So the young master will end it today. But no sooner had Yunfei's blade touched the protagonist's neck than it immediately struck him, after which he threw his opponent off of him. Others were shocked by this turnaround. No one realized what had just happened. Yunfei couldn't believe that this guy was at the 8th stage of the Haotian. Could it be that his spiritual pattern had recovered? Mo Fan was too patient with him. So today they would do away with the old accounts and get right down to the new ones. But Yunfei wasn't going to give up so easily and use the void splitting clause. This is only a middle stage technique of man. By using this technique, he will only bring it upon himself. Shame. The main character used decapitating cut. And just moments later, he was already lying in the arena screaming in pain. The onlookers still didn't understand how this was possible after all. Isn't this Mo Fan supposed to be wallowing right now? They also learned that it was a top-tier human martial technique. The title of trash definitely doesn't suit him, for he is definitely a genius. The protagonist used his cut once more, and shouted that it was time for the Yun Fairy to die. But he decided to take Mo Fan with him. He decided to take the boiling blood pill. Even though this pill is a second highest grade pill, but it is very powerful. If one were to take this pill, it would instantly increase his strength by several times. He first broke through to the 9th stage of Hu Pulin, and after that, he broke through to the peak of Hu Pulin, the first stage of Xian Pulin. Mo San ordered Yunfei to stop immediately, but all he did was yell Mo Fan to attack, after which he used the splintering claws of the void. Was this really all that Yunfei was capable of after breaking through to Xiantian? Mentally, he requested his last attempt at cultivation enhancement from the sage. The elder thought it was the end. Mo Fan shouted that Yunfei would bid farewell to his life today. Because of the protagonist's technique, he was now missing 2 parts of his arms. But that's not all. Yunfei couldn't believe that such trash dared to do such a thing to him. When his father came, Mo Fan would die a painful death, and so would his maid. Yunfei didn't even think of letting her go, so she would die too. His mind flashed through all the memories of how that guy tormented Xiao Yu, as well as how Moken Shan took away his spiritual pattern. Therefore, he was determined to make this Yunfei die. But of course, Qin Shan arrived and prevented his son from being killed. Yunfei told his father that his son was hurt. He also asked for help to take revenge. He wanted that boy, his maid, to die the most painful death. Qin Shan asked if Mo Feng could let Yunfei go out of respect for the great elder. That old man was willing to fulfill any of his demands. In that case, the Grand Elder inquired if the old man could bring his dog head in exchange for his son. We can't let this guy live, though. He has to die anyway. He asked the old Mo dog if he ever wondered if today might have happened. Seems Mo Fang got quite a bit of interest on the old bills. He grabbed Yunfei's head. After that, blood began to flow from his mouth. What you sow is what you reap. Heaven doesn't forgive mistakes. The Grand Elder was furious that this scoundrel dared to kill his son in front of his own eyes. Mo Fan declared that he would interrupt Qin Shan's dog life sooner or later. The new Great Elder was laughing all over. He promised to tear the lad's corpse into 10,000 pieces and grind his bones into powder, so that he could be honored by his son in heaven. But the boy only laughed at these words. After which, the Great Elder decided to use his technique to kill this guy. The others began to flee from the arena of life and death. He sent his giant palm toward the Mo Fan. But it was his attack that failed. He immediately turned around in anger and asked who dared to interrupt him. It was the head of the family who asked on what basis the Great Elder wanted to teach his grandson a lesson. Qin Shan, after all, knew that the old man was reclusive, being on a life of brink and death. He had already lost his son, but did the great historian really want him to lose his grandson as well? He was glad his grandfather had come after all. The Grand Elder was going to kill him. Fortunately, the guy had sent Mo Feng to bring Grandpa here in time. Qin Shan was definitely doomed. He couldn't believe that this old man had somehow managed to escape from the Forbidden Zone and had also broken through to the 9th stage of spiritual bones. He realized that this Mo Feng bastard dared to betray a great elder. He stated that Mo Fan had used despicable methods, seducing his son in a life-and-death duel, causing Yunfei to pass away. Isn't the leader going to punish him? Qin Shan is only at the 3rd stage of spiritual bones, so the guy didn't understand how dare he talk to his grandfather like that. He said that his son could not die today. But this was a life-and-death duel, and both sides were prepared for this outcome. Since Yunfei had signed the life and death agreement, the great elder could only accept his death. And the head of the family used his power to calm this elder down a bit. He stated that the chapter does not see the whole picture. Since Mo Fan had killed Yunfei in a life and death duel, the chapter should know. Yunfei had another life and death duel planned. The deadline will be in 10 days, regardless of whether they won or lost, all their grudges would disappear with a stroke of a pen. Regardless of victory or defeat, Yunfei's development had reached the 3rd stage of Xiantian. Mo Fang had defeated him in a life and death duel, but that wasn't enough for the Great Elder. The Grand Elder asked the head if he was not chasing personal gain. The fact that the head was engaged in such patronizing and unjust judgments might disappoint a side branch of the family. Feng, at the age of 19, was already a genius who was at the 3rd stage of Xiantian. So even more so with a 3rd grade fire spiritual pattern. So even if Mo Fang recovered and regained his white ability, he was already doomed to die at the hand of his son. Everyone was demanding a life and death duel. Wouldn't Mo Fan dare to accept the challenge? The head is unfair. There seems to be something on Qin Shan's hands that made Grandpa wary. Nevertheless, this is a great opportunity for him. He informed his grandfather that he agreed to have a life and death duel with Mo Yunfeng. The old man believed that everything was going exactly as he had planned. The grandfather was worried about his grandson, but the boy replied that there was no need to worry. A trash like Mo Yunfeng would not be able to kill him. In 10 days, Mo Feng and Mo Yunfeng will meet in the arena of life and death to have a duel. Grandpa told Mo Fan to follow him. The guy asked his grandfather to wait for him. This time, the guy was too impulsive. After dark, Xiao Tian would lead him out of Lingyun City, and Mo Fang should not return. But Grandpa can't worry, because Mo Yunfeng is not even an opponent to him. 8th stage Ho Tian, although it is bad, but compared to Yun Feng, it does not reach the 4th stage. There is no chance of winning. If the protagonist engages in a duel of life and death, it will end very badly. So the guy decided to show his 5th grade spiritual pattern of fire and wood. He didn't understand how his talent of spiritually patterning 3rd grade wood suddenly rose to spiritually patterning 5th grade fire and wood. He asked the wise man what he should say to his grandfather. The wise man replied that, of course, he should find an excuse or justification. After all, the boy had already successfully managed to cheat the Mo Fen. But it would hurt his conscience if he lied to his grandfather. The sage replied that with his protagonist aura, a conscience was out of the question. With the sage's help, as long as Mo Feng makes an effort, he won't have to hesitate. He explained that an unforeseen chance had turned to him, and he had honored a great alchemist. Therefore, the lad's talent was enhanced thanks to that honored one. The sage noticed that the lad was lying and not even blushing. And before that, he said something even about conscience. He inquired about the rank of his master alchemist. But Mo Fan replied that he didn't know, but his master was at least a 4th rank alchemist. He thought it was unbelievable that he found all the alchemists who decided to favor Mo Fan. Qin Shan would simply burst with envy. He asked his grandfather why he didn't dare to challenge the great elder if his cultivation was clearly higher than Mo Qin Shan's. He explained that this person's life channels were damaged, and there was nothing more that could be done. He inquired about whose life channels Grandpa was talking about. Xiao Tian replied that it was useless to talk to the guy about it. Only his master could help with it. He told the guy to go back and concentrate on cultivation. He should leave the rest to his grandfather. The protagonist wondered whose life channels Qin Shan had taken over, and why it made Grandpa retreat. Since Grandpa is not going to tell him about it, the only thing left to do is to find out from other people. Usually want to gather information in taverns, stores, or public house. The Yun Pavilion is the most pleasant and shopping establishment in the city. With their strength, there would definitely be information about the Mo family here. Apparently, the guy was just destined to come back here. Manager Yun was happy to see the young master again. At the same time, another man was looking at them, and this was noticed by the wise man. The manager asked the young gentleman how his master's injury was. The boy replied that thanks to the pill, his master was fine. He was now deep into alchemy. The manager asked why the lad had come here today. The protagonist replied that there was something he wanted to talk to the manager about, whereupon he took off his mask, and the mother of it. And the superintendent recognized him as the young gentleman who was the straight-line trash. The superintendent is incredible, for he is pretty well aware of everything. Had it not been for the lad's master, he would have remained a worthless man. His master is very capable, for he helped this brat recover his spiritual pattern. The ability of these still and increase the power of the spiritual pattern to 5th grade fire and wood. In order to maximize his benefits, he needs to befriend this guy. He asked the superintendent if he knew why Mo Qinshan had decided to challenge the head of the Mo family. He explained that the head of the family could not do so because the Mo Qinshan had control over the entire economy of the Mo family. Mo Fan inquired how he had accomplished this. The manager asked if the young master remembered the alchemist who had come here before him. Lu Changqing is an alchemist of the 3rd rank. More than 50% of his profits go to the Mo family. Moreover, Qinshan's eldest son, Mo Yunfeng, was a disciple of Qian Qin. With this kind of level of attitude, it's no wonder that Qinshan doesn't put the kid's grandfather in anything. No wonder Qinshan has no fear since he is patronized by an alchemist. With Qinshan's feigned character, he would definitely pull some sneaky method. It seems like it's time for them to prepare properly. He asked the superintendent to allow the request to go to him. Meanwhile, Qinshan is forced to bother him. The man asked why the great elder wanted him to be the judge. He's worried about the head's grandson. This guy will obviously cause trouble for Yunfeng. If the man agrees, the amount of resources will be doubled in the future. Once the old man's plan succeeds, he will do away with Xiao Tian and that little brat, and the entire family will belong to him alone. Since the alchemist agreed, that was the end of it. Not counting skills, Yunfeng had reached the 3rd stage of Xiao Tian. He was also an alchemist and assisted his mentor. During these 10 days, Mo Fang not only tried to increase his cultivation, but also in alchemy to keep up. But he's running out of time. After a while, he finally became a 1st-ranked alchemist of the highest order. The guy's cultivation seems to have increased as well. He's 1 step away from the peak. Sage also mentioned that there were updates about gossip and in the news about current events and asked if the guy wanted to see it. Of course, he wants to know what happened these days. The night before yesterday, the 2 students of the Mo family had a big sing-along. After that, they stayed in bed together all night. The other day, in one of the 3 big clans in Linyun City, the daughter of a great elder of the Han family ran away with her lover. He inquired of the sage why all this gossip of his was so disgusting. Dazhen replied that all the news is random. Obviously, the guy was just unlucky. Mo Fan will still watch the news about current events. Last night, an ascetic was killed by an enemy outside the city. Before his death, he buried all the martial techniques he had practiced in the ground. 3 days ago, on the north side of the forest outside of Linyun City, a spiritual power rapidly rose. There, a fruit-bearing Qinshan spiritual flower had matured. Until now, it had never been plucked by anyone before. This flower is a medicinal plant that can increase spiritual power. Mo Fan wondered who said he was unlucky. Let them watch now, he will see everything for himself. The sage replied that it was all his merit. Mo Yunfeng, he swept up that it was all the power of Ao Huang. With this flower, he would just crush Mo Yunfeng. He must give thanks, mind. Otherwise, he would not find this spiritual flower. The protagonist replied that he was mistaken and thanked the Great One. He'll forgive him this time. He arrived at the forest and saw that it was the Qingdan spiritual flower and the Qingxian spiritual fruit. This time, he had great luck. He found 1 flower and 2 fruits, which is really rare. He approached the flower and wanted to pick it. But a huge green, poisonous python prevented that from happening. It seems to be the beast guardian of the spiritual flower Qindan. The poisonous python immediately wanted to kill this boy. Mo Fan managed to jump away from him. As soon as he saw that the python wanted to hit him with its tail, he immediately decided to use Qingmu Palm. The protagonist threw a punch at him. If it was a 2nd higher order demonic beast, it would only have to turn around and flee. But it's just a demonic beast of the 2nd lowest order. Therefore, the protagonist will definitely win. He struck the python again, but its defenses were solid. After that, the protagonist decided to engage the decapitating cut. 1 fang crashed into the boy's arm. The venom of the poisonous green python is very strong. If he doesn't take a detox pill soon, he will die. After which Mo Fan activated the palm of the blazing flame. That python is finally dead, and the spiritual fruit is now his. Qingxian Spirit Raft is a 4th grade medicinal herb. Because of its rarity, it is extremely valuable. It has a stimulating effect on the soul and can strengthen the soul, which increases spiritual strength. After taking it for the first time, it will no longer be effective. Sage tried to wake him up. If this Great One hadn't neutralized the effects of the poison pill and given him the Qinshan fruit, the guy would have died long ago due to the effects of the poison. Mo Fan was in pain from those blows on his face. The sage said that there was no need to pretend to be dead. After all, he knows that death can't be reversed. He should be careful next time and not let himself be fooled. Still, it was a pleasure for the wise man to whip this guy. The protagonist asked him what had happened to him. The sage advised him to feel it for himself. He noticed that his strength had already reached the level of a low-order third-rank alchemist. The sage replied that if the guy still wanted to win the life and death duel, he should strengthen his cultivation. Now this great one needed to take a nap. His energy was almost depleted once again. The guy was glad that even if it was a low-order second-grade pill, he would be able to create it. But just a second later, he noticed that the sage had disappeared. He's so willful. In order to survive, he should put all his strength into cultivation as soon as possible. 10 days later, the arena of life and death. Yunfeng, Qinshan, and the alchemist stood there. Everyone was saying that Yunfeng had already reached the middle of the third stage of Xian pulling. But why is there still no sign of Mo Fan? Did he really run away? Mo Fan himself agreed to the life and death duel. It seems like he's completely fed up with life. She stated that the young gentleman was talking about not losing. If they are not afraid, then let them place the bet. If Yunfeng wins, all of this will become their property. They were all willing to make a bet. The protagonist said to take this money and bet it on the young master's victory. Mo Fan will take the opportunity to make a fortune. A bag of coins was thrown in front of her. Since this Mo Fan is so confident, even the great elder will make a bet. But if his son wins, this girl will be his maid. Yunfeng likes this condition, but the truth is they are strong enough for Zhao Yu to become his maid. Since everyone is here, they start the competition. The guy declares that there's no way he's going to lose. The Grand Elder mentioned that it was the maid who decided to gamble. What about adding a prize? This is the third life and death match, which means the guy had 2 wins out of 3. If Yunfeng wins 3 matches, he will take Mo Fan's life. If Yunfeng wins 2 matches, the head will abdicate and Mo Fan will not die. There are only 3 contests, and the one who wins twice wins. But he wants something different. He wants to win 3 victories out of 3. If Xiao Tian agrees, Mo Fan will not die. Yunfeng had reached the 4th stage of Xian pulling. Therefore, the head should already understand. Since he's already at this stage, he can't let Mo Feng tempt his fate. He wanted to give his answer better. He was interrupted by Mo Fan, who mentioned that since there was a prize, if he won twice, what would they pay? The Grand Elder's confidence is palpable. If the guy wins, this elder will immediately give up the throne. Mo Fan wondered if the elder could match the head of the family. He has to bet his life. The guy originally wanted to take this elder's life anyway. So be it. He agreed to put his life on the line if that's what the guy wanted. Too bad. But in the face of absolute power, the protagonist doesn't have a chance to win. After this competition, his life and his grandfather's lives will be in the hands of Qinshan. Since both sides have placed their bets, 2 wins out of 3 will decide everything. The first contest will be a comparison in alchemy knowledge. Others didn't think there would be alchemy in the first contest at all. It's over, and someone was even trying to see if he could get back any more of his money he put on Mo Fan. This guy isn't even an alchemist, so why compare them? They were sure that Mo Fan had already lost. The head of the family shouted that Qinshan had no conscience at all. Yunfeng asked not to waste his time and start, but the guy had noticed that Master Yunfeng was only a low-order third-rank alchemist. To make things fair, he invited a low-order third-rank alchemist too. It was the Yun manager of the Yun Pavilion. But the old man didn't understand at all how the protagonist was able to gain Yun Qingfeng's favor. Could it be that Mo Fang also possesses alchemy? But that's just impossible. The superintendent apologized to the head for disturbing him. Xiao Tian was glad that the superintendent himself had come here, and that was already enough to make him happy. Since the first contest is alchemy-related, both sides will begin to take an alchemy test. He began to suspect that Mo Fan must understand something about alchemy. But alchemists pay attention to skill. So how long did it take Mo Fan to make a connection with Yun Qingfeng? Apparently, he's going to have to use the first rank of the highest level purification. The stab wound pill will crush this guy to smithereens. He admitted it was pretty good. Meanwhile, the protagonist has informed the old Mo dog that today, he will take his damn life. After which he engaged the serpentine flame control. Even he didn't expect Mo Fan to be so gifted with talent. He was even patronized by the Yun Pavilion. It seems like there was an unexpected change in this fight, and he should think about retreating. The old man also noticed that he definitely had a third-grade wood spiritual pattern. So where did the fire come from there? The next step is the most important. Mixing. It is necessary to have a strong soul for this. otherwise the furnace may not be able to withstand it and explode. The hardening process has begun. No one had even expected that Mo Fan was actually an alchemist. They also noticed that the pill came out of his furnace. One could even be heard shouting about how he was going to get rich because he bet on Mo Fan. Governor's June announced that Mo Fan return pill wins the first contest. He began to protest. Yunfeng had practiced alchemy for 2 years to be able to create a first-grade higher-order pill. He thought that Mo Fang was cheating, because there was no way he could create a second-grade key return pill. Qin Feng knew that alchemist Chang Qin was also from the Alchemist Guild, so he asked what he thought about it. He recognized that Mo Fan had indeed not cheated, and Yunfeng had lost. He didn't expect that. Mo Fan at such a young age already has enough spiritual power to become a third-rank low-order alchemist. Of course, he is able to process second-grade pills. Such a talent is indeed rare. Isn't his spiritual power at the level of a low-order, third-rank alchemist? Isn't Master Chang Qin an alchemist of the same rank? No wonder he was able to defeat Yunfeng. It seems like the Grand Elder is so eager to bid farewell to his life. Since the first competition was chosen by Yunfeng's father and himself, it is now Mo Fan's right to choose the second competition. The second contest will be a comparison in spiritual strength. Of course, this guy wants to make a comparison. Only in the second competition. It's not the spiritual power, but the competition itself that decides everything. Qing Feng wondered if the elder wanted to demand something else. He didn't say this before, but his proposal is to have a spiritual power duel in the third contest. And in the second contest, they will have a duel of strength. Xiao Tian grabbed this old charismatic man by his clothes, asking what else he wanted. If the head of the family doesn't agree, the bet won't count either. I mean, he told the old Mo dog he'd take his life, and he'd be sure to do it. Even if it's in the next contest. The head of the family let the great elder go. He told his son, and tried to find an opportunity to damage Mo Fan's soul. Only then would he be able to win the first round of spiritual power and overpower his opponent. If Yunfeng could do serious damage on his soul, he could even kill this guy. That person replied that his father shouldn't worry, because he wouldn't even give this guy a chance. The second contest will be a bout of strength. The start of this bout has been announced. He immediately pounced on the protagonist as if in a fit of rage, and to do so, he used the void-splitting clause. The protagonist replied that it was just a cheap trick. He used a dissecting incision. Yunfeng was able to break up this attack, after which Mo Fan used the palm of the flame. He didn't understand how it was possible for this kid to be able to use a lower-level martial technique. After that, the main character's attack knocked him aside. Mo Fan was going to use this opportunity to end the fight. Yunfeng advised him not to be arrogant. Did this kid really think that he was the only one with a lower-grade technique? He used a scarlet flame blade. Section. This attack dealt damage to the main character. Even if this kid recovered his talent, he would never be able to defeat Yunfeng. After which, he once again activated the scarlet flame blade. Now Mo Fan also realized that the difference in cultivation was too great, so it's time for him to put his best foot forward. His current cultivation was not enough to unleash the full power of the heavenly fingers. The only thing left to do is to burn his spiritual power, after which she used the heavenly finger. Because of the power of the heavenly finger, Yunfeng's attack began to crack, after which, the heavenly finger destroyed this technique after all. After all, his cultivation is only at the first stage of Xian Tian Tian. How can he use such a powerful technique? After which, the heavenly finger flicked it away. Mo Fan calmed him down, telling him that this was not the end. He shouldn't worry because the guy would still charge him interest. He was about to end this competition when someone asked to spare Yunfeng. It was Chang Qin. He explained that the outcome of the battle was predetermined, so he asked to spare the disciple out of respect. The protagonist replied that as long as someone honored the bet, he would rather commit suicide than let Yunfeng go. After which, he turned to the Grand Elder, saying that he had already won 2 competitions. Perhaps the Great Elder would bow his dog face. He shouted for his son to get up. As long as they can overpower this little bastard, they will be the winners. Yunfeng must kill Mo Fan. Otherwise, the 2 of them will not escape death. Chang Qin did not understand what the Great Elder was saying. Yunfeng is his son, after all. The elders replied that only useful talents are valuable. Mo Fan asked the old Mo dog if he himself wasn't ashamed of his words. He couldn't stand it and decided to run away. Xiao Tian asked if the Great Elder really thought that he would let him do that. Yunfeng also went after his father. This old man is so sneaky, he even runs faster than a rabbit. But he's still no equal to his grandfather. Xiao Tian followed the great elder. The head of the family can't kill him, because who would ever be able to get the alchemists on their side? So the Mo family will lose their supply. Did Qinshan still think that with his grandson's talent, he would hold this nasty old man hostage? This attack hit the Qinshan. The old man's only thought was that she couldn't die like that. Xiao Tian appeared right behind him to deliver a decisive blow. The great elder's last words were for him not to become proud. This is not the end. As the dead old man fell, the head of the family vaguely guessed what he might have been talking about. Everyone saw the power of the head of the family, for he was even able to kill a great elder. And some were happy that they had made a bet and won. Changqin replied that he was responsible for his own death. Mo Fang replied that before the alchemist mentor asked for leniency for Yun Feng, he did so to preserve Changqin's good name. Still, it was better to cooperate with such a famous person, and there was no need to harm each other. He thanked the young master for being lenient with his disciple. Henceforth, Changqin would be under his direct command. As for Yun Feng, the alchemist would surely teach him a lesson to get him on the right path. Therefore, his disciple will no longer harm the young master of the Mo family. Xiao Yu was happy that she had earned a great deal. Therefore, the young master would be delighted. Suddenly, she noticed how Yun Feng wanted to kill the main character. Therefore, there was nothing left but to protect the young master. He didn't expect to see Xiao Yu in such a state at all. He had injured Mo Fan's maid, and it would definitely weigh on him. Looks like Yun Feng was able to get his revenge after all. Even the teacher didn't understand how his student got such a dangerously cruel thing, like a soul-destroying needle. It must be Qingshan's work. Both father and son both deserve to die. Changqin is not very familiar with the soul-destruction needle, so he can't do anything right now. Superintendent Yun has more experience with this sort of thing. He might be able to find a solution to this problem. He asked you to save Xiao Yu. As long as he can do it, the guy is willing to pay any price. The soul destruction needle is very dangerous because it attacks the soul directly. If it was a young master, he would have a solution. But this girl is not a practitioner, so there is nothing he can do to help her. He didn't understand how this could be. She was hurt because of him. Mo Fan promised to definitely find a solution. Suddenly, the superintendent noticed that even though this girl was not a practitioner, her soul still hadn't dissipated. In other words, she still has a chance to survive. The guy asked what he needed to do. The head Yun replied that there was something that could replenish her soul. It was possible that it could work. He was struck by a wise man who asked if this guy was so stupid that he had even forgotten about the spiritual fruit. The spiritual fruit King Xian is a good medicine to replenish spiritual power. How could he ever forget this? Da Zhen is very smart. After which, he opened the box that contained the Qing Xian's spiritual fruit. This spiritual fruit is very rare, so it's unclear how the guy managed to dispense it. It's worth assuming that Mo Fan's mentor is at least a 5th grade alchemist. He believed that this fruit would surely work. After that, the girl began to glow. It seemed that the spiritual fruit could only slow down the speed of Xiao Yu's soul dispersal. It didn't help to get rid of the effects of the needle, the destruction of the soul. At most, it's 2 days. Her soul is still being destroyed. At night, to heal Xiao Yu's soul, at least a 6th grade elixir can heal her, and such treasures are extremely rare. The manager suggested that the young gentleman ask his mentor for advice. Perhaps he might have a way. It's a good idea, as more news on gossip and current events is coming soon. He began to plead with Mr. Zhao, for this news update could help save Xiao Yu's life. The sage replied that all news is random, so he cannot guarantee anything. But if he praised this gentleman 100 times, who knows, there might be hope. He went to meet his mentor, and asked his grandfather to look after Xiao Yu. Xiao Tian thanked the Yun superintendent for his help. The Mo family will not forget this. The superintendent congratulated the grandfather, for the Mo family is blessed this time. Now he has to go back to the pavilion to take care of a few little things. Afterward, he will pay them a visit. The man also explained that he was in ignorance and trusted Qingshan's fiction so easily. He hoped that the head of the family would understand. The grandfather replied that the alchemist Chan Qingshan had made a significant contribution by supplying the Mo family with medicine. This old man should have apologized earlier. From now on, he would supply more medicine to the Mo family. So he asked the head of the family not to be angry. Then the Mo family will rely on the alchemist. He began to say that the sage is characterized by his outstanding ability and erudition. He is happy to help others with his superior abilities. It is sincere happiness for him to help and rise above all living beings. This great lord is unrivaled in the entire celestial empire, and his unrivaled talent is envied even by the heavens themselves. There's finally a news update. He has started sending updated news. Last night, the head of the Mo family had dealt with several minions of Qing Shan from the side branch of the family. Because of this, the power of the direct branch has increased significantly. Yesterday, a close friend and servant of Master Mo was attacked by a soul-destroying needle over her life. Now a deadly danger is looming. Only the 6th grade yin-yang miracle pill can help her. He began to declare his love for the Almighty Lord. The guy was also glad that Xiao Yu could still be saved. The sage said vividly to let him go. The yin-yang miracle pill is a 6th grade supreme grade medicine. In the entire Beifeng Empire, there is no top grade 6th grade alchemist. Does the guy really think that such a brat like him would be able to find him? The guy wondered if he didn't have some more news about current events. 3 days ago, a group of tomb robbers excavated a monk's tomb. From there, they stole a broken 3rd grade spiritual vessel. It was taken as useless junk and sold at a small street market. So far, no one has gotten it yet. This morning, deep in the forest outside of Linyun City, a ghostly flower ripened. Why is there no news about the yin-yang miracle pill? What should he do now Xiao Yu only has 2 days left? He can't just sit back and watch her die. The wise man asked. Does this kid really think the system is the magic lamp Aladdin? The ghost flower only grows about places with very dense and cold yin energy. It also has an extremely strong toxicity. This is what one needs for spiritual power. If her spiritual power is lower than a first-class alchemist, the ghost flower will seal her soul, turning her into a living dead. In other words, they would be able to expel the poison with another poison. By sealing Xiao Yu's soul with the ghost flower, they can buy some time to find the yin-yang miracle pill. Heavenly and earthly treasures are mostly guarded by various demonic beasts. Last time when the guy was picking Qingxian fruit, he met a 2nd-order demonic beast. In terms of the value of the ghost flower, it could be guarded by various beasts. At the very least, a 3rd-order demonic beast, or even a 4th-order demonic beast. If the guy meets the latter, then alone it is not an opponent for him. 3 men went in search of him. He made up a story that a mentor had told him about a 4th-grade medicinal flower deep in the forest. This ghostly flower would be able to seal her soul. After that, the mentor would have enough time to completely heal Xiao Yu. Mo Fan's mentor had not only come up with such a cunning method, he also found out about the ghost flower that had just ripened. It seems that the mentor is a consummate alchemist, and their connection is incredibly deep. The ghostly flower is surrounded by powerful beasts. Grandpa and the superintendent must be careful. Besides, the boy owes a debt of gratitude to Chief Yun. The caster sensed that there was a ghost leopard chi inside the cave. The ghost leopard is a 4th-order demonic beast. Even if Grandpa teamed up with the superintendent, they would be able to hold it back for no more than 3 minutes. The boy declared that this was time enough for him. As soon as his grandfather and the superintendent took over, he would slip into the cave and take the ghostly flower. After which they decided to lure the leopard out of its den. He did indeed quickly pop Las out of the cave. Xiao Tian used the golden palm, whereupon the superintendent attacked him. The ghost leopard remained completely unharmed. Therefore, they should increase the distance to delay it. They started to fly away and the recognized leopard followed them. It's just a great opportunity for him. He went into the cave and found a ghostly flower. Once Xiao Yu absorbed it, then the flower would be able to seal her soul, temporarily preserving lives. He wanted to pick the ghostly flower, but there was another ghostly leopard in the cave. Even though it was a ghost leopard cub, but even so, it was as strong as a 5th-stage ascetic of the Xian Tian Tian stage. But Xiao Yu is already running out of time. All he has to do is act and look for an opportunity. Therefore, he immediately decided to attack this cub. The cub didn't think to just take those punches either. Doesn't matter the practical techniques or the body. This guy is not going to be easy to deal with. It seems the protagonist has no choice but to resort to martial arts. But suddenly the cub disappeared. Then it appeared behind him. He threw punches at the protagonist before flipping him off. And it hurt like hell. Time's running out. Those old men won't be able to buy him much time, so we need to get out of here somehow. Mo Fan activated the fiery palm. Afterward, the cub began calling for help. The ghost leopard, even if it is outside the cave, will definitely hear it. He immediately ran back into the cave. The manager didn't understand how there was another one inside. Xiao Tian replied that they must stop him. They shouldn't let them unite. they immediately flew after the ghost leopard. There's no time left. We have to get the ghost flower. And as soon as he plucked the flower, the ghostly leopard spat out a ball of energy. This attack hit the protagonist directly. It looks like this little guy is not going to give him the ghost flower at all. As soon as he wanted to use that very attack again, Mo Fan decided to attack him as well. To do so, he used the heavenly finger. Their forces clashed. Due to this, he immediately ran towards the exit of the cave, saying that they would see each other again. But he had only to run out, as an adult leopard was already rushing there. Xiao Tian didn't even think of giving him the opportunity to touch his grandson. The manager asked if the young master was able to obtain the ghost flower. The boy replied that yes, he had. There is one ghost leopard cub inside, so they should leave this place. After which they began to fly away. But the ghostly leopard did not think of letting them go. They're chasing them. We need to find a way to throw them off their tail. If these monsters chase all the way to Linyun City, it will turn into a disaster. There is a valley ahead where they will set a trap to take care of these leopards. The grandfather remarked that they were too close to them, so he didn't understand how the guy was going to set the trap. Mo Fan replied that before that, the master had given him a third low-order spiritual artifact. Faced with danger, one should use it to get rid of enemies. They made it right up to the cliff, after which he discounted his artifact. Fortunately, the guy found a vulnerable spot before finding the spiritual artifact, otherwise it would have ended badly. After which, he ordered the artifact to reveal itself. They were trying to break through. While these leopards were stuck with the key sword, they decided to fly away from here. But from behind them, a new attack was already preparing behind them. Fortunately, they were able to get out of there. It was lucky they escaped fast enough, otherwise they would have been buried alive. That was the power in a fourth-order demonic beast. And its death blow was unusual. Nevertheless, its strike had shattered the valley. It would no longer be able to pursue them. Since they managed to get the ghost flower, they can go back. A little later, the manager wondered if this was the ghost flower. Better to see it once than to hear it 100 times. After which, the protagonist placed a single petal in her mouth. Xiaoyu's soul is very weak. The young master must hurry and help her and give her the ghost flower. He began to pour his chai into her. He thanked the manager for the help he had rendered. The old man remarked that the girl's spiritual strength was no longer weakened, and according to her current condition, she should not encounter any great obstacles within 3 years. He is sure to find a yin-yang pill for her, as well as a way to rid her of the poison of the ghost flower. The next day, he asked his grandfather where in the empire he could get the most expensive pill-making recipes himself, preferably 6th grade and above. Xiao Tian replied that there were and only 2 places in the empire where such recipes could be found. One of them is the headquarters of the Alchemists Guild. In the library of the headquarters, there are all sorts of recipes. Among them, there would definitely be recipes for making pills of the 6th grade and above. But he had heard that the general office only selects alchemists of 4th grade and above. Or else, he must possess a genius knowledge of alchemy. The other place is the Northwind Academy. The academy is the very place where the protagonist should go. The sage replied that it was currently very far from becoming a 4th grade alchemist. It seems that he wants to find a way to obtain this 6th grade yin-yang pill while at the Northwind Academy. He asked his grandfather how he could enter the Northwind Academy. The old man replied that this academy summons first-class geniuses from all over the empire. With the boy's natural talent, there should be no problem. But they would have to overcome the Spiritual Wind Prefecture. Only after passing the Spiritual Wind Academy exam will he have a chance to enter the Northwind Academy. What a worthless exam you are. Is there any point for him to take the exam at all? According to the previous exam, to enter the Spirit Wind Academy, one's cultivation must reach the 5th Xian Pull stage or higher. The Spirit Wind Academy is the only prestigious institution in the prefecture. No more than 10 people pass the exam every year. The exam is half a month away. It would be better for him to increase his cultivation and try to pass the exam next year. Even with his natural talent, would he even be able to make a breakthrough from the 1st to the 5th Xiantian stage in half a month? That was the main question. There should be a current events news update today. He wanted to get his hands on an outstanding medicine or a top-tier technique. Going to the Spirit Wind Academy right now is quite dangerous. The sage reported what came. The boy asked to be shown soon. Updated news coverage has begun. The Spiritual Wind Academy exam is gradually approaching. The Lord of Linyun City, Qin Chang, allowed his son Qin Feng to successfully enter the Spirit Wind Academy. After paying a large sum of money, he persuaded a famous master in the first stage of spiritual veins to look after him. The head of the Han family exchanged his alchemical pill-making furnace, which he guarded as a treasure, and a fourth-grade low-order alchemist for a single-brain ice pill. In order to pass it on to his grandson, Han Feng Chen, it could be assumed that Qin Feng and Han Feng Chung would become his rivals. The guy never thought that the Qin and Han families would resort to such methods. He seems to have underestimated the first election in Linyun City. He also hoped that the news of current events could help him. 3 days ago, on the south side of the forest outside of Linyun City, a third-grade medicinal herb ripened. A water-storing celandine. Last night, a cultivator named San, who was at the 5th stage of spiritual bones, died. He went deep into the forest of Linyun City to gather medicinal herbs, but encountered a third-order demonic beast, namely a golden python, after which a fight ensued. They fought for 3 days, but at the end both sides suffered. However, the python's venom penetrated the body and reached the heart of the cultivator San. He passed away at the northwestern edge of the forest. It seems that the main character got lucky again, so he sent everything to the forest outside of Linyun City. In front of the third elder's grave, he thanked him for helping the guy. The protagonist will take good care of the treasure the elder left behind. It even has training methods for body pinning. There's nothing like that even in the Mo family. A guy can resist expanding his horizons. This is a training method for tempering that person's body. Mo Fan is still acting like a swagger. He also mentioned that all these elixirs would be enough to help the protagonist in cultivation. Human-level hardening style. Tempering the body of determination requires perseverance and cultivation. One must first make the body take on the appearance of a raging flame and reach the level of human flesh. Underground fire hardens the body. Lightning hardens muscles and bones. Harden the body with the spiritual artifact hardening method. With the help of heaven, create a form by tempering the body with a treasure. Suddenly, the flames that surrounded him surged. He was immediately slapped by the sage, talking about and why the guy is burning him. He's about to smash his head in from that. The protagonist noticed that the strength within him at least doubled. The training method of hardening the body is incredibly good. The spiritual pattern begins to absorb more and more slowly. It's worth taking the elixir and trying again. The system congratulated the host for accepting the pillow key. His life points increased by 10. Since the host's life points outweighed 10, he could spend those 10 life points to know about the long-standing news in the future. The system suggested upgrading to the 2-star version to unlock the new features. Mr. Zhao is a real scammer. He has 12.2 life points now, and the upgrade costs 10 points. Why would such a genius pay for an upgrade? He slapped his idiotic master again and asked what his head was even for. The upgraded version would unlock new functions, which meant it would be easier to help with cultivation. The exam was already coming up soon. What would he even do without the update installed? Sage tried to calm down. He must have contracted idiocy from this guy. Mo Fan thought about how the gentleman shouldn't have lied like that and looked at him so angrily. The advantage after the upgrade should be big. The update has been a success. The new system has moved to a 2-star version, unveiling a brand new feature. Campus News. The cultivation of the host will increase rapidly every day. The Campus News said that the host should sharpen his focus on cultivation techniques, as well as alchemy, array setting, and artifact news. If the host encounters any difficulties while practicing, Campus News will be of help. Since Campus News is at a low level, a couple of human-level practice techniques are available. First-class techniques, recipes for making Class 2 pills, array scheme, a useful map of spiritual artifacts. Half a month later, the center square of the city. The election in this city is about to start soon. They don't even know who will come first this year and enter the Spiritual Wind Academy. Someone was sure that it would be the son of the city head, Qin Feng. He is at the late stage of the 5 Xian Tian sky. But Hanfeng Chenya is not that bad either. Sage thought it was too noisy. It would be better if they just shut their mouths. It is said that a lot of people come to participate in the elections. His health points are 5.2, and he has also reached the 3rd Xian Tian sky. He recognized the power of the Campus News and cultivation, but asked for a discount to go to level 2 since it cost 50 life points. The sage refused, and the guy questioned his reality after noticing his eyelashes were not sprouting. The sage replied that the guy and his family would be the ones doing the sprouting now. Da Zhen also explained that it was only an imprint that would not disappear quickly. The city chief Qin Qiang announced that the person next to him is the 6th elder of the Spiritual Wind Academy. This election will be held under the control of the elder, which is an incredible fortune for Linyun City. As the head of the city, he decided that the top 5 in this election will receive generous rewards. The sage thought that this old man was just a teacher observer of the academy. He didn't expect it to be an elder at all. It looked like the city head was up to something. So before this, he had asked a famous teacher at the spiritual vein stage to instruct Qin Feng. Perhaps it's that famous teacher who is the 6th elder. Award for 5th place, 1 primary stage training technique. For 4th place, 1 primary level technique. For 3rd place, 2 spiritual artifacts of the highest level, and 1 training method of the initial stage. For 2nd place, 2 spiritual artifacts of the highest stage, and 1 technique of the initial stage. For 1st place, you will be able to choose any treasure from the treasury of the city head's residence. This time, the prizes are very valuable. But the 1st and 2nd place will obviously take Qin Feng and Han Feng Chen. Although it will not be possible to take 1st and 2nd place, to take the other 5 places is still profitable. The city chief decided to really show off his wealth. This old fox Qin Qiang plays so calculatingly. He has prepared so many prizes for his son. The sage told him to hold back, at least let him wipe his drool a little. If he wins, he can get any treasure from the treasury of the city head, and he will also commandeer the seat of the strongest. He can't give away this opportunity to others at all. This young master will definitely take care of the rewards properly. Crystal testing can test the qualifications of a cultivator. All participants under the age of 20 can take the test. The participants who score in the top 16 places will advance to the next round of selection. Lin Hu from the Lin family wanted to go to the test. 2nd Heaven Xiantian, initial stage. This crystal is the property of the North Wind Empire, which is a kind of universal testing method. It is said that the crystal can pour out 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, cyan, blue, and violet. These 7 colors are accordingly divided into classes. 7 classes of spiritual patterns. Wu Lin Hu, spiritual pattern of the 2nd grade. Cultivation on the 2nd heaven, Xian Tian Tian, the initial stage. Wang Chong, spiritual pattern of the 2nd grade. Cultivation on the 1st heaven, Xian Tian Tian, late stage. Zhao Yiming, spiritual pattern of the 1st grade. Cultivation in the 2nd heaven, Ho Pulin, late stage. Sun Chan, spiritual pattern of the 1st grade. Cultivation in the 9th heaven, Ho Tian, middle stage. Han Fen Chen, spiritual pattern of the 3rd grade. Cultivation on the 5th heaven, Jian Tian, initial stage. He is the first with a 3rd grade spiritual pattern. Young Master Feng Chen has not shamed his honor as a young lord of the Han family. His qualifications are great. He will definitely pass the election and successfully complete the certification, after which he will enter the Spirit Wind Academy. Only the Qin Feng of the Qin family would be able to originate the ability of young Master Feng Chen. Qin Feng, spiritual pattern of the 3rd grade. Cultivation at the 5th stage of Xianpul, late stage So. Judging from the grading, Qin Feng is ranked 1st. But they're not done yet, for no Mo Fan has been checked. Mo Fan isn't that trash destroyed by Mo family. How did he even come to participate in the election? That boy lost his talent, didn't he? Didn't he regain it? Even if he recovered his talent, it's unlikely that his spiritual pattern is even 3rd grade. He even dared to come out after young Master Qin Feng. He touched the crystal. Cultivation at the 3rd heaven of Xianpul, middle stage. He didn't expect this boy to have a 5th grade spiritual pattern at all. The others were also surprised. In the entire Lingyun city, there had never been someone with a spiritual pattern of such a high grade. Not only in this city, even in the entire Spirit Wind Academy, a genius of this level had never been born. The guy walked past Qin Feng with a smirk. In place of the strongest was meant for his son. No one could take it away. Looks like the rules will have to be changed for the 2nd round of the practical battle. Grandpa didn't expect that the boy had already reached the middle stage of the 3rd Xian Tian heaven. But the next round of practical battle, he would need to be careful. He tried to reassure the grandfather that there would definitely be no problems. 16 people have passed in the 1st round. The 2nd round begins, namely the selection of true strength. This round will be a method of elimination by free combat. Participants are free to choose their opponents. The final result will depend on the final selection. It's weird, because the 2nd round was a knockout arena. How did it turn into a free fight? Sage replied that it must have been the head of the city who changed the rules. He also thinks that the contestants will want to team up to get rid of Mo Fan. All for the son of the city head. He'd like to punch that rotten man in the face. Round 2 is about to begin. Let Mo Fan talent is powerful, but talent doesn't solve anything on true power selection. He even took away young Master Feng's first place. That was reckless of him. Such a fledgling shouldn't have stuck his head out of his nest. He decided to get rid of this man in one move. A moment later, he struck his opponent, whereupon he flew out of the arena. This guy seems to be cultivating body hardening. Moreover, his body limit has already reached the human level. Qin Feng promised to gift one of the 2 higher stage spiritual artifacts to the person who got rid of the Mo Fan. He also joined in, saying that even though he didn't have as much money as young Master Feng, but he too could offer one of the 2 higher stage spiritual artifacts as a reward. The protagonist recognized that fighting one-on-one was too boring for him. Since he doesn't have too much time to play with these guys, let them all attack together. They were calculated, determined to kill this guy and get their hands on Qin Feng and Han Feng Chen's rewards. The main character hit him with words about not getting cocky. 2 men decided to take it in pincers. But they were easily dealt with by Mo Fan as well. They flew right off the sides of the kin of the hairdryer. Meanwhile, the protagonist dealt with 2 more opponents. He recognized that this person's body hairpin was incredibly powerful. Therefore, everyone should use their strongest attack technique on him. He used the wind-tearing claw. They were thinking of attacking the protagonist all together using their strongest techniques. But the guy only noticed a bunch of clowns jumping around. He facilitated a fist of raging flames. It was a crushing attack that reached the sky. But that wasn't the end of it. Thus, he dealt with those who were attacking him. And it's just these 2. Qin Feng proposed to attack together with Cheng Feng. This kid is just a daring body hairpin cultivator. For as long as Mo Fang didn't approach them, there would still be a chance to overpower him with their then cultivation. Qin Feng used the Heaven Soul Palm. Han Chenfeng used a strangling water snake. The protagonist couldn't believe that this was all they were capable of. These people clearly don't fit the title of the strongest in this city. After which, he used the palm of the surging flame. Mo Fan's attack was able to destroy his opponent's techniques. They just couldn't believe their eyes. After which, a palm of surging flame struck the 2 of them as well. This blow knocked out Han Chenfeng. Qin Feng tried to get up somehow. Mo Fang turned to Qin Feng, asking about whether he was willing to admit defeat. Or perhaps the guy should cripple him, and then make him fight him again afterward. He only laughed with Togo that this guy didn't want to maim him. Qin Feng is the young lord of Linyun City. Is it in this way that he wants the Mo family to become enemies with the residents of the head of the city? He remained silent. He was approached by an elder who said that if the boy yielded to Qin Feng, that elder would give him the same reward as the first place in the election. In addition, the elder could accept him as his personal disciple. It turns out they want the protagonist to deliberately give in to Qin Feng, but he only used the palm of his hand on the surging flames. Qin Feng activated the demonic golden Vajra palm. He didn't even expect that he could use the middle ground stage technique. This young lord had just become the ultimate victor. Mo Fan mentioned that he could also use the middle stage technique. He even decided to show this visually by using a technique called the Heavenly Finger. Qin Feng didn't understand at all how the Mo family had a mid-stage technique. The guy replied that nothing is impossible in this world. The elder decided to intervene again, telling this boy to stop. Mo Fan replied that if the elder made him stop, he would do so. He didn't care much about his own reputation. The elder entered the arena, and meanwhile the guy bounced off him. He really wanted this boy to experience death. But his hand was stopped by Xiao Tian as well as the manager of the Yun Pavilion. The elder was advised to stop, for it is the old man who is the manager of the Yun Pavilion. He hadn't expected to see the pavilion manager here at all. The city lord replied that the Yun head was not in his pavilion right now, so why would he want to get into trouble? He explained that young Mo Fan was a friend of the pavilion. If the second stage had been conducted according to the rules, he would not have said a word. However, it was obvious that there was no shortage of bullying here. The elder mentioned that the Qin family is one of the 4 great families of the Spirit Wind Academy. The winner's seat had been predetermined for Qin Feng. Even if this boy is a friend of the pavilion, he intended to kill Qin Feng. With such a heartless nature, he would never get into the Spirit Wind Academy. The city head intervened, saying that this boy was seriously underestimating the Qin family. He asked the head of June to think 3 times. Once the head leaves, the Lord will end this matter, and afterward, be sure to thank him with the treasure bring. Although the Qin family has some power, however, compared to Mo Fan's mentor, It is drastically different. This time, he should protect Mo Fan, because maybe it will be more beneficial in the future. He asked for forgiveness, but he would stand in defense of this boy. In addition, he asked the head of the city and the 6th elder to settle the matter fairly. Otherwise, he would have to report it to the Yunlun elder. They noticed the jade voice transmission amulet in his hands. It is a rare treasure with which you can transmit your voice over a long distance. In short, it is something like a telephone on the ground. The jade voice transmission amulet is categorized into 2 kinds, the Zai amulet and the Mu amulet. In Yun Qingfeng's hand was a Z amulet. As soon as he spoke a single word into the jade voice transmission amulet, it would crumble over time. The Mu amulet that was connected to the Z amulet would break immediately after speaking. The Yun Pavilion has spread throughout the Northwind Empire, and his influence is extremely powerful. This Yunlun elder is an extremely strong person, and the pavilion attaches great importance to Mo Fan. The city lord thought that he might be a high-ranking Yun Pavilion or he might be Elder Yunlun's personal disciple. The head agreed that Mo Fan should take the first place, after which they wanted to leave, but he was stopped by the city manager. Since Mo Fan came first in the election, the reward promised by the city leader should be given to him. He told Mo Fan to follow them to the treasury and choose his reward. All the guy could think about was that they seemed to have gotten it all wrong about the person behind him. That's why he's so angry. No one understood Mo Fan's intention. They also noticed that the city head and the academy elder just folded their arms. It seems like they don't dare to hurt this guy. And what is the relationship between him and Yun Pavilion anyway? The elder announced that the first place in the election of Linyun City had been decided. The remaining contestants would fight for the remaining spots as soon as they recovered their breath. This old man will remember Mo Fan properly. The head of the city began to open the treasury. He also gave the boy time until 1 stick of incense burned out. After the incense stick burns out, regardless of whether he chose the treasure or not, he will have to leave the treasury. And after 3 days, Mo Fan will go with the city, head to the Spirit Wind Academy. As soon as the protagonist entered the treasury, he had no idea that there would be such a large number of items. The wise man asked what he was so overexcited about. In this place, he could only take one thing. Considering how many good things he had done for the sage lately, he decided to help him once. He asked the Lord to find something of value. Dajin told him to go over there and look in the corner. It was a tri-colored pill of the long-haired turtle. It is a 4th-class pill of the highest order. If a cultivator takes the 3-colored long-lived turtle pill while at the peak of his spiritual veins, his lifespan will increase by 3 years. He swallowed the pill. Thus, the pill was able to increase the number of life points by 54. Mo Fan didn't even expect to get that many points. It was so cool that he felt like immortality was no longer a dream. He was tapped by a sage telling him to take his time updating the campus news. But the guy replied that it was too late. The news campus has been upgraded to the 2nd level. The host should emphasize cultivation techniques, martial techniques, as well as alchemy, array placement, news on the path of artifact tempering. Campus news is currently at the 2nd level and can provide support within Earth stage training methods, martial techniques, recipes for making pills up to 4th grade, arrays, as well as spirit artifact cards. He was glad that after the news campus upgrade, ground-level techniques had become available. There was still time before the incense stick burned out, so he decided to take advantage of that and cultivate until difficulties arose. The sage replied that he should first use the news campus to understand the secret method of creating the 5 elements. This method could greatly increase his cultivation speed, with which he would make a breakthrough even faster. The guy replied that the breakthrough to the creation of the 5 elements had already surpassed the Earth step class. The sage tapped him again. This idiot had just spent 10 life points just to run the news campus volume distribution function. A fraction of this method is equivalent to a step of the ground. Isn't even a fraction of this not enough for him? He thought that there was some kind of mistake. Didn't the last cultivation only cost 1 life point? How did it suddenly change to 10 points? The sage replied that the first volume only cost 1 life point of an equivalent part of a person's stage method. The second volume would obviously be more expensive. He demanded a refund from the sage. Dezhen replied that it was a fair price. The lack of life points is like a drug to this guy. Luckily, he had a reserve, or else this wise man would have gotten something good out of him. The system reported that the host had taken a pill that increased life points by 12. The second volume of the secret method of creating the 5 elements, celestial fire, was successfully obtained. The news campus begins the demonstration of the second volume of the secret method of creating the 5 elements cultivation method. During cultivation, the guy broke through to the 4th heaven of Xian pull stage. Life points increased by 5. The practice of the palm of surging flame and heavenly finger had been honed to perfection. The practice of the raging flame body hairpin had reached peak bone. The hardening of the body had reached its peak. Now his chances of success in the second round of the Spirit Wind Academy trial had become even higher. The city head said that his time was up, so he should get out quickly. He definitely shouldn't have rushed into the treasury so blindly. It seems that this boy has an outstanding and extraordinary person behind him to help him. It had only been a few hours. Not only had this boy broken through the 2 small limits, but his battle aura had become stronger. The man realized that he clearly shouldn't go against the person behind the MO fan. He recognized that this Fengling City Academy looks quite imposing. Fengling City is the stronghold of Fengling Prefecture, and of course, it is much stronger than Lingyun City. It is said that the second round of the exam includes 3 stages. As a result, selected in the top 10, the competition will be quite fierce. But the protagonist is not even afraid. Right now, however, the pesky problem prancing around in front of your eyes needs to be dealt with. Qin Feng brought Qin Tianyu with him. Qin Feng stated that this person was the one who took away the first place from him. Tianyu noticed that he had a 4th stage Xian pull. It seems that Mo Fan's talent is higher than him. It might be unpleasant, but from the look on the protagonist's face, he's not going to compromise with the Qin family. But he just didn't see what good a compromise would do. They were the ones who started the feud. Tianyu recognized that he was right. Well, in that case, they don't even have to exchange pleasantries. It's rare to find such friendly people. Tianyu jumped away from him. Tianyu is really bad at fighting body-hardening barbarians. Therefore, he ordered the guys who were standing behind him alone to pile on this guy. But suddenly someone interrupted them. It was a man with blue hair, saying that the Qin family was quite strong. The Grand Elder had officially forbidden the strongest of the academy from appearing in battle with the ones who came for the exam. Do they think it's normal for them to agree in words and do the opposite? That person was Fang Zixiao. He went down to them. Mo Fang heard that there are 2 Fengling stars in the Spiritual Wind Academy, Fang Zixiao and Qin Changkong. Their strength is higher than an ordinary person. There is a feeling as if Zixiao doesn't have a good relationship with the Qin family. Since he is in a rival relationship with Qin Changkong, this guy should definitely be their friend. One should have a chat with this senior. He advised them to engage in cultivation to build up their strength. They used their family's influence to intimidate others. If Qin Feng was not a candidate, then even if Zixiao killed him, the Qin family would not even look for him. He also wondered why they were still here. After which, Tianyu and Qin Feng decided to run away. If anyone slows down, they may become killed. He thanked the senior for his help. Zixiao mentioned that the guy shouldn't call him senior, after all. He wasn't a student of the academy right now, just a candidate. But he is clearly much stronger than the scum of the Qin family. He should try his best. He should also pass the exams, otherwise the Qin family will not leave the protagonist intact, and then no one will be able to help him anymore. Mo Fan asked the elder to stop, asking about whether he had felt suffocation in the center of his chest before, and whether he felt restlessness during cultivation. He also still couldn't focus his soul in any way. Zixiao wondered how he knew about it. Before the procedure, he apologized to the older man for disturbing him. He's got some kind of mark on his arm. He didn't understand what it was at all. Mo Fan assumed that the elder had used a poisonous heart poison pill, a rare 4th grade low-order pill. It causes heaviness in the chest, nervousness, and prevents one from focusing one's spirit when cultivating. Over time, the toxicity intensifies. Blue veins reach the heart, causing a swarming inflammation. The poisoned person loses touch with reality during cultivation, causing the body to explode and die. Because of the deep knowledge, one could guess that this guy was an alchemist. The guy explained that Senior needed to take the spiritual dew, the fruit of the clear heart, the ice peony, and the purple sunflower. The younger brother could help the elder to purify the spiritual sunflower and prepare a detoxification pill. The elder only has to prepare the medicinal herbs, and it is better for outsiders not to know about it at all. Zixiao inquired about the younger brother's name. Mo Fan introduced himself and also mentioned that he was from Lingyun City. Is there any guy will get into trouble in the academy? Then he can find Zixiao. Now the protagonist is not so weak in this spiritual wind academy. No one expected that so many people were eligible to take the Spirit Wind Academy exam. Fengling County includes 11 fortified cities, and Linyun City is one of the worst. And the first few of the fortified clans can nominate 10 people to compete. And from the main city, there are more than 20 people competing. That's why there are a lot of people here. It looks like it will take a few weeks to get through the first round of the second round of exams. This time, Qin Feng and Tian Yu brought Tian Chen's brother, Tian Chen. Qin Feng mentioned that this guy despises the Qin family, so also told them to get out of here. If it wasn't for Feng Zixiao yesterday, he would have just destroyed him. Mo Fan didn't understand why he should leave as he immediately met them. If they want to find help, so why not call them all at once? Tian Chen admitted that this guy is indeed a stroppy guy. Tian Yu replied that this person has impressive strength and he can't defeat Mo Fan. Why don't they just go back home and sleep? Qin Feng asked Tian Yu how he could contain his martial spirit in front of others. Meanwhile, the others were wondering who this person was that dared to insult the Qin family. This redneck is going to die very soon. His opponent is Tian Chen, a master at the 6th heaven late stage Xian Tian stage, and this person is the main favorite for the top spot. It's best to stay away from him. It looks like it's already come to a scandal. Brothers should not back down, but only move forward. Tian Chen told everyone to get out of here. Even if he died, there was no way he would back down. Tian Yu recognized that his brother was so powerful. Mo Fan replied that he was not interested in this fight. Couldn't this idiot Qin Feng find some brother? The people who were emitting strong pressure arrived. The stage of the spiritual veins is quite strong. It seems that Tian Chen won't be able to gauge his strength this time. They will fight again. Mo Fan replied that he could do whatever he wanted. The 5th elder said that today is the certification day of the second round of the Spirit Wind Academy examinations. This elder, as a representative of the academy, welcomes all those who have arrived for the examination. The 6th elder announced that the second round of the examination includes 3 stages. The first stage is the suppression examination. Tian Yu told his brother that he wouldn't die, so he shouldn't retreat. But he was immediately hit by Tian Chen, who told him to shut up. At the entrance to the academy is a 100-meter-long Chan Lan. The poles of the Chan Lan are 1 meter apart as a marker. As long as the participants can pass the 60 meters, they can qualify for the next stage of the exam. The exam begins now. As soon as they walked in, they felt terribly overwhelmed. The 5th elder replied that those who fell to the ground are eliminated. Tian Chen rushed over. He must be the first. The guy was thinking that his raging fire body had reached perfection, and the first stage was just a trifle for him, and he would deal with the second stage as he went along. Sage didn't understand why this idiot was still standing still. He should hurry up. Qin Feng wondered if Mo Fan was scared, but he wanted the other contestants to take the lead. If Mo Fang ran through the 100-meter Chan Lan now, he would just beat everyone and become the first. It was ridiculous to hear how the scum in the 4th heaven, Xian Tian Tian, wanted to become the first among all the participants. Even the first 50 hadn't even entered there yet, and he already dares to say that he will bypass everyone and become the first. Since he is so cocky, let him do it. Everyone really wanted to see how good he was. Since these guys are so ruthless, then he'll show them. Now they'll see the difference in skills. He immediately rushed forward quickly, and the others didn't understand how that was possible at all. The boy only said goodbye to those scum. The participants couldn't understand where he got his speed from either. He began to catch up with Tian Chen and also recognized that he possessed high skill. He started to slow down, telling the scum that it was too easy. They were shocked that it only took him 45 seconds. The fastest time to pass a pressure exam is 1.5 minutes. That was done by some genius 10 years ago. And this guy broke the record so easily. He may be super talented, but he's a rare bastard. The 5th elder pointed out that the child was no more than 16 or 17 years old. With such cultivation, he could become a second genius and reach the Wuzong stage with persistent practice. The 6th elder countered that because of his arrogant nature, his success was in question, especially since, after 60 meters, suppression increases by 1% every 5 meters. Looking at these people, Mo Fan saw that the suppression had doubled. The last part seems to be getting more serious, but he still overtook them. The others, however, didn't understand how he could feel good about himself with such suppression. He began to overtake Tian Chen, saying that he was walking too slowly. Tian Chen didn't expect to see him here at all, after all. He used to stand at the very entrance. Mo Fan, he replied that it was only a paltry 60 meters. His goal was the finish line. Tian Chen didn't think that he was being serious, because ever since the suppression test appeared, only 5 people had been able to pass to the end. The weakest among them was at the middle stage of the 7th heaven Xian Tian Tian, and Mo Fan was only at the 4th heaven Xian pulling stage. But if this guy does make it to the end, this gentleman will even change his surname to Mo. The main character likes to be challenged. There are only 23 meters left. Mo Fan did not need for Pull Chen to take his surname. Instead, he saw that Tian Chen had a spatial ring, which was what he wanted. If Mo Fan didn't reach the end, he would give him the storage bag. But Tian Chen didn't think of agreeing, because the spatial ring is worth millions. And he doesn't even know what's in that holy storage bag. This guy doesn't fool around that easily. Looks like he's got something valuable to get out. He pulled out some of his stuff and asked how he liked it. Tian Chen thought that all these things are the condition of the Mo family. It seems that Mo Fan is too confident, but he still accepted the bet. They will still see which one of them will reach the finish line first. Mo Fan liked that this guy had determination. Since they have a deal, he's going to give his best. But he's not going to refuse to pay his debt either. They prepared themselves for a new competition, after which the protagonist rushed forward. Tian Chen didn't understand at all how he could be so fast. Mo Fan reminded him that if this guy didn't try hard enough, he would just take away his spatial ring. He was annoyed. There was no way Tian Chen should lose. He must surpass this guy. He stopped at the 90-meter mark and wondered if Mo Fan was even a human at all. Mo Fan also stopped and didn't even know that this was his limit. He also said to prepare the spatial ring. After all, he would be coming to collect it soon. Tian Chen thought that with the current cultivation, the main character was doomed. He would never make it to the finish line. Mo Fan mentioned that if he can't handle it, it doesn't mean others can't either. He would just have to try harder. This is indeed a worthy suppression of the spirit vein stage. It's just too powerful. His legs cramped up as soon as he reached 100 meters. But still, he was able to do it. The 5th elder was happy to see the winner who took first place. The protagonist thanked the 2 elders for their leniency. Tian Chen lost the bet, so let him leave his spatial ring. Others were elated at the news that this Mo Fan today not only broke the record for the fastest passer of the exam, he also became the youngest passer of the 100-meter Chan Lan. This guy is strange after all. Tian Chen speculated that he might even have a treasure that helped him. Then he held out the ring. If you like to play, you have to pay. We could still compete in the second round. It was interesting to see who would be first. The main character caught the ring, talking about how it was the easiest thing to do. He also noticed that the space in the space ring was much larger than the storage bag. The sage explained that the family values worthy of being one of the 4 families of the central city. They have a deep heredity. The secret technique of the heavenly fire sword and explosive step will help his cultivation. He even thinks that they might help increase Mo Fan's strength a bit. All participants completed the test of the first round of certification. A total of 63 people have passed, and they can go to the second round of certification. Tianyu couldn't believe that even Big Brother had lost to him. Looks like we'll have to think of another method. The past participants followed the elders. They were on their way to the site of the second round of certification. It's a small forest called the Forest of Martial Arts. In the Spirit Wind Academy, this place is where students receive special martial training. Within the forest, demonic beasts are contained. And among them, there is no shortage of strong third-order demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the guy already wanted to leave. Third-order demonic beasts are equal in strength to the ghost leopard. Others thought that this was not the second round of the exam, but a sure death. After all, after meeting a third-order demonic beast, their only choice was death. The elder explained that inside the forest, there was a 2-tier array that divided the contained demonic beasts into 2 parts. He would only open the first-tier array. There, they would only be able to encounter demonic beasts at the late second-order stage, so there was nothing to be so worried about. With the main character's current strength, he would be able to handle second-order demonic beasts. The difference in strength shouldn't be too big. Plus, one could take advantage of this practice and increase his cultivation. The second round of attestation is called Real Battle Attestation. This test will show the combat abilities of the participants in practice. All participants will enter the forest to hunt demonic beasts, providing demon ears as proof. 3 hours are given to complete the task. Killing beasts below the first step peak earns no points. Killing a demonic beast of stage 1 peak gives 1 point, early stage 2 peak gives 5 points, mid stage gives 25 points, and late stage gives 125 points. The top 20 contestants based on points will advance to the third round. Mo Fan, as the winner of the previous stage, will enter first. Tian Chen will be able to enter second after 10 seconds. After that, the rest of the contestants would enter by the same analogy. He said goodbye to the angry crowd, saying that it seems that this time he will go first and be the winner too. Tian Chen wondered what he meant by that. Mo Fan didn't seem to see him as an opponent at all. Tian Yu replied that his guess was true. The elder brother must earn his points by force, and Tian Yu would do it with his mind. The protagonist decided to activate the news campus. The Heavenly Fire. Sword Secret Technique is a type of sword technique with the attribute of fire. Its power is immense. Ascetics who cultivate sword martial techniques can become sword cultivators. Explosive Step is a type of fighting technique that is based on movement. It can be used to significantly increase your speed when performing strikes and dodges. It looks like the protagonist has chin-pulling Chen to thank. That explosive move just about makes up for the shortcomings of his speed, after which, he began to cultivate the secret technique of the Heavenly Fire Sword, and in this, he achieved great success. Suddenly, the sage heard someone had already found the bastard. I mean Mo Fan. Whereupon Da Zhen informed the guy that he had a problem. He had almost perfected the secret technique of the Heavenly Fire Sword. This swarm of flies is too annoying. He walked out of the cave. A crowd of cultivators stood there along with Tian Yu. Tian Yu greeted the guy, saying that here they were meeting again. Mo Fan assumed that Tian Yu wanted to hold him back so that Big Brother would beat him once. But once a hair. And the guy replied that they only wanted to exchange blows in a friendly manner. It won't take long. 3 will be enough. Given Brother Tian Yu's character, he often gets involved where he shouldn't. He scratched his cheek, indicating that this was the case. He also asked Mo Fan not to tell Tian Chenyu about it. If he found out about it, he might even beat up Tian Yuya too. They all wanted to defeat this guy together. Also, everyone was curious to see how capable this jerk was. They also asked young Master Qin not to forget about the reward he promised them. He raised his handkerchief, telling everyone to calm down. After everything was settled, everyone would be able to take the treasure of their choice from the spatial ring. Behind him was a huge man who was very eager to get his hands on the treasure of himself. Mo Fan stated that his time was very precious, and he didn't want to waste on those stupid minions. With just one punch, he fended off the man attacking him. The others decided to try to surround him, but even that was useless. Tian Yu recognized that this guy's body was really admirable. He was also curious to see if he could handle everyone without even knowing martial techniques. Hearing about the battle techniques, they decided to use their skills. That way, they would be able to pile on him with full force. Mo Fan wondered if these fools really thought that he only had one body that was strong. After which, he used the secret technique of the Heavenly Fire Sword. He sent this technique at his opponents. After which they flew away. Since they had made their move, now it was his turn. The fact that the guy is a sword cultivator was really bad. He has a strong body hardening, so he also has the super attack of a sword cultivator. He didn't understand at all how this guy had the Qin family's technique. The protagonist replied that it was quite obvious. Tian Chen gave him the technique. He realized that for the sake of Big Brother's reputation, the guy should take this technique and return it to the Qin family's disposal. Elder Brother would never train an outsider in their family's technique. But the question remained, then how did Mo Fan learn the Heavenly Flame sword art? Mo Fan approached him, talking about how he has no time at all to play with him. Tian Yu was able to dodge this attack. He was immediately decided to be attacked by others, but Mo Fan had no trouble dealing with them as well. After which, he pounced on Tian Yu, saying that he could not escape. It's the asshole who's kept him long enough, and as compensation, the protagonist will take his ring. And inside the ring was their reward. Now they asked Mo Fan not to take the ring of the young lord of the Qin family. Those words made him angry. But then the guy came up with the idea that as compensation for their detaining him, these guys should give him their bags for safekeeping. They started pleading guilty. The young gentleman Mo and took all their bounty. The bald man wanted to rob the smelly scoundrel, but another man with white hair punched him, telling this prick to shut up. Obviously this Mo Fan, now robbing them. They recognize the young master as a big man, and they don't even know anything about the family's condition. The guy replied that no matter how small the mosquito was, it still wanted blood. Now he's gonna rob these guys for real. They should stop talking. Once they give up their stuff, then he'll let them go, or they'll be lying here too. As for the exam, that's something they'll have to think about on their own. They ran away, saying that they will recall it to Mo Fanu yet. Meanwhile, the main character admitted that getting rich in this world is easier by robbing. Others also mentioned that this guy would die a painful death. The sage mentioned that once the protagonist came into this world, that all his views on life were trampled. He should wake up. There were only 2 hours left. He also wondered if this idiot thought the demonic beasts would come to him on their own. After the guy left, Tian Yu stood up abruptly. He noticed that Mo Fan had become stronger again. Therefore, it was obvious that he and his elder brother were not his opponents. It seemed that the only thing left to do was to inform his family. A little while later, he killed a demonic beast. He only had 300 points, and that still wasn't enough. But since the demonic beasts themselves are coming to him, they must be strong. He noticed that they were demonic beasts at the late stage of the second order. Their flesh should be incredibly strong. Today, they would show how strong their flesh was. Still, the guy's flesh was also incredibly strong. After which, the demonic beasts immediately pounced on him. He took all their blows, but no longer does he intend to just stand there as a pillar. The sage reported that the method of tempering the raging flame body had made a breakthrough to the degree of development of the internal organs. The raging flame body is complete. After which he used a fist of raging flames. The demonic beast flew away from him after being hit. The other demonic beast, however, didn't expect this guy to be so strong. Since the protagonist has broken through, they're just putting their lives here. He immediately appeared behind the demonic beast and struck it. It was a bit of a challenge, but Togo's harvest is worth it. Time was almost up, so it was time for him to get out of here. The elder began to announce that Tian Wan Lian had earned 35 points. Wei Tao had earned 52 points. Yan Lei had earned 70 points. Qin Tian Chen had slain 155 demonic beasts at the peak of the first order, 41 demonic beasts at the initial stage of the second order, 15 demonic beasts at the middle stage, and 1 demonic beast at the late stage of the second order. A total of 860 points. In the history list, he might as well be included in the top 20. The main character appeared, who was afraid of disappointing young Master Qin in that even if he got 860 points, he would not be the first. It seems that Mo Fan will be first again. He began to guess that 3 hours had passed and Tian Yu didn't even come out. Mo Fan walked past him and also mentioned that there was no need for him to wait for his brother. The protagonist had already played with him for a bit. This guy seems like he'll sleep for a few more hours. It was also good to know that his brother was not dead. After all, in this world, power speaks everything, and Tian Yu realized that in the face of absolute power, any plot was meaningless. What he was more concerned about right now was how many demonic beasts Mo Fan had killed. The protagonist told him to just wait, and he would see everything. A very small amount of Uchi demonic beasts began to fall from his ring, which even the elder was shocked. He saw that there were 351 demonic beasts at the peak of the first order, 79 demonic beasts of the initial stage of the second order, 25 demonic beasts of the middle stage of the second order, and 2 demonic beasts at the late stage of the second order. In total, Mo Fan had earned 1,621 points. Many people couldn't believe it, because the highest score of the second round was 1,317 points. It was set by a genius 20 years ago, and has held all these years. Who would have thought that this record would be broken today by Mo Fan? This world was too dangerous. Someone was not even willing to cultivate with such a powerful person anymore. He was very pleased to set records. The sage advised him to be careful not to overdo it, because that way he might become a target for murder. The sixth elder couldn't believe that this idiot was getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't allow him to take the exam anymore. Therefore, a way must be found to disqualify him. He stated that this guy was merely a mid-stage cultivator at the 4th Xiantian heaven. Even if his flesh was strong and had reached human-level perfection, how did he even manage to slaughter all those demonic beasts in 3 hours? Not to mention the late-stage second-order demonic beasts. Mo Fan was clearly cheating. Others admitted that what the elder said made sense. It was also noticeable that after killing so many demonic beasts, this guy wasn't even tired. Mo Fan definitely knew about the stages of the exam and had prepared beforehand. This old man is picking on him again. Looks like he should teach this elder a lesson this time. Mo Fan wondered if this old man wasn't just taking revenge on him by covering for his position. He should have spoken the truth. Otherwise, already the guy was getting sick of hearing those words. He let out a burst of energy, saying that with irrefutable evidence, this guy still dares to argue. Especially he is trying to shame the reputation of an elder. This is a Class 1 felony, and the main character used the Heavenly Flame sword art to block this attack. The fifth elder didn't expect that this guy would turn out to be a sword cultivator. Furthermore, he is a cultivator of a Middle-earth stage sword martial technique. Based on his strength, one could assume that Mo Fan had perfected to the realm of medium success. After which, he decided to intervene in their fight. He explained that this boy not only has a strong body, but Mo Fan is also a sword cultivator. With his strength, killing such a large number of demonic beasts is quite common. Therefore, he believes that there was no cheating in the exam. The sixth elder speculated that this little shit could have been hiding his strength in Lingyun City. It was announced that the second round of the exam was coming to its end. Mo Fan took the first place, earning 1,621 points. Chai couldn't believe that this guy had actually mastered the Qin family's martial technique. In addition, he was more proficient in the sword arts than even himself. The sage noticed that the protagonist had managed to intimidate this guy. However, Tian Chen couldn't just accept defeat. Mo Fan replied that if he wasn't a member of the Qin family, he might even be his friend. But unfortunately, they all lose control of themselves. When the time comes, they will find themselves under Mo Fan's control. The remaining participants must leave the academy. The elders hope that they will be able to take the exam next year. The old man relayed to the Grand Elder and Second Elder that the cadets had arrived for the third round of the second examination. The Grand Elder replied that the third round was pretty easy, and there was no need to get so worked up. They will draw lots and fight in pairs. The one who wins goes on and the loser is knocked out. The top 10 will be able to enter the Spirit Wind Academy. The first place winner will have access to the library where they can choose a skill as well as a battle technique. The first best participants will be able to get the opportunity to become the personal apprentice of the elders, so they should try their best. They all rejoiced that they had a hope of entering the top 10 after all. And since they even had the opportunity to become personal disciples of the elders, they would have to do their best. Using his power, the Grand Elder sent out number sheets to all participants. Tianqian noticed that they wouldn't meet in the first round. Therefore, Mo Fan shouldn't even think of losing easily in the first round. The protagonist replied that it was impossible. Even he should know that Mo Fan had never fought at full strength. The contestants with a black and white card numbered 1 are out. Disqualification will be if they leave the battle area or voluntarily admit defeat. As they began to fight, the main character only yawned. In the end, black number 1 left the battleground and white number 1 won. Next, black number 2 left the site, after which black number 3 also left. White number 4 left the court. Now it was the turn of the black and white number 5 to fight. But Mo Fan's opponent immediately admitted defeat. He wanted to refrain from fighting. The protagonist seemed glad that he didn't even have to put in any effort. The others did not understand what was the reason why he had decided to refrain from the duel. They even began to tell the elders that it was unfair. And what use could they possibly have for someone as despicable as Mo Fan? The man told them to just shut up, and if they had the courage, let them challenge one-on-one. But they all started to protest. He made it to the third round, relying on his strength, but he can't win against Mo Fan. Even those people won't be able to do it. But still, someone decided to turn against him. The guy was scared, but the truth is, he was the one who called them here. They started fighting right in front of the elders. The sixth elder didn't understand how these scoundrels could absolutely not put the exam into anything. It was because of the participants from the fifth group. Therefore, they should be punished well. The Grand Elder replied that it was the most ordinary fight. When they are done fighting, they will take the examination another time. But suddenly he offered to organize formal exams for these two guys. The Qin family may disagree with the outside world, but the guy wouldn't have been able to succeed today without his family. Even if his chances are slim, he can't just back down. Mo Fan told this idiot that you don't need a reason to duel. The winner gets everything. But the truth is Mo Fan will come out of this fight a winner. Tianqian decided to use a sonic boom. Illusory step. The protagonist was able to calmly fend off these blows. After that, he decided to use the heavenly flame. Others noticed that this skill was very cool. They also wondered if Mo Fan would even be alive after this hit. Thanks to the incredible hardening of his body, he still remained whole. Tianqian recognized that he was just a monster. Mo Fan wondered why he was starting to make some righteous speeches. Tianqian is actually not bad either, because just look at the clothes of the protagonist, and then it is clear that this blow has fried him well. To defeat such a monster, it seems you don't have to use conventional methods. The elders immediately saw Tianqian's scheme and began shouting for him to stop, but the truth is, he wants to win. This boy had actually made a carrier breakthrough in cultivation, which might cause his entire potential to be burned away. The Grand Elder also felt sorry for this child. The sixth elder asked what they should do. What should they tell the Qin family if something happened to this guy? But Mo Fan didn't even want to give him a chance to attack. Tian Chen was able to dodge this strike. After that, he used the heavenly flame illusion. It was as if swords had appeared around the protagonist. He didn't understand why there were so many swords here. He couldn't even move. Mo Fan pondered what his opponent had done to him. The others also didn't understand what had happened, or why these people weren't moving. Tian Chen replied that as long as he could defeat this guy, giving up the future meant nothing. In this duel, he wins. Mo Fan still stood there and couldn't even move while his opponent wanted to land his finishing blow. But suddenly there was a butterfly that seemed to break something, and the protagonist disappeared from the place where Tian Chen was striking, after which he appeared right above him. Mo Fan gave him a blow, saying that he was the winner after all. Tian Chen really did scare him, but he didn't even seem to be thinking of giving up that easily. Mo Fan guessed that by doing so, he wanted to say that he didn't need compassion or mercy. Mo Fan had really underestimated this guy, and he respects Tian Chen's choice. But suddenly his fist was stopped by a great elder saying that this child should let go of his opponent. After all, he had already won. The others began to discuss the fact that the young master of the Qin family had been brutally beaten by Mo Fan. It was no longer interesting because he had become the first again. The elders examined the boy, saying that his life was in no danger. But he had overspent his strength, resulting in a coma. The cultivation base was severely damaged and he needed long-term care. The sixth elder accused Mo Fan of raising his hand against Qin Tian Chen. He is simply insane. Even if he enters the academy, it will turn out to be a big trouble for him in the future. The guy started to claim that this elder's words were ridiculous. Each of them fought as hard as they could. Tian Chen was mostly trying to take a life, so why didn't they even try to stop him? And now they are snapping at him like a rabid dog, making a display of their position. The elder replied that it was pointless to argue with him. That elder would smash his filthy mouth to smithereens. He was curious to see how the idiot would get away with it this time. The Grand Elder stopped him. He explained that in the midst of a duel, fists have no eyes. Therefore, Mo Fang had not violated any rules of the exam. The reason why Qin Tian Chen was seriously injured should be clear to the sixth elder. It seems like the Grand Elder liked Mo Fan, so he's not protecting this guy. But then what about the Qin family? The second elder couldn't imagine that he would be able to meet a rare body-tempering genius in today's exam. He is only 16 years old and has already reached the body limit and full circle saint body level. This is a true rarity. Therefore, he wanted to accept this boy as his personal disciple. He also promised to give him the ground-level body-tempering skill if Mo Fan agreed to the proposal. The others couldn't believe that the second elder had actually decided to make him his personal disciple. The second elder is the third strongest in the Spirit Wind Academy. In addition, he has extensive connections. Of course, they were jealous of the idiot and his luck. Since this elder even has a ground-level skill, he was thinking of agreeing. If he bowed to him and gained his patronage, the Qin family wouldn't dare to attack the Mo family. But suddenly, he heard a voice telling him not to agree. The second elder is the same as the sixth elder. He is also in close relationship with the Qin family. He has ulterior motives for accepting him as his personal disciple. It was the voice of a great elder. The old man muttered that it was that guy who reacted rather quickly. It turns out that the second elder is also in close ties with the Qin family. Fortunately, the great elder warned him, otherwise he would have fallen into a trap. But it seems that the great elder and the fifth elder don't get along with the Qin family. And the great capital one has warned him, since he is displeased with the second elder. He apologized to the second elder, saying that he thought about it and realized that he had no desire to agree, since the second elder's level is not enough to train Mo Fan. After saying that, Mo Fan was considered crazy. If he became a disciple of the second elder, he would have a perfect cultivator's path waiting for him, all the way to entering the Server Wind Academy. He was clearly insane for daring to say such words to the second elder. The elder mentions that he is in the fourth heaven of spiritual veins. And this young man states that an elder cannot teach a yellow-haired youth at the Xiantian stage. He should not rely only on his talent and look down on others. Mo Fan replied that he didn't really look down on the elder. He even began to guarantee that if the elder picks a martial technique from the library, then within 3, the protagonist will have little success. If he succeeds, then it proves that the elder has no ability to learn. Well, if he fails, then he will be at the full disposal of the elder. Considering the character of the second elder, he would give an unusually difficult battle technique. He didn't understand at all what Mo Fan was doing it for. He decided to give it a chance. Don't let him regret it. The Tsang Mu palm martial technique of the highest stage of the earth. It is ranked in the top 10 in terms of power, and is extremely difficult to cultivate. To begin practicing it requires at least several months of persistent refinement. And it requires a minimum of half a year to achieve little success. Everyone thought this guy had backed himself into a corner. With such a small talent, he had already become quite conceited. No one believed that a small success could be achieved in 3 hours. If this guy fails, he's a dead man. The countdown is on. Afterward, he launched a news campus. 3 hours later, the guy was told his time was up. The second elder mentioned that this guy had kept them all here for a long time, and so he asked if he had managed to achieve little success while perfecting the Tsang Mu palm technique. Mo Fan replied that not really. Since it didn't work out, it meant that this guy had lost the argument. As they agreed, this elder would dispose of him as he deemed necessary. The protagonist stood up, saying that it looks like the elder can't wait to kill him, but he still can't do it to the guy what he wants. He really couldn't achieve little success in perfecting the Tsang Mu palm technique. However, he still decided to show off the palm of Tsang Mu's hand, after which he proudly declared that he had perfected it to the stage of moderate success. The Grand Elder was happy to see that this boy actually possessed high skill. The second elder noticed that his palm encompassed the entire Spirit Wind Academy, and the person who had trained to the medium success stage was just under 20. Most of them needed to practice for a year or two to reach such success, and Mo Fan only needed 3 hours. The protagonist asked the elder how he felt about these advances with Tsang Mu's palm. The elder thinks this guy is strong. Others realize that in the future it would be better not to touch this man, and it might be too late to apologize to him now. Fortunately, Mo Fan had acquired one of the local techniques at the highest level. If he could get his hands on a few more, he could make a nice profit. Meanwhile, the matches continued. Qin Tian Chen could not continue to participate in the next exams, and was considered an abstainer. And the protagonist felt sick. The sage slapped him with words about how much more he would have to worry about because of an obtuse master. With the current Mofanu cultivation base, he had to forcibly enlist his life to apply the palm Xianmu. The damage on his body couldn't be healed by 2 pellets of medicine. A student of the Spirit Wind Academy, Tashi, asked if the results of the exam had been announced. The trembling man replied that they were announced, but the first place went to a guy named Mo Fang. In addition, young Master Tian Chen was seriously injured, and Pull Yu failed the exam altogether. Tashi took him by his clothes, asking him if the boy was lying to him. He replied that he wouldn't even dare to lie to him. The young mistress has been in closed cultivation for the past few days, so they shouldn't bother her. He decided to go after Mo Fan himself. He really wanted to see how good this first person in the rankings was. The elder told them that the academy covers a vast area and is divided into a training area, a residential area, and a testing area. All of their houses were in the residential zone. Every day they would go to class in the training zone. The rest of the time is unlimited. Here are their houses according to the order of the examination. Since Mo Fan became the first, his house is the first. Others have their houses according to the analogy. His whole body really did ache terribly. The wise man advised him to be sincere with others for a few days and not to go out of the house so as not to cause trouble. They had better go home now to rest, and they should always be on time for class. Still, he recognized that it was a prestigious school, and there was even a great house. Time for a good nap. But those Shi didn't even think about letting him have a good time. The protagonist swung his leg to hit him, but the Shi grabbed his leg. He couldn't even believe that this was the very first place with such worthless strength. He called the guy uncle and asked who he was. The protagonist had really just entered the academy and was already being bullied on campus. It really pissed him off that the guy called him uncle. The sage inquired if he was all right. This jock's cultivation is already at the spiritual bone stage. Mo Fan hadn't recovered yet and couldn't be injured. Tashi wanted this guy to realize that he shouldn't mess with the Qin family, but someone stood up for the protagonist, namely Fang Zixiao. He told the Shi to go back and tell Qin Chan Kong to stop going off to the academy in search of Mo Fang. Otherwise, Zixiao would not be so polite to her. Tashi asked him what he thought the young mistress of the Qin family was afraid of him. He'd had enough today when he met a first-place legend. At first glance, this guy isn't even as good as they say he is. Mo Fan thanked the elder for today. If it wasn't for him, the protagonist would probably have been slaughtered here by now. Zixiao replied that there was no need to thank him. If it wasn't for the Great Elder, he wouldn't have come here. It seems that the Great Elder had foreseen that someone would encroach on Mo Fan. After that, the kid asked who Qinchan-kun and that jock were. The elder mentioned that the person who bullied the protagonist was Tashi, who is the loyal dog of the Qin family. Qinchan-kun is the young mistress of the Qin family. She is known for her talent and determination. In short, she is a complex woman. Looking at the elder seems to be very hard to deal with. Mo Fan didn't even expect that the young mistress of the Qin family would turn out to be a woman. They began to welcome the young lady out of her recluse. She inquired where those she's were and told me to call him here. The path of alchemy is deep and multifaceted. To be on the path of alchemy is to succeed. It is necessary to have a large number of medicinal herbs. Even the sage admitted that this lesson is so boring because there is nothing interesting. What the teacher is talking about is much worse than what was in the catalog of low-level injuries that King Qingxuan provided. The protagonists of other families have more colorful and varied lives, and he only has to sit around in ennui. The teacher asked the name of the man who was sprawled out on the table. He didn't expect anyone to dare to gape at his lessons. Mo Fan introduced himself and also explained that it was too boring to hear. That's what makes him drowsy. Of course, the teacher had heard of this name. The second elder asked how to properly take care of this junior who really looks down on everyone. Since the kid fell into his hands today, he will take care of him properly. He clearly explained to the boy that he was nothing more than a new student. Mo Fan was disrupting the class and disrespecting the teacher as well. Therefore, he decided to report to the elders that the academy does not welcome arrogant students like him. And since he's not welcome here, he'll go. Anyway, this lesson doesn't even make much sense to him. But the teacher told him to stop. The Pill Hall of the Spirit Wind Academy teaches classes the knowledge of alchemy. Did he really think that he would be able to enter and exit at will? He also didn't understand how such a disreputable student even entered the academy. But the truth was that the protagonist had no intention of transferring here from the very beginning. He wonders how a trash alchemist with such a level even entered the Spirit Wind Academy and became a teacher. He's just confusing the students by giving them false knowledge. Since this guy is so talented and then let him try to do everything himself, the teacher would really hate to see how high his level is. He started provoking the teacher by talking about how he wasn't even afraid of him, after which he told me that this snake blood flower was a Class 2 medicinal material. By purifying it, one could create a low-order Class 2 pill. The snake blood flower is the main material to create the pill. Its leaves are sparse dark purple. If set on fire, it has a stinky odor like fish. An alchemist must be very careful when gathering it. It is very easy to get poisoned. It's the fruit of the white wolf, namely a grade 2 medicinal material. It is the main key medicinal material for refining the middle stage pill, the wolf power pill. White wolf fruit grows in dark caves and is an essential elixir for the demonic white wolf stage 2. Red fire spirit herb is a grade 1 medicinal material. It is also the key material for creating the highest grade 1 pill, the red flame pill. It is a medicinal herb and grows in very hot and dry places. He hadn't expected him to have such knowledge at all. The teacher began to think it was just a coincidence. So he asked him to tell them what all these medicinal materials were called. If he couldn't answer, he shouldn't even think about going out today. Earthy Zhenshen is a grade 2 medicinal material. It is the main medicinal material to create the second middle order pill, Hui Yuan pill. It usually grows deep in the forest, in the abundance of spiritual power. The spiritual fruit of Qingmu medicinal material of grade 3. It is the main material to create the low-order 3 pill, Qingmu Yuan pill. It mainly grows on the top of mountain peaks that have reached the clouds. The poison of drizzle. It's a class 2 medicinal material. The teacher said that he still committed a flagrant offense by questioning the teacher's competence. Therefore, he would definitely report it to the elders to punish the guy. After which, Mo Fan added that this teacher didn't even possess the basic qualities to teach. He really has doubts, Togo, so how did he trust in the Spirit Wind Academy? The protagonist asked the arriving headmaster and grand elder if the man was suitable to be a teacher. Zhou Dingfeng, the director of the academy, declared that Shen Yun Ting was defaming the virtue of the Tao with his disgusting qualities. He is now stripped of his position as a teacher, so he must leave the Spirit Wind Academy. He started claiming he was possessed by a ghost. So he began to ask for another chance for correction. The teacher admitted he had made a mistake. He will therefore teach faithfully. If he lost his status as a teacher, those he had wronged earlier would surely come and kill him. But the headmaster only brushed him off, saying that he only had 10 days to get out of the academy, or else he would die with no pardon. If this teacher had foreseen what might have happened today, he wouldn't even think of contacting Mo Fan. The principal of the Spiritual Wind Academy is strong, after all. He's even at the 7th heaven stage of spiritual veins. That's where he gets his courage to kill from. If that guy didn't clean up here, there would be blood spatters everywhere. The director asked for the name, medicinal properties, and the usual place of growth. It seems like the headmaster wants to test the kid. Perhaps even the Grand Elder told him something. The kid told him that this 7-colored cloud fruit is a grade 4 medicinal material. It is the main material to create the highest grade 4 pill, the Cloud Wind Pill. It grows mostly in places where spiritual power is abundant, but it towers on top of the mountain. Afterward, the academy principal asked how Mo Fan was looking at taking over the pill hall teacher's duties. Mo Fan didn't expect to be offered to be a teacher at all. Since Shen Yun Teng had been eliminated, it meant that there would be no teacher in the pill hall temporarily. It would be proper for someone with a rich knowledge of medicinal materials to teach. Others started whispering that this guy was such a guy that he was able to get the headmaster's approval and even become a teacher. And he also took first place in the exam, breaking several records. The Grand Elder mentioned that according to the rules of a pill mausoleum teacher, there must be at least a low-order rank 3 alchemist. Mo Fan just became a freshman, so he thinks the other elders will be against it. He inquired about the benefits of being a teacher. The guy really doesn't want to be labor for free. As long as he is a teacher for a month, the medicinal materials that are needed for practicing alchemy, he can take as much as he wants. So he quickly agreed. Mo Fan convinced the principal that he could not worry, because the guy would do this 1-month course. The Spirit Wind Academy would supply the medicinal materials for free, and that saved him a lot of money. Since he agrees, the protagonist can start teaching right now. The boy said goodbye to the principal, wishing him all the best. Whereupon he stated that the Mo teacher would now teach them. There was a hole in his house. The wise man noticed that the news had been updated and asked the guy if he wanted to watch. The protagonist replied that of course he wanted to see it all. He had been waiting for it for too long. The teacher of the Spiritual Wind Academy, Shen Yun Teng, has been expelled. He is now surrounded by many hostile families. Not only have all his limbs been broken, but he has also been robbed. A low-level cultivator accidentally found the treasure map. Since he didn't understand how to use the heavenly living water purification, he couldn't see the information on the treasure map. Since the cultivator was of low level, he entrusted the treasure map to the Yun Pavilion of Fengling City. It will be auctioned off today. He was very happy that he had found the treasure map. From now on, Mr. Zhao should call him Treasure Boy. Meanwhile, the address was thinking that isn't it scientific? Is this boy really the Emperor of Europe? He asked the gentleman why he was frozen there. They need to redeem this map soon. She was just on her way to ask the head apprentice if he had prepared the medicinal materials. If not, they could buy them at the auction. The sage told him to go to the main entrance. All the girls were excited about him going there. She even wanted to talk to him, but she doesn't even know if he will pay attention to her. Meanwhile, the main character didn't realize what was going on. Zixiao appeared in front of him and asked why he had come here. The girls started to get angry, because they didn't understand why he was looking for him, and who this asshole was. The protagonist answered that he came here because he was looking for him. At the same time, he did not understand what kind of situation this was. He asked the elder if he had prepared the medicinal materials. Zixiao replied that he had only managed to collect 2 types, except for spiritual blue eye and essence knowledge fruit. These 2 medicinal herbs had no value in the market and were difficult to buy. Therefore, the Mofont suggested that the elder go to the Yun auction house with him. At the same time, he would help the elder understand the authenticity and quality of the medicinal materials. In that case, the elder will rely on him. Now Mo Fan also realized that the beautiful guy's radiance was so dazzling. The sage replied that compared to Mo, this kid was really intimidating. Senior Owe had a pavilion VIP card with which to get a great bed. Mo Fan asked if it was normal for those younger sisters to follow them all the time. Zixiao replied that whatever they did, there was still no malice in it. Yun Pavilion, auction house. The Earth Lodge is offering 200,000 for the fruit of knowing the essence. I wonder if the Lodge of Heaven will be able to raise the price again. The elder didn't understand what this was all about. Every time he participates in the auction and is about to buy a dewy spiritual herb, the person from the earth bed continuously starts opposing him. It seems like that person is specifically targeting Zixiao. They must find out who the person from the Earth Lodge is and why he is targeting the elders so much. If they didn't figure it out by the time they brought out the treasure map, no amount of money would be enough. He asked his little sister to come over. The girl asked what the young gentleman needed. He inquired if she knew the case of the person on the ground bed. The girl replied that the auction has a rule that they cannot disclose information about customers. A plan had already matured in his mind. Mo Fan turned his attention to the handsome man he came with. If little sister told who was on the bed of earth, Mo Fan would give her a body fruit with his image on it. It is an ordinary body fruit. Even if it is a body fruit, she can't say that the person from the lodge land of the Qin family's Lady Lodge. Qin Chan Kung. He clearly didn't expect all the Qin family's man here, after which, he told the elder that the lady of the Qin family had come for him. If Qin Chan Kong got into the bidding for the treasure map, it would be a disaster. The treasure map in the auction can't be randomized. Mo Fan will get his hands on it even if he has to resort to force. Zixiao didn't realize when he had managed to offend her. This girl had been targeting him from the moment they first met. It looked like there were at least 300 episodes worth of stories between the elder and that woman. He inquired if the elder didn't want to fight back against her. Zixiao replied that although it cost a lot of money, the fruit of knowing the essence was now in her hands. After all, he had come here to achieve his goal. But you shouldn't say that. If he had his sights set on something, he should obtain it at any cost. The 15th auction item was a low-order third-grade elixir. Spiritual concentration pills. The national price was 500,000 liang silver. The bidding had reached 1 million. The lodge is offering 3 million. The man asked if anyone could offer a higher bid. 3 bottles of spiritual concentration pills are worth 1 million at most. Poor people like them have nothing to fight for. Suddenly, the Sky Lodge raised the price to 10 million. Qin Changkun wanted to break into the Sky Lodge, while the servant told her that there was a rule that she could not do so, but that didn't stop her. So she asked Fang Zixiao if he really didn't care about his people at all. Is he really going to pay 10 million for 3 bottles of concentration pills? Mo Fa advised her to shut up and get out of here if she couldn't afford to raise the price. It's his money, so he can spend as much as he wants. What does she even care about it? Zixiao replied that he had nothing to do with it. But the truth is that the girl doesn't care about it. Someone else is interested in this, namely Mr. Manager. Yun Shan assumed that if the person that young Master Feng invited could not pay the price being shouted out, it would be a slap in the face to the Yun Pavilion. Zixiao replied that it was fine, because even if Mo Fan couldn't pay, Zixiao was still here. He asked the elder not to worry and just observe. That should be sufficient as his evidence. He testified that he had enough medicinal there reagents as well as weapons for payback. Now Yunshen also realized that this was all enough. Therefore, the auction will continue. He saw which Qin Changkun was silent and wondered if she was afraid of Mo Fan's finances. She simply couldn't believe that Fang Zixiao had given him material help yet with such a huge amount of money. This unscrupulous person wanted to be able to fool her with all this. Zixiao replied that this money had nothing to do with him. Mo Fan started to get angry, saying that it was his money. Since he wants to play, she decides to keep him company in this. But she also has to set a condition. Some people maliciously raise the stage. No matter how much the price is shouted, regardless of whether he gets any of the items, all the money is paid to the auction house. She also added that she had 24 million in that ring. Maybe he could get something valuable out of it. He only laughed as he spoke of the fact that he still had 24,012 liang silver left. Let Fang Zixiao win. But he probably doesn't know that he spent almost 20 times the price when he bought those 3 wisps of spiritual concentration pills. He repeated again that it was not his money. The protagonist explained that all this money was lost to him by Qin Tianyu. Therefore, it could be considered as the Qin family's expenses. She saw that he had a space ring to her family, so she plotted to deal with him. Chang Kun wanted to hit him with her whip, but her blow was stopped by Zixiao. He reminded her to abide by the rules that had been established here. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson or two. The girl didn't know what to say to that and only looked embarrassed. After which, she left with words about Zixiao being a bastard. Mo Fan explained that she had no money, which was why she was acting so violently. At that time, he was able to gain experience. Some thought it was wrong to buy 3 bottles of spiritual pills for 10 million. Others thought why there was no movement on the skybed after putting up their price. Afterward, they learned that the Yunshan manager had gone there, and everything should be resolved soon. Zixiao heard those people downstairs talking about how Mofan was an idiot who spent 10 million on 3 bottles. Mofan wondered if this surprised him. If they found out how much money he really spent, they would definitely go crazy. The man began to congratulate the Skybox. They had purchased the concentration pills for 24 million and 12 liang of silver. Now, everyone was convinced that that man from the Sky Lodge must be a jerk and best avoided. Despite a bit of a hiccup, the auction continues. He hopes they enjoy the next auction bingo. It is a scroll with some unknown information written down. After some examination, it was revealed to be a treasure map. The starting bid is 100,000. The Sky Lodge immediately offered 300,000. He wondered if anyone would offer a higher price. No one would even want to compete with that jerk from the Sky Lodge. The guy didn't know what that meant. This young master's items, namely the spiritual concentration pills and the treasure map. The maximum value of the 3 bottles of spiritual concentration pills is 2.5 million liang. On his own initiative, Yunshan decided to return some of the silver to the young master Mo. He replied that there was no need to do that. But since the Lord is on such a sincere push, the guy offered to give him a couple bottles of spiritual life-giving water and spiritual concentration pills. Or better yet, a few 3rd or 4th grade medicinal materials. Yunshan replied that it was easy, so he would go down and dispose of it now. After all, the guy did Qinchang Kun today, spent more than 20 million for her Qin family. This is not a small amount of money, and it is too much for her family. For Mofan, it is also a considerable amount of money. In such a case, Zixiao didn't understand how he had such confidence that he dared to throw money around like this. And the protagonist thought that the elder was not interested in such things. But everyone has curiosity, and Zixiao is no exception. But if the guy thinks so, it doesn't matter. Mofan is after all an alchemist who will help Zixiao refine the spiritual sunflower knowledge pill. It's okay to have secrets. The protagonist replied that he was too frivolous. In response to this, he replied that he used to act a bit informal. But now it seems to him that everything is working out for the best. This senior is really interesting after all. That's why he wanted to show him something interesting. He specifically went to the auction house today to get this scroll. It really does contain treasure information. One only needs to shed a few drops of spiritual life-giving water to see the location of the treasure. After that, the elder saw that it was the mountain range of raging winds. He suggested that the older man go with him on a treasure hunt, especially if he knew the area. But the elder didn't understand how he could say it so easily to others if it was a treasure map. Mofan replied that Senior was not someone else, but specifically his friend. What a buzzword. He again suggested to the older man that they go together on a treasure hunt. After which Zixiao agreed. Since Mofan is his friend, he allowed himself to be called by his first name. After which, the guy informed him that they would meet in 4 days. During this time, he will study the pill of comprehending the essence of the spiritual sunflower, and after that, he will immediately find Zixiao. And when he is completely cleansed of the poison, then they will depart. 3 days later. He had progressed quite a bit in refining the pill of knowing the essence spiritual sunflower essence. So it's time to go to Zixiao and give him the antidote, and then go on a treasure hunt immediately afterward. But there was a huge crowd in front of him, and he didn't understand what was going on here. He saw the sign and realized that all these people were here to get certified as alchemists. Even he didn't have an alchemist badge right now. There are too many people at this certification. The line looks like it's going to move in a few days. But he wondered why there was no one at those doors. They all started to look at how the main character went there. If you look at his age, you can assume that he is a beginner. He was then told that this was a genius pass, so he had better get in line. Turns out there's even a genius aisle. It's just for him. He thanked them for the information and decided to go there. Everyone started calling him a fraud, but it is not possible to enter this gate by chance. The road for geniuses was not a place where ordinary people could enter. Only alchemists under the age of 21 or younger can enter. Also, the alchemist's Needen level must be of the 2nd rank. Only the capable ones can pass through this path. These are the rules of the association. Mofan walked past him, saying that he was already a genius among geniuses, and certainly qualified. But the man stops him, asking where his alchemist badge is. He has to make sure this guy is a genius to let him in, right? Or he'll be punished by the chairman. That's a problem since he doesn't have a badge right now. It seems he really has no other choice. He explained that he was only 16 years old, and his Neden level was clearly above the second rank. He even showed the pill of knowing the essence of the spiritual sunflower that he had refined himself. But the man only slapped him on the arm, telling him that he was obviously lying. The chairman has repeatedly warned to be careful. There is, and if he meets a nasty crook, he should nail him with the deadliest technique. The chairman said that nowadays everywhere is full of crooks who are very fond of cheating idiots. He's not going to argue with his little brother anymore, so get you over there and get in line. But suddenly they all sensed something. For some reason it got so uncomfortable in here. The man realized that this was the power of the soul. The strength of his soul should already prove his qualifications. After which, he tried to explain that the chairman had said that soul power could judge an alchemist's level. He is a second-ranked alchemist of the highest stage. And Mo Fan's soul power is obviously higher, so he can enter. Fortunately, the protagonist remembered the soul power. Otherwise, he would have definitely embarrassed himself today. The alchemist's attestation will now begin. The certification is divided into 2 points. The first item is the base attestation. The second item is level certification. The basics assessment is to recognize all the medicinal herbs in the corridor and tell the examiner about their medicinal properties. If a single mistake is made, the assessment will end there. The level assessment is to create a pill from the herbs available in the corridor. The grade will depend on the level of the pill made. If a single mistake is made, the assessment will end. That's pretty interesting. The inner room of the alchemist's branch. It turns out that the man couldn't move because of this young man's soul power. But the truth was that everyone else got dizzy, and he didn't. The chairman of the alchemist branch, Wei Chongyun, recognized that he had a pretty good talent. He wondered if this guy could pass the special test. He showed the pill he had cleaned. The chairman clearly did not expect this. After all, how could he have done all this so quickly? Mo Fan wondered if this was a unique way of congratulating the Alchemist Association. The chairman asked if he had already failed the certification, which was the reason why he came out so early. Mo Fan replied that he had finished, so he came out. After which he threw the pill he had cleared in that room. He saw that it was the all-famous third-class pill. This guy really could clear a third-class pill in half an hour. It was now clear that this boy was a genius. Mo Fan inquired whether he had passed or not. Chang Yun replied that he had definitely passed. But before he handed over the badge, the chairman wanted to ask Junior something. Namely, whether he is interested in representing the branch in Fengling County to participate in the Naden Genius War. Mo Fan wondered if he was always lured to him like this. There seems to be no one in this branch. The chair responded that this issue could not be so. He asked to disregard those details. In brief, participation bodes well for him, whether it be an elixir or the attention of a renowned master, up to and including the recipe for a pill of the highest grade. Perhaps this is his chance to find the pill of the fusion of yin and yang souls. He asked for more details. What this war of geniuses was all about. The chairman could not believe he had agreed. A little while later, she didn't understand how they had gotten to the point of asking outsiders for help. The man replied that with this younger brother, their branch could certainly win. But it can't be that simple. It's a competition among the alchemists of the North Wind Empire. Once again, there are hidden dragons and sleeping tigers. In addition, this competition will involve Ouyang Yi, who is the Naden genius of the first family in the Dao Empire. Mo Fang will be hard to defeat. Maybe there will be information about the Soul and Yang fusion pill. He needs to meet with Zixiao urgently. He needs to find the treasure as soon as possible, raise his alchemy level and bring Xiao Yu to his senses. The next day, he asked Zixiao how he felt now. He replied that after a day of perfection after taking the spiritual sunflower essence knowledge pill, he felt much better. Then they came to the place where the map led. But the map only showed the location. Could this pond be the treasure? But then they guessed that the pond was not the treasure, and the treasure itself must be at the bottom. Zixiao checked that this pond has an abnormally low temperature, but the water in the pond itself does not freeze. Now it's clear that the treasure is definitely there. It turns out that there is only one thing to do now, namely diving into the pond. But no one wanted to do that, so they decided to determine the winner via rock, paper, scissors. The loser dives in. He agreed. Mo Fan asked Mr. Zhao what Zixiao would throw out next. The wise man hits him up, talking about who he even thinks the gentleman is. Let him not even think about the fact that the gentleman would help him cheat. And in the end, Zixiao won. Mo Fan didn't understand what he was in for at all. After which he dove into the water. Zixiao told the guy to be careful. Maybe there's some kind of mechanism downstairs. It's so cold here. which was the reason he didn't even want to go in the water. But suddenly he noticed some kind of glow there. Meanwhile, the guy wondered if it was possible that it was so cold that Mo Fan was stiffening. Why hadn't he gotten up yet? After that, he started to notice the guy coming back. But what a surprise it was when the guy came back with the help of a purple cold snake. Namely, a rank 3 monster of the middle order. Zixiao has no idea how cold it is underwater. Could it be that Mo Fan had transmigrated into the body of a purple cold snake? The main character flattened her mouth, talking about how this guy even manages to make jokes at a time like this. After which, Zixiao apologized to him. He jumped. Then he said that tonight's dinner was snake stew. Looks like we'll have to deal with this monster first to get the treasure. The protagonist used the flaming dragon step, after which he activated the fire palm and fire fist. While the guy was oblivious to the battle, Zixiao saved him from the threat. The purple cold snake engaged its frosty breath. Zixiao flipped the kid away from this attack. Mo Fan began to worry about him, but he's got it under control. This purple cold python is a bit strange. That's why Mo Fan better be careful. He saw this coldness begin to freeze the environment. Could it be that freezing is the hidden talent? Zixiao replied that although it is a hidden talent for extreme cold, ice and frost is extremely rare in monsters, but there is nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, the purple cold snake began to heal. If he's not wrong, it's that cold maelstrom that gives the purple cold family a huge advantage. If they don't want to fall victim to it, they need to unleash something incredibly strong and blast the snake. That's what he likes. The protagonist even had an idea. Given their current situation, they could instantly undermine that snake. Mo Fan thought the same thing. They used an airborne fire blast. Thus, these guys were able to deal with the purple snake. That attack wore them out a bit. Suddenly, some unknown person pierced the Mo Fan. Zixiao struck at this unknown person, shouting for him to get out of here. But it seems that it was the unknown person who was easily dodging all of you guys. He asked the Mo Fan how he was doing. The protagonist replied that he was fine for now. Suddenly, he began to recognize this unknown man. She removed her hood, telling the young master not to waste her breath. It was Zhang Meng. The girl mentioned that they were now exhausted and wouldn't be able to do anything. But even if there was any energy left, there was still nothing they could do. She took Mo Fan by the hair and asked if it was his familiar buddy. He doesn't look so good. Zixiao asked what she had come to Fengling County for. Zhang Meng was supposed to be in the Imperial City. Plus, why did she attack his friend? That foreman is such an idiot. It only exists because of him. And Zixiao isn't even in the Imperial City. So what should she do? Just when hungry animals wanted to attack her, she would find herself scaring them away with her gaze. The villagers talked about young Master Fan giving grain again. This young master is strange. He is a very cold person. She stood up and asked for some food. Thus, this girl caught his eye. She began to close her eyes, talking about how this boy was so beautiful. She even thought about him being a god. Zixiao even liked her gaze. A little while later, she woke up in some house, and she didn't even know where she was. Zixiao sat there and asked her what her name was. Zhang Meng introduced herself. After which, the guy mentioned that she would be his servant from today. She has a pretty good talent. It's a relatively rare poisonous yuan pattern. Combined with these paired poison bone artifacts, she will be able to reach her full potential. However, she needs to learn literacy before she can improve herself. She was a bit at a loss for what literacy would be. The Wind Empire is not unified. It is subdivided into clans, namely the 3 great clans. The Zhang family is in charge of the empire's bank, while the Lin family is in charge of the army. The Fang family is independent of the empire's government system, and it's known for its information network. Regardless of preference, everyone is responsible for their own place, whether they want it or not, but there are things that must be done. Since Zhang Meng is his servant, it is naturally impossible for her not to know the words. The girl inquired if the young master liked his place. He squeezed the cup in his hands, saying that this matter should not concern her. Zhang Meng replied that she had blurted out too much. All she had to do was watch the young master's gaze. Suddenly, a subordinate walked in, saying that he had something important to report. The Xiao family is determined to join the demon of the Lei family. The Xiao family is proficient in artifacts, and by joining under the wing of the Lei family army, they will complement each other. However, knowing the size of the Fang family, they decided to tangle with the Lei family. Looks like we'll have to control the actions of their clan. 3 months later, a lot of people wanted to fight shoulder to shoulder and avenge the Xiao family. Zixiao easily got rid of them. Young Master Xiao Yan mentioned that as long as the Fang family wants to obtain the artifact hairpin technique, the Xiao family, this person would not dare to kill him. It seems like Xiao Yan really thinks that Zixiao won't kill him. After which he called out to Zhang Meng. The girl came running in saying that she didn't come here on purpose. She was just worried about the young master. Since she's here, she should break his arm. Xiao Yan didn't understand what kind of joke this was. Zixiao had already said that everyone had their own place, whether they liked it or not. But there are things that must be done. Just like this. He hadn't expected to hear her say that she was willing to do that at all. She is, after all, the young master's servant, and that is what she must do. A little later, she asked the young master if she had done something wrong. But Zhang Meng did a great job. The truth about him reflecting on all the work he has done for his family. His hands are completely in the blood. The girl asked if the young master didn't like it. Since he is the young master of the Fan family, whether he likes it or not, some things have to be done by him. She took his hand, saying that if the young master didn't like his hands stained with blood, she was willing to replace the young master's blood-stained hands. What the young master did not like, she would make with her own hands. He let go of her hands, talking about how she would have to work hard. From then on, she vowed to work hard. She wanted to become stronger. To become as strong as the young master. Only in this way could she ease the young master's burden. Only in this way would the young master no longer have to suffer. But he had deliberately lost this fight, and allowed the foundation to be destroyed to escape from the Fang family. In that case, she didn't understand at all what she had worked so hard for. She poisoned him and he didn't even notice. Zixiao picked her up, but then threw her away. Zhang Meng was disappointed in this young master, so she must bring back the old master. Zixiao didn't understand what Xiao Meng was extracting. Moreover, Mo Fang had nothing to do with it at all, but she thought he was definitely connected. But now she too was realizing that this guy was worthy of the young master's friendship. Zixiao asked if he was okay, but Mo Fang didn't understand at all. How could he be fine since he had already been stabbed by someone? He has tempered his body, so he recovers quickly. This small wound is not a problem for him. He asked the opposite of Zixiao as himself, but Zhang Meng appeared behind him, saying that he had better take care of himself. The young master was certainly fine after all. She wouldn't even dare to harm him. But luckily, he managed to get down before he would have been hit, after which he struck her. Mo Fan jumped to fight her. This girl didn't even know if the young master had said anything to him. Zixiao shouted for the guy to be careful, for she had a rare spiritual poison pattern. He should be careful not to poison himself. But it was too late for that, for he had already been poisoned. It advised him not to pull, but so hard. Her poison is inside him. Accelerated movements would only help him die faster, even if it wasn't for the spiritual poison pattern. He's too exhausted since he's at the 5th Xiantian heaven. There was no way this guy could be her opponent. He was starting to feel dizzy, and this was really going to be difficult. The young master should know that his friend looks like he's going to die soon, but suddenly her body stopped moving. After which the pressure pressurized her downward. It was Zixiao who realized that it seems he still has to teach Xiao Meng a few rules. She was glad the young master had returned. It was meant to be. He wanted to see just how much she had grown over the years. Of course he would see it. The subordinate was glad to have the old master back. A young master once said that a subordinate had a very rare spiritual pattern, and if she mastered the right skills and techniques, she would become rare with the Nastal. Unfortunately, such skills and techniques can only be stumbled upon by chance. The subordinate only had to come up with something new, and thus she discovered that she could extract poison from anywhere, and wound those enemies. Zixiao wondered, and at what cost she came up with this. She'd always enjoyed such reckless gimmicks. The price, of course, was herself. Poisoned people become quite unhinged, and just before they die, they explode so delightfully. The girl reported that she was already poisoned. A poisoned man becomes a madman. What happens if you poison both heaven and earth? Now Zhang Meng can not only poison living beings. She began to summon the poison dragon. Some creatures began to surround Zixiao. Is that really all a young master can do? The subordinate has been growing up all these years. Isn't that great? But he was able to break that trap with ease. The young master seems to have forgotten something, namely that his injured friend is in a bad way. Is this really the end? He told her again to get out of the way. The girl was surprised that the young gentleman was so impatient. He must already be feeling out of breath and dizzy. Since it can poison heaven and earth, its poison can even poison one's mental strength. Young Master's sword art has power and hidden potential, and considering his talent, it's not easy for him to be poisoned. The young gentleman is now poisoned by her venom, and his friend is on the verge of life and death. He should know better than anyone what to do. That seems to be her goal. Zixiao wanted to kill her with his own hands. He saved her with his own hands, and she will die in his arms. Jiang Meng would never agree to be battered and abandoned by the young master. He should have done it a long time ago. He used a cut splitting the void, but she was saved by Fang Zhen. She said to let her go. A little more, and the old young master came back. The guy replied that right now the family didn't need the loss of fighting power, especially a strong, loyal subordinate, not a traitor. He knocked her out with a needle, telling her that now was not the time to mess around with her. Zishou wondered what he wanted to say with that. Did something happen in the Fang family? After which, he noticed the condition of Fang Zhen's hand. When he started to leave, Zishou told him to stop and tell him what had happened. Fang Zhen asked the radio if what had happened to the Fang family had anything to do with him. And had he already forgotten that his friend was drowning out there? Right now, Zhu Xiao has no one in his way. He better hurry up and save him. Now we need to help Mufano. And then he'll come home and find out everything. He didn't understand why that cold maelstrom was so deep. Where is Mo Fan now? Suddenly he felt an old wound open up. All the more poison still inside. A bit he woke up to Mo Fan yelling, asking him to wake up. Zishou couldn't even imagine that he could breathe here. He was glad Mo Fan was okay. The guy already thought he was dead. Mo Fan replied that it was great that he was okay too. Zishou wondered that they were now in the cave. How did they even end up here? The protagonist replied that they were actually still inside the cold abyss. He didn't expect there to be a cave at the bottom of the cold pool. Zishou didn't understand how such a thing was possible at all. Mo Fan replied that nothing was impossible. After all, he should have noticed that the wounds that were on their bodies had disappeared. Earlier, even Zishou had injured his foundation. Now, he could only feel a slight chill. Now they guessed that the treasure had done it. And now it's worth finding out what kind of an endowment is hidden here. There was a frosty, striped python, but really it's just shed skin. It's clear now that this was the nest of a frosty, striped pylon. But how can a snake shed its skin in such a cold place? The temperature in this place is not low at all. Looks like they should go look a little further. It's pretty weird in here, so it's worth being careful. Mo Fang thought of finding the treasure, and afterward went into recluse to prepare for the war and Nidan genius. Zishou thought of looking into the Fang family in the North Wind City, because something happened there. Although its foundation is damaged, the cultivation is still intact. But he doesn't know if there is anything he can do to help. At this, Mo Fang said to call him if he needs help. Afterward, they noticed a spiritual fountain. Who would have thought that there would be a spiritual fountain at the bottom of the cold abyss? If it was found, it would definitely cause a war between countless powers. Unfortunately, it was swallowed by the striped frost python for a very long time. Although the springs are still intact, there isn't much left of the spring. It is a pity that its foundation is damaged and its root forcibly blown up. The spiritual source has no use for him. Suddenly, Mo Fan noticed something. They thought that this purple thing contained a 1,000-year-old Zhenshen. According to legends, it has divine healing powers. He had seen this medicine in the family's ancient records. But the boy didn't understand at all how it could appear in such a place. It doesn't matter how he got here. The 1,000-year-old Zhenshen will be able to rebuild the foundation of Zijiao. He should absorb it sooner rather than later. He didn't expect at all that Mo Fan would decide to give this treasure to him. I mean, it's king-level medicinal material. It's incomparable. How can this idiot talk about Zijiao absorbing it? Mo Fan probably doesn't even know about the fact that if he were to absorb it, the cultivation might just fall apart. This guy's mind seems to have only muscles in it. But of course, the protagonist didn't believe this nonsense. He looked at his window characteristic and saw that he was in the first heaven of spiritual bones. His foundation must be incredibly strong. There was a reason why the guy had started absorbing the spiritual source. Especially his life points had increased by 20. So what is happening to Zijiao now, and will he be able to absorb the healing properties of the 1,000-year-old ginseng? Suddenly, Zijiao's spiritual pattern began to disappear, whereupon the dome in which it was located collapsed. Zijiao asked if the guy was okay. The protagonist replied that he was fine, he was just a little dizzy. He apologized for his failure to control the power. Afterward, the protagonist noticed that his friend's spiritual pattern had changed. Zijiao revealed that his spiritual pattern had improved, and his 5th grade storm spiritual pattern had advanced to the 6th grade hurricane spiritual pattern. Also, not only had he rebuilt his foundation, but he had also helped him make a small breakthrough. And all of this was thanks to Mo Fan, too. So he thanked the guy for it. But Mo Fan replied that there's no need to thank him for it. They are brothers in life and death. Right now, Zixiao has the strength of late-stage spiritual veins. Everyone will be very surprised when he returns home. A little later, they began to explore the cave. Suddenly, Zixiao heard something. But Mo Fan didn't hear anything. The guy with blue hair replied that the sound came from over there. He started walking forward, and Mo Fan caught up with him. Did Zixiao really hear something? Well, something didn't seem right to him. He stopped his friend, asking about what he had heard. Zixiao paused, talking about the fact that it was here. He decided to use his spiritual patterning. Thanks to that, they saw the bones. The main character wondered what kind of demonic beast it was. There are only bones left of it, but for some reason he feels such terror just looking at it. Fortunately, this demonic beast is dead. Otherwise, they would have stayed here with him forever. But his big concern was, how did Zixiao know about this place? But the truth is, he doesn't know. It seems as if something called him here, and he himself did not notice how he came. But suddenly they noticed what had shocked them. It was a skeleton that emitted some mysterious energy. Maybe that was what it was all about. Suddenly that energy began to attack them. As it turned out, these sword QE were all heaven stage techniques. It's lucky that no one is controlling them, or else they would definitely die. What are they going to do now? They have to dodge first. The protagonist followed Zixiao's advice and dodged a pair of swords this way. But how much longer does he have to do it? Today, he uses them as a sharpening stone to strengthen his kingdom. With no one to manage them, they are nothing more than a mass of qi. He used the Heavenly Flame's sword art. After that, the guy realized that these balls weren't that strong. But even so, the split swords wanted to attack him with renewed vigor. It looks like whether it's defense or counterattack, the qi swords will absorb each other. It's like fighting to the point of exhaustion. But the truth is that he will run out of qi sooner, and then he will die of fatigue. After that, the protagonist wanted to try and crack the sword qi with his power. And he did it after all. There's no such thing as invulnerability. Now that Mo Fan knows their disadvantage, straightening out these swords is easy. He realized that he should learn some movement technique in the future. After that, he asked Zixiao if he needed help, but the latter replied that he had found something interesting. The boy wanted to see what treasure this pile of bones was hiding. He found a 7th grade defensive spiritual artifact. This uncle was hiding such a good thing in his body. No wonder this skeleton was untouched by the sword qi. But the sage said to leave this jade behind. He tapped the guy, telling him to look at the bony finger. Mo Fan asked the hallmaster why he was fighting. I mean, it hurts, and on the bony finger they saw a ring. He couldn't determine the grade of this ring, but it seems unusual. He wondered what this ring was and who the skeleton was. But first he would ask Zixiao. Suddenly he noticed that his friend was surrounded by Sai swords. He asked Zixiao to hold on. Then he wanted to save him. We definitely can't leave him alone now. But then he fulfilled the words that Zixiao didn't need any help, for he had found something interesting. He noticed that the direction of all those swords of qi was unpredictable. The further he lingers here, the worse it is for him. We need to find a pattern to these sword attacks. Zixiao should feel the movement of the sword qi in the air. Muffle your heart and don't fear the damage done by swords. Believe in the sword in your hands, and find out the pattern of attacks. And so he found what he was looking for. Then he heard a voice in his head congratulating him. But of course, he didn't even know who the voice belonged to. The sage again told the boy to look at the ring. Also, he should not worry about Zixiao, for he was fine. He inquired if there was something wrong with this ring. Yes, he replied that there was something different about this ring, namely its beauty. Mo Fan thought it was some kind of treasure. Then he compared the wise man to a girl who had seen jewelry for the first time. The sage was embarrassed and asked what he was saying. The boy replied that the Lord could like anything. But suddenly, Mo Fan's attention was caught by Zixiao. The protagonist thought that in such a situation, there must be this legendary insight. At the same time, the sage thought that there must be a huge space inside this ring. He inquired as to what might be inside that space. The sage replied that unfortunately there was a ban on this ring and it could not be opened now. Whatever is inside this ring must be connected to it somehow. Judging from the skeleton, this was a grown man, and judging by his spiritual artifacts in the ring, he clearly had a troubled past. He leaned toward the skeleton as if asking it who it really was and why it had died in such a place. Suddenly, Zixiao appeared behind him and said that he had received a good inheritance. This frightened Mo Fan very much. He turned around and accidentally hit Zixiao, inquiring about the whereabouts of the enemy. After which, Zixiao said that a person named Min Wuchen had inherited the art of wielding a knife. Although the consciousness that this man left behind said only one word. At present, he can only partially understand the art of knife-wielding that he was left with. But the boy feels that this art is not as ordinary as the martial arts he has previously encountered. Could it be that this skeleton belonged to Min Wuxin? Zixiao suggested that the protagonist go to the Imperial City with him. The North Wind Academy of Imperial City is much better than the Spirit Wind Academy. Mo Fan asked if they didn't have to pass the North Wind Academy exam first. He replied that if they could pass the North Wind test, they could enter the North Wind Academy early. The North Wind test is a special exam of the North Wind Academy. In it, you can even break the records of other students. Since that was the case, he wouldn't be able to find the recipe for the yin and yang spiritual pill anytime soon. He can't believe that besides this ring that can't be opened, he also received such good news. He thanked Zixiao for it. Zixiao wanted to try and open the ring. Since this skeleton belonged to Min Wuxin and the guy had received his inheritance, this ring should react to him somehow. But there was nothing wrong with this ring. If Mo Fan hadn't told him that there was something wrong with this ring, Zixiao would have even thought that it was just an ordinary ring. But Mr. Zhao said that there was a huge space inside this ring. The wise man said to entrust the matter to the master. This gentleman will understand. Mo Fug asked. The Lord didn't think it was just a nice-looking ring after all, so he decided to keep it. The sage took the ring back, saying that he would figure out a way to unban it for this idiot. Mo Fan wanted to stop the hallmaster, but he managed to disappear. Da Zhen is becoming more and more irritable. 3 days later, the principal of the Spirit Wind Academy. He didn't understand how a guy could say such jokes. Mo Fan inquired, but did it look like he was joking right now? After all, he had already made it clear after inspecting the spiritual source that he wanted a seat on the North Wind trial. A spiritual source is a rare event for the entire North Wind Empire. It's not like Mo Fan can take away the spirit source. It will be in the Academy principal's more secure hands than Mo Fan's. Therefore, the principal should just accept the offer. With the main character's strength and potential, he could actually get into the North Wind Academy if he tried. But there's one thing he has to bother the principal about. He really hoped that the director would take care of the Mo residence. It's likely that while he's not here, the Mo family might get into trouble. The director understands, so he'll go to the Mo residence tomorrow with the guy. Lingyun City, Mo residence. Xiao Yu needs to wait a little longer. Right now, he is strong enough to participate in the North Wind trial. Once he passes the test, he will enter the North Wind Academy. By then it won't be long before she's completely cured. He then went out to the principal and grandfather, asking about the house if they had installed the arrays. After which, he stepped on a 4th grade open wind array that could protect against a 3rd heaven spiritual vein cultivator. This is a 4th grade spiritual gathering array. The concentration of spiritual power in the Mo residence from it will increase twice as much as the outside world. With this array, if they practiced or fought, it would all produce real results. The principal asked if the head of the Mo family was satisfied with these 2 arrays. Xiao Tian replied that with these arrays, no one would dare to fight with the Mo family in the entire Linyun city. Let Mo Fan be part of the family, he would never stay in such a small city for long. Afterward, he confessed that he had taken advantage of the deal with Mo Fan for his personal interests. Therefore, he will not monopolize the spiritual source and wants to further cooperate with the Mo residents. Since the guy was afraid that it would bring trouble to the Mo family, he suggested an exchange. If the Spirit Wind Academy and the Mo family united, it would only be safer. But it's up to Grandpa to decide if he's worth trusting. Mo Fan asked if they were digging a hole for themselves. Xiao Tian replied that the director must have seen the bright future of his grandchildren, and that this was more important than some spiritual source. They can talk about the spiritual source later. However, if Mo Fan is going to take the North Wind exam, he should use the Wind Breath Golden Eagle of the Spiritual Wind Academy. The Wind Breath Golden Eagle is a kind of flying demonic beast of the 2nd order. On horseback, a guy would be able to quickly go straight from the Spirit Wind Academy. It would only take 2 days to arrive at the North Wind Academy, which was located in the Imperial City. A couple days later, Price residence. They talked about Mo Fang and Fang Zixiao preparing to test the North Wind. Tian Yu suggested that his brother try it too. Tian Chen replied that Tian Yu would have to practice for a few more years to do so. They were overheard by Chan Kun, but should they really let them go so easily? He turned his attention to Chan Kung, asking if she was going to take any action. She only wondered about the North Wind test. Mo Fan was worried if this bird was all right. He could directly feel how this demonic beast wasn't full. Even saw that it was drooling just by looking at Mo Fan. Zhixiao tried to calm him down, saying that the wind-breath golden eagle was very malleable in nature. If Mo Fan didn't clamp it too tightly with his legs, the demonic bird wouldn't bother him. Suddenly, they heard a woman's voice saying that she had received the correct news. Zhixiao turned around to ask who it was. Even though Mo Fan was trembling, he still turned around as well. The guy with the blue hair mentioned that he was actually going to be haunted by ghosts until he died. And the protagonist sent him off by saying that if he wanted to fight, let him start. It was Qin Chun Kung. She replied that she didn't have time to spend. The girl just wanted to make sure that he would take part in North Wind's cultivation. But judging from his current state, it was unlikely that he would be able to become the first. Was Fang Zhixiao really going to leave without saying a word? Zhixiao asked why he had to let someone know when he was going to leave. Mo Fan wondered why they shouldn't go together. He thinks they are perfect for each other. That's why he doesn't want to be the third extra. She was only embarrassed and asked who was even going to go with him. After which, Mo Fan laughed, saying that it was too interesting. It seems that life in Northwind City promises to be colorful. Zhixiao did not expect that Chan Kun would participate in the Northwind trial. But considering her childish nature, it's not that unexpected. A little while later, they arrived at the Northwind Empire. The Imperial City was indeed lively. After which, they arrived at the Northwind Academy. Zhixiao came back here again after a long time, except that he didn't expect to do so as an examiner. In response, Mo Fan asked, "Wasn't it fun to come back in a different position?" In the plaza where new students were gathering, it was noticeable that more people than ever are participating this year, and even their average strength isn't low. There really are a lot of people here. Suddenly they were all welcome to the North Wind test. They felt a powerful spiritual force. Obviously, the voice itself wasn't very loud, but it felt like it was going straight to the ear. This person must be in charge of recruiting disciples for the academy. Zhixiao wondered what his status was. They may not know it yet, but there will be some changes to the rules this year. Participants began to say that this was different from what they had been told. Especially this person just now announced it. They have absolutely no time to prepare. This time it will not be as simple as in previous years. There will be a selection process, divided into faculties. It's truly worthy of the best academy in the entire empire. They're not going the usual way. He hopes everyone will choose the department in which they are strongest. According to the selection system, as long as the real talent is here, it will definitely be selected to their academy. The academy intends to conduct various practical examinations in different faculties. So before registering, they have to choose the faculty they want to join. Body strengthening faculty, weapons faculty. In the future, their choice will be extremely difficult to change in the process of learning, so they must be careful. Faculty of alchemy, but there's only one day to choose. That is today. They must make a decision as soon as possible. The protagonist offered to come back for some good thinking. Of course, that would be the alchemy department. There are a lot of dishes here that can't be tasted in the spiritual wind county. It's a pity that Zhixiao took it too seriously, and he doesn't want to relax. The sage advised him to just eat. After that, he asked if the guy was sure that he wanted to enter the alchemy department specifically. The alchemy faculty should have easier access to pill recipes and pill materials. Moreover, he is willing to work hard to improve his level in alchemy. If he doesn't find the spiritual pill of yin and yang, he won't be able to refine it later. So, he had decided to give his all to alchemy and completely neglect his cultivation. Zhixiao had once told him that the alchemy department at the Northwind Academy also placed great importance on martial arts. Plus, there are many elixirs that can be used to increase strength. But for some reason, his intuition told the sage that things might not be as smooth as he thought. The protagonist also has the blessed Mr. Zhao. What does he have to be afraid of? The next day in the Misty Valley, the alchemy faculty exam will be held here. Also, the exam is divided into 2 stages. In the first, they gather materials for the pill, and in the second, there is a pill-making competition. They must collect the 5 materials for the Liang Chen pill that are listed on the skin rolls in one day. Those who can collect them pass immediately. They must collect the 1,000-year-old Zhen Shen, the Drinamil bundle, the winter fire herb Ling Liu, the hidden fragrant tree, and the ice peony. They've heard about this place for a long time. Now it makes sense what this spatial shard of the academy is like. There are rumors that treasures that can't be found anywhere else in the world can be found here. A spatial shard is an altered space formed by the distortion and fragmentation of an area. It is an area that cannot exist in this world. Mo Fan noticed that he had stepped on an exam sheet. He then turned to the man who had dropped the sheet. The guy replied that if the protagonist needed to look at a map to find herbs, he'd better get out of here as soon as possible. This dude is too arrogant. Nevertheless, all 4 of these herbs are quite common. But the winter fire herb Lingyu is not in his medicinal catalog at all. He wanted you to ask Mr. Zhao for advice, but then they noticed that the news had been updated. He started to ask this gentleman to watch the new news. Dajun has worked so hard, so he should vent. Winter fire grass ripened in a fiery waterfall of snowy glee in the northwest corner of the Misty Valley. The sage replied that the fellow should still be careful. It would be a tragedy for the rest of the examinees. If the guy doesn't grip tightly, he'll fall, and then he's definitely finished. Does winter fire grass really grow on this cliff? There wasn't even any snow there. He asked if the almighty Mr. Zhao would like to fly down and look for it. The sage explained that Lingliu winter firegrass is a rare plant that can only survive between ice and fire. This mountain of falling fire snow with alternating snow and fire is known for its special terrain. Winter firegrass is definitely found on this cliff. The protagonist was only thinking about the fact that this wise man was just a worm parasite in his stomach. Suddenly they noticed the very same man starting to come up here. Mo Fan asked if the winter firegrass Ling Li was still down there as well. The sage began to get angry, saying that the grass was very rare, and this kid had ripped it all out along with the roots. He replied that all the grass was now in his hands. You only need a small bundle for the exam. So why did he rip it out from the roots? Isn't he afraid that Mo Fan will tell someone about it? The guy replied that this is not some gambling house, so why should he give the competition a chance? He then asked the main character if he knew who was standing in front of him. But even if this guy knows who he is, what makes him think people will believe him? Mo Fan replied that he could then dare give his name. As it turns out, his name is Zhang Yan Feng. He should memorize that name well. Mo Fan felt that this guy's cultivation is higher than his own. I guess that's all that's left. He decided to use the serpentine fire control method. Yan Feng noticed a snake that was ready to attack him, after which he dropped the winter firegrass Ling Lu from his hands. At that moment, the protagonist rushed over to grab the grass. You can tell this guy's strength isn't up to par, but he's got all kinds of tricks. Then he will use an additional 10% of his strength to deal with him. At this moment, Mo Fan wondered if it was possible that the heart protection jade had an acceleration effect. He replied that he didn't have time for that, so he would split the rest himself. Also, the protagonist had another piece of news that he didn't take. All true to the eastern corner of the Misty Valley, a rare Dan spiritual material had appeared. There was a quarter of an hour left before the extraction began. The guy mentioned that they had been here a few times before. There was too much fog here, and he wasn't sure they were going in the right direction anymore. The sage replied that it should definitely be here. The protagonist would be out of luck if he didn't find it. After that, they did find the Dan spar. The last time they came through here, they didn't come across anything. Could it be the feldspar that can change its shape? The wise man replied that the feldspar itself could be the cause of the fog. But it's not that important, and we need to get it in sooner rather than later. And now it's finally finished collecting. Now you can go and collect other materials for the exam. After that, we can say that the first stage is over. It even took less than 3 hours. The exam time was 1 day. He wondered how long it would take him to pass the next one. The sage replied that if he was bored, then let him do his cultivation. And Shao Tower alchemist appeared behind him and asked if this disciple had just picked up a Dan spar. The alchemist asked if the boy could give the spar to him, but the protagonist pretended he'd never heard of it. Afterwards, the alchemist explained that he could see what was in his bag. This guy must have been the first to notice that the fog was starting to clear. Mo Fan inquired who this person was and how he could know about Dan spar. The sage replied that perhaps this person often collects Dan spar in this space US shard. He was not exactly close to the appearance of the spar, and the man who can pick up to it accurately time is not so easy. It would be better if the guy gave him the spar. The news knows that the protagonist wants to seize the opportunity to bat first, but their real value is not in letting him seize the opportunity. It's in making connections with people, learning skills, practicing 3 ways. And this requires a Yuan Jingli cultivation base. It can be said that the spar currently has no value. But now there is a great way that guarantees the protagonist a bright future. Still, he agreed to the entreaties after all. He didn't know how to use the thing anyway. After which, the alchemist threw the bag back. If he took someone else's stuff, he should at least say thank you. It seems that the wise man had miscalculated this time. Mo Fan told him to forget about it, because he didn't need Spardan anyway. But suddenly, the basic principles of the Great Void Pill Furnace fell out of his bag. It really is a useful book, but it was all written in Wenyang. He doesn't understand anything at all. Fortunately, the text inside is written in simplified language. Chapter 5. Fabric Material. The fabric materials for the pill furnace must be perfectly matched with the innermost teachings. Depending on the strength of the aura of the spiritual material, the gathering begins in the fall. As a general rule, the balance of the aura should be placed on all directions, but for some pill recipes, an unbalanced phase may be necessary. It has also been written what will happen if you do not give proper time to the process during the first trial of a pill recipe. The meaning in the book is so deep that many things are simply incomprehensible. He asked the sage if the news campus didn't have a book function. He could use the book function to simplify the basic principles in the Great Void Pill Furnace book, and then break it down into sections that would fit his cultivation. The sage replied that it was possible in theory, after which began the sectioning of the Great Void Pill Furnace book. Mo Fan didn't even realize what it was just now. After breaking the book into sections, the contents were still the same. Da Zhen thought that only the original author himself had read it in its entirety. That was why the news campus did not collect other people's teachings and methods. In other words, the original author is the same old man who planted the book, and he is the only one who has read it. The sage offered to ask for advice directly if he met him next time. But it's easy to talk about it. That old man is not at all like the one who is going to teach anyone. The first round of the exam had come to an end. He wondered how things were going with Zixiao's first exam, who was heading to the weapons department. Afterward, he was immediately approached by Zixiao, who asked him how the exam went. The protagonist replied that it went more smoothly than he thought. Afterward, Mo Fan asked if passing the weapons faculty exam was easy. Zixiao replied that there were more people enrolled in the faculty this time. Even if he took the 1,000-year Zhen Shen, there were still problems. So the specific ranking was unknown right now. Mo Fan thought it was strange that not so many people came to take the alchemy faculty exam. Alchemy is not something that everyone can choose. Many realize their weakness at first glance. After all, alchemy itself is one of the most expensive disciplines in alchemy. In other words, one will have to spend large sums of money. The problem is not just money. Some medicinal and spiritual materials and pill recipes cannot be obtained at any price. Similar results of the first exam are ready. They saw that both of them had passed. Except that the guy with the surname Zhang had stolen all the winter firegrass. So why did so many people pass? Perhaps these herbs were provided by their families, or just bought. The truth is, the rules don't specify that drug materials can be obtained by other means. He should look there. The people around him are also the scions of some rich families. If he is not mistaken, this guy is from one of the 3 great families of the capital of the empire. Lei Yun. This world is really unfair. But all these people are not as good as King Jiang's son. Even without the support of his family, he must have great strength to be able to gather the Lingliu wintergrass when he enters the Mist Valley for the first time. Was it really Zhang Yanfeng's family? The Zhang family is one of the 3 great families. Not only was it crowned king, but it also holds the economy of the empire in its hands. Mo Fan's fellow student is the only son of King Jiang. It won't be easy for him in the alchemy department. In response, Mo Fan wondered how Zixiao knew so much about these people. Zixiao wondered if this guy had forgotten what the Fang family does. After which, the protagonist remembered that the Fang family was also one of the top 3 great families and is in charge of information. It could be said that he also has a patron. But in Zixiao's opinion, his patron is himself. After which it was announced that the midterm break was over and the second exam would begin. Now, they had a question as to why the academy forbade the use of riding animals to travel such a far distance. Perhaps they wanted to familiarize the students with the outside of the academy grounds in this way. It appeared to someone that this prestigious academy was trying to intimidate them in this way. However, this is where the faculty holds the pill-making competition, namely at the top of the purple stream. It really was pretty amazing here. The person who was the very voice in the shard of space has come, and he will also be the introductory mentor. His name is Gao Zhenjin. He will be with them from the period of white robes to the period of blue robes. Instead of worrying about when he appeared, it was better for them to worry about how long he would stay here. Meanwhile, Mo Fan thought about the fact that this man had appeared out of nowhere. Only 5 people will pass the second round of the exam. They were all discouraged by this news. The second round of the exam requires them to use the medicinal materials they collected in the first round and purify the red blood spirit soul pill. A ranking will be made according to the color of the pill. He noticed that this guy seemed very calm and he may already be familiar with the cleaning method. The mentor explained that the ranking also determined what training resources they could get in the future. They have to manage in 3 sticks of incense. This was the first time he had heard of the red blood spirit soul pill. It seems like he should get to the academy library as early as possible to learn the recipes for high-grade pills. There isn't much time and there's only time left to use it. He launched a news campus. You need to move the tuft 5 inches. Brushy deerweed should be placed to the north. Winter firegrass lingyu should be placed to the west. Melt to a liquid state. Add 4 or 2 at first until a red-purple color appears. Cool, remove and finely chop. Again add 2 or 3 at the same dosage. Take off the fire when the spirit sand has settled to the bottom. The finished pill should have a small jade ball, and the color is white-red, which is to be expected from the alchemy department. The process of purifying this elixir is so complex. How lucky he is to have Mr. Zhao. Time's up. But for some reason, only 1 stick of incense was burning. In order to avoid being judged, he will not participate in the examination. The work of quality control will fall to the older brothers and sister. After all, Mentor Gao is so cruel. He demanded 3 incense sticks to prepare the red blood spirit soul pill. Yin Mo Yi replied that after burning these 3 incense sticks, red spirit charcoal appears. Han Shiki replied that Mentor Gao said he would give the incense sticks, but did not say that these incense sticks should be lit. Shang Shijia said not to laugh. They are here on an important assignment. Even if it turns out to be slag, they still have to check everything. Now they all realize they had been fooled. If they were given 3 incense, they should use all 3. They are able to play a joke, as if the tutor Gao could have deceived them. They exhaled a sigh of relief, talking about as if such a thing was even possible. The mentor surprised them. The guy also didn't know that it was necessary to use 3 incense, but the news campus only uses 1 incense. Is there really something in this elixir that the news campus doesn't have? But suddenly they heard the news that the extra time would be used for testing. Others began to complain about the mentor. The manners of this man from the alchemy department seemed somehow wrong. It was good that he still added 1 incense at the very last moment before he extinguished the fire. He didn't like the fact that the very first one had soot all over it. There are only 3 of them, and there are a lot of ovens to check. It's a hard job, so she hopes they will help her. Han Shiki can do it. If my eyes are tired, she can go rest. Meanwhile, Shijia only yawned. And now it's all soot again, and these guys dare to call themselves alchemists. And now, finally, the first ready-made pill has arrived. The guy raised his hand, indicating that it was his furnace. But then Zijia added that it was full of flaws. If it were not in the kiln, he would think it was a glass ball. It doesn't even have a red hue, and the quality is at the lowest level. It's too cruel. Speaking of red, the news campus mentioned that the colors of the finished pill should be transparently white and the hue red. It seems that the readiness of the elixir is measured in the percentage of red hue. And once again, it's been a total disaster. One of them couldn't understand where his hands came from. Another man had a half coal, half drug. Another man, for some reason, got juice after hardening. Shichi remarked that after careful inspection, the best one was the only 3rd grade pill. Zijia replied that during his inspection he found one of the 4th grade. Mo Yi's eyes literally burned because of this errand. Suddenly he noticed the main character's cauldron. Or rather, he smelled it. The guy was tense. Shijia noticed that this pill had a perfect quality. He even asked the guys to take a look to see if he was wrong. The half-white color and the ratio of floating red hue is about 60%. If it's the last pill, then it's 100% first place. The girl replied that there was actually another elixir. There was 1 furnace left, which she skipped and didn't check right away. They were somehow uncomfortable at the mere sight of this furnace. 3 streams of power swirl around the pill. This could only be achieved by the method of controlling the fire from the 3 streams of power. But the truth was that even they couldn't master this skill. Some students in green robes can create red spirit 3 streams of power and blood soul pills. And he remembers this furnace. It belongs to the heir of the Zhang family. The guy admitted that it was his furnace, and he was the one who made the pill. Looks like Mr. Jiang isn't just a rich bum. His father is already old, but he is so lucky to have an able son. He asked Mr. Jiang to tell everyone how he prepared the pill, for everyone was curious. The others guessed that the teacher was just trying to shift his burden to someone else. The teacher provided so much time that he decided to make the most of it. He had quite a bit of time left at the end, so he thought of something for fun. He could prepare the same materials with a good fire control skill. The examiners were right, and he had indeed used the method from the 3 streams of power. His work could have been finished if he had released 60% of the power of the medicinal materials. But with this method, he had released 180%. This was the key to the formation of the 3 streams. The key is in the fire control method. 1 extra stream of power doubles the power of the pill. So does the price. Yunfeng Jiang is declared the winner. He takes the place of honor among all the students this year. He will be able to stay in the first heavenly room. He will be given the Shubai card before the rest of the students and thus gain access to the Shubai temple. After which, he began to announce the other 4 candidates who had qualified in the order of their grades. Next up were Mofan and Yunling. The Temple of Shubai is a world-famous library with countless dictionaries and practice books. People with the Shubai card can enter there and read catalogs of medicinal materials as well as recipes of Dan pills above the 4th level. Since it's tribute pill recipes above the 4th level, there should be a yin and yang pill recipe there. If he doesn't get this chance, then he will have to wait for a long time. Others walked on, thinking that they were just part of Northwind Academy's advertising campaign. It didn't matter how many students they needed to recruit, because not everyone could be accepted. That seems to be the privilege exclusively for geniuses. Shijia thought that the Zhang family had simply colluded with Zhenjin Gao and deliberately fooled them. Mo Ye hated to admit it, but he had actually prepared this pill. She is never wrong when it comes to tribute pills. Xu Qi believed Mo's words. In any case, they would just avoid him next time. He told the 5 candidates to follow him. They will go to Cloud Top for registration. To the rest of the students he said goodbye and wished them good luck in their next attempt. Suddenly, the same alchemist who took the spar from him appeared, saying that Mo Fan wasn't finished yet. This guy needs to pass another test. Mr. Gao shouldn't let him pass the registration. Let him ignore his existence for a while. The man replied that the academy had never had such a rule. If someone were to accuse Mr. Gao of something, they should just come and talk to the alchemist in person. After which, he told the protagonist to follow him. Others mentioned that this alchemist's name is Xiao Tai. They also mentioned that this year's candidates are too weird. They thought that Mr. Jiang was already extraordinary enough, but who knew that Mr. Mo was an even bigger weirdo? The spiritual tower of the alchemist Xiao Tai. Mo Fan didn't realize what kind of place this was. And what's a tribute pill furnace doing in the middle of the room? It seems that this old man wants the protagonist to prepare them now. Xiao Tai asked how things were going with the book of basic principles of the Taishu alchemical furnace. The sage mentioned that it was better not to tell this idiot that he didn't understand anything. So Mo Fan explained that he was now at the 5th chapter. He wasn't lying, because he had really reached that chapter. Then, his additional task will be to answer the questions he raises in this book. If the fellow answers each of them correctly, he will be convinced that Mo Fang possesses the same knowledge as Yang Feng Jiang, and even more. Many reactions take place in the furnace. Fire heats its contents and turns them red like the scorching sun. 2 kinds of spiritual gas rise from here, which later descend and become a golden liquid, making it appear as if the furnace were made of gold. He inquired of his fellow how he understood this sentence, but he doesn't understand anything at all. Even the guy was wondering if this alchemist was talking about the tribute pill furnace, or if he was just making fun of him. This book was written by him personally. Of course, he made the book difficult to understand. Even students in green robes know a little about it, let alone this guy. He shouldn't have been so bold. Xiao Tai wondered if he wasn't the one who said he'd read to the 5th chapter. And why can't he answer anything? It's a cakewalk for him. The 2 types of gas produced during the preparation of the tribute pill are actually formed from medicinal materials, and then atomized inside the furnace. Still, he will give it a try, and not let himself be looked down upon. He will simply use the same skill he used while fighting himself, stuffing with difficult words. This guy is confident in what he says. In general, it's even similar to the description from the book. But the alchemist won't let this guy notice his puzzlement. But he still recognized that it wasn't a bad answer. The sage was glad that the protagonist had gotten through it. But it was still a mystery whether he would be able to answer the following questions. After which he decided to ask one last question. Fire control is the most difficult part. The slightest mistake can lead to serious consequences. The creator must remain calm, otherwise the preparation of the pill will end in failure. The guy replied that this phenomenon is called precipitation. They just have to watch the fire while preparing the tribute pill. Now the alchemist realized that this guy had mastered the knowledge from the book well. He even uses special terms. What a genius. He started to descend, telling the guy to continue his thoughts. The main character didn't understand what the problem was and why this old man was getting more and more angry. He also wanted to tell everything he knew, but because of his nervousness, he couldn't even string words together. The alchemist approached him, speaking of having understood everything, after which he started repeating his words and laughing. Meanwhile, the boy did not understand what was wrong with him. They decided to run away as this grandfather had gone mad. The old man went crazy. Shotai said not to blame him. After all, it was all Mofan's fault. The guy's psyche was not ready to receive so much information in such a short time. But the alchemist didn't even think of letting this guy escape. Mofan asked him not to kill him. He was just repeating what science had taught him. It was she who made the alchemist mad, but he doesn't care what it is. No one can stop him today. This boy is bound to become his apprentice. The main character was perplexed that the alchemist wanted him to become an apprentice. The sage tapped him, talking about getting him to agree. This old man is a powerful man. Mr. Zhao is right. With such a powerful teacher, he could achieve a lot. He thanked the master for that. Xiaotai replied that he would not regret his decision. Now that the alchemist is his teacher, then he will make every effort to attrition to train his student. First of all, his power base is too thin. He doesn't even know who Mofan's first teacher was, but it's obvious that he had a wrong start. After that, the protagonist replied that he had sought his own path. This kid is really a genius. After all, he was even able to reach such a level on his own. He asked the kid's opinion on whether it was correct that the higher the fire control method, the better the tribute pill preparation skill. He thinks it's true. The key to cooking lies in the method used. That's what Mr. Gao said. But it was the dumbest mistake most masters make. The effect of these showy tricks is completely insignificant. The alchemists think they can endow the pill with great power if they control the fire better. But they are wrong. The true power of a tribute pill master lies in the class of fire he kindles. High-grade fire can drastically increase the purity of the pill as well. Even weak wizards with its help can obtain a power that can destroy the world. It is a pity that studying fire classes is such a time-consuming process. Moreover, at this time, it is rare to find a textbook with practical assignments. People focus on control methods just to take a shortcut. Sage has been informed that the latest classic book about heaven-level fire was used as toilet paper by a prince of the royal family. Fortunately, Xiaotai had advanced enough in learning the fire classes. The main character's words also inspired him. So he asked if Mofan would let him experiment with fire. Da Zhen replied that this touch was going to make the guy a lab mouse. But even so, he still agreed. He doesn't care how this Strig feels about him. He must become the champion in the pill-making competition and create a 6th-level yin and yang pill. For Xiao Yu's sake, he will pass any test no matter how difficult it is. The alchemist threw him a pouch containing fire pills. For the next 7 days he must take them 3 times a day, 1 at a time. Also, he must not let anyone else see them. He must also not eat anything else. Mofan noticed that these pills looked strange, and even questioned whether they were edible. The old man said to do as he says. At the same time, the guy was thinking about the fact that this old asshole should eat the pills himself. Xiaotai mentioned that he should not forget to learn the basic principles of Taishu furnaces. He could summon his disciple at any time, and he would be obliged to come no matter what important matters he was doing. Suddenly, the protagonist began to absorb another fire. At this moment, Xiaotai guessed that this guy was practicing the 5 attributes of the fate spell. Mofan didn't even understand how he was able to know, and whether he was really the enemy of King Qinshuan. Only the sage knew about the guy being in that tomb, after which the alchemist added that it explained a lot, since she really had a keen eye for talented people. He asked this mean old man not to scare her with his gaze if he didn't even antagonize her. After which Mofan calmed down and asked if the master was familiar with Qinshuan. But he didn't answer that question, and only added that since he had practiced her skills, he had nothing to worry about. Now, he had to register at the academy. Xiaotai will inform the academy that this guy is now his student. It was now clear that there was definitely something going on between the master and Qinshuan. He was also looking at this fire pill and even thought of trying it. This old man had tormented him for so long that he was already starving. He asked the sage if he could check if this pill was poisonous or not. Or perhaps he would like to be the first to sit down with it. Zhen began to get angry, saying that he was not omnipotent. But as soon as he ate that pill, he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, at the student registration center, they were discussing the fact that Mo Fan had problems with powerful people. After all, why would he take another test? It was unclear why anyone would want to personally meet this fool. Perhaps he would also be expelled from the academy. The sage swore that if this guy dared to scare him like that again, he would say everything he thought about him. Mo Fan replied that he wasn't even pretending. This thing is just disgusting. But this pill was enough for him to be satiated. And since everyone is here, Mentor Gao has something to tell them. They obviously didn't expect to see Mo Fan here again. Afterward, they were told that the student in the white robe, Mo Fan, had become a disciple of the alchemist Xiao Tai, and now he could enter the special heavenly room and get the XU buy card before anyone else. They thought it was unfair, and there must be some shenanigans involved. Yan Feng thought that he should have been the first to become a senior master's disciple. Lei Yun asked if they doubted the reliability and honesty of the academy. He apologized, saying that he shouldn't have overreacted so much. Mo Fan recognized that this was the same Lei Yun who was from a branch family of the Lei clan. Perhaps people from branch families are more understanding. He is very different from Yan Fengjiang. The mentor then gave him an ID card. Now he will hand them these red spirit and bloody soul pills. If they don't need them, they can exchange them for others. This is a bonus from the academy. These pills help cultivators get rid of evil thoughts. But they are also important for students with spirit veins of fire. At Northwind Academy, these pills will help people without spiritual fire veins learn how to create their own fire. Only they are capable of creating fire, of their true nature. This is a rule dictated by history. Mo Fan asked a question about what spiritual fire was. The sage covered himself in embarrassment. It was now unclear why such a dumbass was chosen as a top master. This fire is created by cultivators in practice. It is supposed to be the one that best suits one's cultivator. It can be of 10 levels. Spiritual fire could exist inside the cultivator or outside the cultivator to prepare the pill. An ordinary tribute pill master uses the power within his body to stimulate the fire of the human world. This is the same fire used in cooking. It's level 0. Wielding true fire is important for gaining strength from healing materials, removing impurities in real-life battles. The Book of Basic Alchemy isn't that complicated, since it doesn't say a word about it. Since this guy is determined in the alchemy department, he has to learn how to create fire of his true nature. But spiritual veins can only determine his starting point, not the amount of accomplishments he can acquire in the future. This is a basic celestial level instruction book on how to create the fire of true nature. It is called the Instruction for Obtaining Samadhi Fire. They were very excited to see a heavenly level textbook. Lei Yun has heard that the fire of Samadhi is a legendary fire that is a level above the fire of true nature. This fire is something that most masters can't even master in a lifetime. Would they really learn how to create this fire by following instructions? This book is dangerous in all fire creation methods, so the students in purple robes use it for reference. If they work hard, they might be able to develop true fire to the 10th level. The title of the book simply directs them to a bright future. Not that they will necessarily reach it. And after all, that old man said there were no more heavenly level books left. Mo Fan wondered what the level of Samadhi fire was. Isn't it the same fire that was in the legend in the Journey to the West? The fire that burned the Monkey King. A little later they came to a special heavenly room. The sage recognized it as a great room. There was even a level 5 soul collector in there. That said, they had put a lot of effort into this place. The apprentices of the best masters are not treated badly. It seems that the old man's fear was justified. The system congratulated the guy because he got an extra 110 health points. The protagonist said that the sage system was so annoying. He exchanged the red spirit pill and blood soul pill for this crane and youth preservation pill. With it, cultivators beyond the spirit line could get 3 extra years of life. But he didn't get that many health points. Zhen replied that free cheese is only in a mousetrap. He should cheer up. Once he gains 100 health, then he can activate the information vault. The sage asked if he wanted to do it right now. The boy waved his hand to say yes. In the end, he had 27 health points left. He felt exhausted. The sage replied that he didn't even know how useful this feature was. With this feature, he will be able to exceed the limits of the school news section. Now the level rules will not limit access to learning high-level material. To learn something, one must read a lot of books and collect them in his vault. If he wants to learn a technique, he has to read a technique book. Mo Fan replied that this feature wouldn't help him much because he hates reading. He explained to this foolish man that whatever his eyes saw would also be added to the vault. If he wished, he could store even the entire Shubai temple. He immediately perked up and wanted to go to Shubai. The temple is also a library. It has the largest number of books in the whole academy. Usually, students who come to read classical literature don't stay here for long. However, recently, a mysterious student appeared. The temple keeper Shubai said that he had read 30,000 pill recipe books. This disciple never stopped once and kept reading the books one after another. He was thin and tall, and he also had a long tail. She had been working and in the temple for years, but she had never met anyone like him. He read quickly and without a single emotion, like some kind of reading machine. This academy has so many in-country yet capable students. Even if he couldn't understand all those books, he's a legendary person anyway. He roughly imagined it could have been the main character because of the long tail. Even if the sage has scanned 36583 books from the Temple of Sweet Bai, the recipe for the yin and yang pill is not found. So why is there no information about this pill in the whole temple? Dezhen told him not to give up. Perhaps the recipe is in the main office of the pill masters. He wondered if Zishao had passed the exam. A long time had passed. Fan family estate, Northwest Imperial Gate. There was the smell of blood in the air. Zishao also smelled it, but the Fang family had always paid special attention to concealing odors. Did someone break into the family estate? But that's impossible, because the arrows would have reacted automatically. But there's no sign of them. He thought of sneaking in quietly to check it out. But if he hurried, he might be seen. He can only rely on himself in this situation. With his power, he summoned a bird he hadn't seen in a long time. It was a green sap san. A precious bird in the list of demons it is bred by the Fan family. When a descendant of the family starts cultivating, he is given this bird to accompany him. She helps with navigation and messaging. It is called the most trusted and closest friend of the Fan family. He asked the bird to find its way home. The bird flew around the estate, but no one was there. They couldn't die. 4 days later, Shubai Temple. The others didn't understand where the stench was coming from and started running. Didn't Mr. Zhao say that these fire pills should increase his fire level? The heat makes him so uncomfortable and sleepy. It's not summer yet, and he's already sweaty. Dezhen replied that they are the ones who suffer the most here. This guy was so busy looking for a prescription that he didn't even shower. After which he told the protagonist to get away. Some annoying people he didn't know came to meet him. Renlu thought this disciple of the senior master was too arrogant. Guigao laughed with Togo that this guy was pretending that they didn't even know who they were. They were curious to know what tricks he used to become a disciple of a senior master. They seriously thought that this guy had fooled everyone. Renlu reminded him that all the students in white robes hated him. They would help the guy if he told them how he became a disciple of the Supreme Master. There was fire in Guigao's hands, and he divined to consider that although they of the alchemy faculty were the worst at fighting, they would be able to beat this guy. But he doesn't know how he became the apprentice of the Supreme Master. The old man made him do it. He said that Mo Fan was talented and offered to be his apprentice. He even got angry because of the guy's reluctance. Meanwhile, his whole body was itching, and he wanted to take a shower as soon as possible. And these people are too dumb to get elected. They began to argue that this despicable asshole didn't deserve to be a disciple of a Supreme Master. And today, he's out of this academy. Zhenlu used poisonous flames. The protagonist realized that he had 7th level spiritual bones. No wonder this guy dared to challenge him. Suddenly a trap of fire began to form behind him. As it turned out, it was a poison flame bomb that looked strange. Where did so much fire come from? Zhendu squeezed a colossal amount of fire into this bomb. The fiery spiritual power within him begins to rage. Those fire pills made Mo Fan's spiritual power purer, and the poisonous fire only contributes to this process. If the guy can't get his spiritual power under control, he'll burn alive. But what would happen if he took control of her? The protagonist used the steps of a fire dragon, after which he activated the Heavenly Fire Sword spell. Zhenlu couldn't believe that he had poisoned this guy. He could still control spiritual power. Is he really at the preliminary level of spiritual bone? Guigao also decided to intervene in their fight, saying that this guy was just a cheater. Fortunately, at the very last moment, he managed to dodge this attack. Envy makes people too ugly. After which, the protagonist engaged the Yang Ho in the palm of his hand. Guigao only chuckled and also mentioned that it was just a silly little trick. After which he engaged the fire cut. That's how I got to Mo Fanya. The sage was too disturbed by these events. He wanted to send Mo Fan to hell by throwing poison bombs. The sage's pattern changed to a red color, as did his eye. These guys are too strong. They pissed him off. Suddenly, Mo Fan threw the sage out of here, asking why he was still here. Da Zhen asked if the guy was injured. The protagonist replied that it was close, but he was able to dodge thanks to the protective jade. But Guigao was unwilling to let him escape. Now he knew that the main character had Earth-level flesh, so it was no surprise that he had survived such an attack. He was going to the Faculty of Arms, but he wandered into the Green Lake by mistake. He may not give up, but let him jump into this lake. There's water in it. With flesh like that, he'll completely melt. After which, Mo Fan used the steps of the fire dragon. Did the vapor in the air affect the strength of the spiritual level? This place is definitely good luck. These guys can't touch it anymore. But did he really think so? They've utilized the martial arts of the water element. After which Mo Fan used Qing Mu's palms, but now it is clear that he has both water and fire spiritual veins. No wonder he can utilize both elements. What a great story that Mo Fan, a new disciple of a supreme master, accidentally fell into the Green Lake and completely dissolved. But all of a sudden someone pulled him out of that lake. The guys didn't even know who it was. It was Qin Chan-kun who asked if they really wanted to know her name. Bullies like these idiots don't even deserve it. Mo Fan asked what she was doing here. She advised him to watch his language and show respect, or else she would kill him. Mo Fan rephrased the question, asking about what this talented Lady Qin of incredible beauty was doing in the weapons department. He couldn't even guess that she was studying here. After all, even Zhixiao had a hard time getting in here. She wouldn't pass. Chang Kun failed to qualify due to her lack of fighting skills. She also failed to qualify for the strength training faculty. She didn't qualify for the alchemy faculty due to lack of potential and ended up entering the general faculty. That girl literally wanted to kill him. But she ended up asking what about Zhixiao and what faculty he was in. The guy replied that Zhixiao had gone home after finishing his internship because something had happened to his family. She is so worried about Zhixiao that Mo Fan even wanted to joke about falling in love again. But she put a rope around his neck, asking about what had happened to his family and if he was okay. They must show respect, for they are in the middle of a battle. The girl inquired who these two were. The protagonist replied that they were some dumbasses who wanted to defeat him and satisfy his self-esteem. They were just jealous that he had become a disciple of a supreme master. The idiot apparently forgot he was still poisoned by his fire. Guigao said again that he would go to hell. Chang Kun didn't understand why no matter where Mo Fan went, he always pissed off weird people. The guy replied that he doesn't do it on purpose. People are always jealous of geniuses like him. She advised him to surrender. After all, killing was not allowed in the academy. If she attacked now, they would notice her weaknesses. Especially Mo Fan is poisoned by some kind of fire. What to do? But he won't give up. Those idiots will throw him into the lake and destroy his dead body. Meanwhile, his spiritual power is out of control. She called the guy a weakling who won't admit it. Chang Kun has no idea how he's still alive. But she will only save him for Zhixiao's sake. Zhen Lu said to fight him. She began to confront the two elements. Then she asked the genius to come up with something. At this rate, they'll both be dead soon. She doesn't even want to die with him. Green Lake suppresses the power of spiritual fire. They will do it together to slay their entire mind. Even if this guy gives up, it won't stop them. They ran a combination attack. Chang Kun had already prepared to fight back. But suddenly, the main character started spewing tongues of flame from his mouth. She turned her attention to him, not realizing what he wanted to do. After which, he spat out a ball of flame that flew straight into the attack of those two. There was a massive explosion. Meanwhile, the alchemist didn't understand why the academy had such strong fluctuations in spiritual fire powers. While the others didn't know what had happened here, someone was shouting not to kill him. Could it be that someone from the weapons faculty was able to carry out such an attack? They didn't even think that it could have been done by the students in that pit after all. Only a purple-clothed student could carry out such an attack. She didn't understand what had happened to Mo Fan. Did he pass out after almost killing them? She wanted to ask him about Zhixiao. Xiao Tai arrived and said that the guy was fine. He also reassured the girl, the topic that he is this kid's teacher and will take care of him. At the same time, the teacher thought about the fact that this boy had made himself a good friend. Everyone was wondering who this old man was who looked more capable than the other teachers. Perhaps that hole was his handiwork. Suddenly, bottles appeared in their hands. He explained that this jade bottle contained a 4th-level tribute medicine. They increase the power of spiritual energy, and this young man misused the techniques and consequently ruined the lake. Master doesn't want any of them to do it again. Otherwise, this is how their existence will end. After such a large explosion of energy, this kid was able to deal with a level 1 fire seed. Could it be that the fire pills were so strong that they allowed the boy to accumulate such an amount of spiritual fire? Mo Fan woke up and didn't understand what the master was doing here, and he also didn't remember how he ended up in the tribute pill preparation room. Xiao Tai called him an ungrateful little youth. He probably isn't even aware that he almost died. Thanks to the master, he was able to survive. The guy also asked if he had killed those 2 students. Xiao Tai replied that he was not interested in eliminating his students' rivals. One was scared to death, and the other was so seriously injured by the explosion that his spiritual veins had practically disappeared. A gigantic amount of spiritual fire energy surged out of his body. He should be thankful he didn't die at all. The sage appeared and replied that there had been explosions inside the guy's body before, which prevented him from keeping his form in the outside world. The master threw him something that he said would help him. He also asked why he didn't adopt the skills from the Samadhi manual after he had accumulated so much spiritual fire energy. This guy handled a level 1 fire seed after such a gigantic explosion. He wanted to learn more about it. He had spent a few days in the Xubai temple searching for the recipe for the yin and yang pill. Therefore, he had no time to create fire or cultivate fire pills. Mo Fan had read every book, but he couldn't find a single clue about this pill. The master explained that this pill is not of a very high level, but its recipe is indeed mysterious. It is only known to some outstanding masters. The North Wind Empire hadn't seen cultivators above the 6th level in a long time. Since the answers aren't even in the North Wind Empire, what should he even do now? Suddenly the master informed me that he had a recipe. He grabbed the master's leg, talking about how he was an outstanding creator, the best of the best. The boy was very happy to be his student, so he asked if the master could make a yin and yang pill for him. Xiao Tai replied that he would do it after the fire of his true nature reached the 10th level. He asked how long it would take. The teacher replied that at the moment, less than half of the green-clothed students possessed this achievement. And among the purple robes, there would be at most half of them. It would take a normal person about 10 years to create this fire. But the teacher's method will allow him to speed up the process. It all depends on him. At the same time, the protagonist was thinking about whether the damn old man was sure he wouldn't die in that time. He might be willing to wait, but Xiao Yu only had 3 years left. That's what a brilliant student should be doing. He started practicing right after he made his decision. Nothing can bother him, and he is very calm and collected. The information storage function was activated. Mo Fan thought about the fact that he shouldn't panic and rush. He would only be able to save Xiao Yu if he created a level 10 true nature fire. But all of a sudden, the teacher saw the guy start to quickly reread everything. The main character replied that he was reading. In response, the teacher asked if that's how people read. This kid is too impatient. He probably doesn't even memorize anything at all. He handed over the book with the words that he was finished. The content of the whole book is saved in his head. The teacher can also test him if he does not believe it. If Mo Fan ever makes a mistake, the teacher will teach him a lesson. An hour later, the boy was already asking the master not to be upset. He should be happy that he had a disciple of such genius. Ever since he had the information storage function, Mo Fan had become a reading machine. It takes him a couple of minutes to memorize books. Now, there is enough information about the fire of true nature in the vault. It remained to practice the skills described in the book of the 5 attributes of the destiny spell. But at the same time, the protagonist did not understand the difference between this book and the instructions for obtaining fire samadhi. The sage told him to ask his hip, and then he would know. Mo Fan took this phrase literally. The teacher was puzzled. He shouldn't worry, because the Chin Swan technique is very useful. He just had to follow the instructions. He would have been willing to try it if it wasn't for the rule that one wasn't allowed to switch to learning another set of skills. Mo Fan then turned to Mr. Zhao, who replied that he knew what to do. The sage activated the separation function, the separation of the fire chapter from the 5 attributes of the destiny spell. The true fire spell was created. The end of the separation. A month later, there was news that after some time, the alchemy department would conduct a test among all the students in white robes. It consists of a firestone exam and a fire control method. In the first part, they must simply place their hand on this monument, and depending on their progress in creating true nature fire, a light of different brightness will appear. In the second part, they demonstrate the fire control method. Moya saw that Mr. Jiang had already mastered the method of controlling the spiritual fire of the 4 quadrants. But it was really none of their business whether he knew how to use it or not. He saw Yang Fen being practiced and was disturbed. The sage told him not to worry, for he was also good. Mo A saw what a genius must be like and suggested leaving, because there was nothing else to see here. Jiejia originally said not to come, they would only dishonor themselves. But they were stopped by Shiki. Mo Fan had a level 2 true nature fire. Leng Yun replied that Mr. Mo did a good job. Mentor Gao noted that Mo Fan disciple in white attire successfully created a level 2 true nature fire. Again, this guy is interfering with Zhang. Leng Yun noticed that Mr. Mo looked so enthusiastic and energetic. He is not surprised that this guy has made such progress. Mo Fan replied that he was exhausted. He almost died while he was looking for something at Zubai Temple, and then some other smug guys decided to fight him. Leng Yun asked what Mr. was looking for. After all, he might be able to help. The protagonist replied that she was looking for the recipe for the 6th level yin and yang pill. Leng Yun replied that if he worked for the Leng family, it would be much easier for him to find that recipe. He'll take it into consideration. It's still too difficult to fulfill Master's requirements. Xiao Yu doesn't have much time. Nightingale's Nest, one of the Fan's intellectual agencies. The guy inquired who he was and how dare he spy here. But then Zixiao replied that it was him. He was attacked by 2 men who didn't understand how he dared to come back, and why he didn't even dodge those lunges. It's because he didn't even come here to fight. Zixiao wants to know what happened to the Fang family. It seems like this guy had mastered the spirit lineage level ability again. He explained that the main family members had left the North Wind Empire. This traitor doesn't deserve to know anything about them. Zixiao Kind purposely lost to Junior Master Len and left the family. After that, the Len kidnapped his younger sister and seized the Fan family's sphere of influence. They told him not to even think of approaching the capital. When he lost the fight, the whole family lost. Did Zixiao still think that it was just a coincidence? All of this horror from the swiftness of the battle swept over them. They accused the guy of just selling out the Fang family and hiding somewhere and living a happy life. In response, Zixiao wondered if the royal family had done nothing to stop the Len family. Is there even a chance to save his little sister? No one knows why the royal family gave tacit approval to Len. And about his sister, he might have said something because he doesn't think Zixiao will abandon her. He asked if the young master of the flax was dead. Thanks to Zixiao's actions, the young master has ascended. So powerful, he is only a family elder. He must not appear here again. Let this guy regain his abilities, and he will never be welcome in the family. It was already night outside, and at the same time he was thinking about that guy's words. Afterward, he was seen by Mo Fan. The protagonist revealed that he had created fire of his true nature. However, he saw the expression on Zixiao's face. This alarmed him, so he asked us what was wrong. For some reason, the protagonist had the feeling that there was a lust for his death somewhere nearby. Zixiao replied that he was fine. After which, he mentioned about the true nature fire. He began to praise himself, saying that even Len Yun had offered to be a guest tribute pill master in their family. He even said he would help find the recipe for the yin and yang pills. Jiao recommended not to accept the offer under any pretext. They were sworn enemies of the Fang family and were involved in many dirty deals with the empire. Therefore, they can't be trusted. At the same time, Mo Fan replied that Len Yun is from a branch family, so he doubts that this guy could have committed any crime at all. Even the spirit demon spell can suppress their family. Years ago, he tried to stop the endless battles and deaths, so he made a spiritual demon deal with the young Len master. He promised to leave the Fang family alone if Zixiao lost. Of course, Zixiao agreed to this. He deliberately hit weaker. But the young linen master had slew him with an attack he had never used before. All the effort Zixiao had put into cultivation went to waste. At that moment, the guy didn't care about anything at all. He didn't think that anyone could take back his words after the spirit demon's spell. He felt like the Fang family had finally found peace. But it was hard to even imagine that the Len would steal his little sister and take over the Fan family's domain. But anyone who breaks their vows will die. That's impossible. Otherwise, Qin Xuan wouldn't have made him say that incantation in the tomb. But he's living just fine. Su Xiao is out for revenge. He'd rather kill himself than let him get away with it. Such words explored to expect from the former best cultivator in the entire capital. Yan Feng had a similarly good reputation when he left the city in search of adventure. He's not interested in the chatter of a narcissist and a loser. He came to find out what was the cause of the explosion at the Green Lake. And since they met, Yan Feng wants to fight the former top cultivator of the capital. Zi Xiao immediately rushed into battle. It was a powerful burst of energy. After which, Yan Feng recoiled, saying that this guy had only regained his abilities and was already a great fighter. It's dangerous for him and Mo Fan to return to the capital, even though he was a young master in the Fang family. Many people won't want to see him here again, but that's enough for today. Anyway, he just wanted to say hello. He would look forward to continuing this fight. Mo Fan replied that actually, they weren't alone here. For him, fighting wasn't a problem either. Leng Yun wondered if Mo Fan had already made up his mind, but suddenly he saw Zi Xiao beside him. Zi Xiao recognized that his friend was indeed living in special conditions. An ordinary training hall doesn't compare to the main character's hall. In response to this, Mo Fan said, "Come to his place to train. He will take care of the lodging for the night." After which Mo Fang noticed Leng Yun and replied that he had to decline the offer. But he also thanked that he was given this opportunity. Leng Yun replied that he respected the guy's choice and also warned that Zhen Lu and Gui Gao would be released soon. Therefore, he should be more careful. At the same time, Leng Yun thought how this guy knows Zi Xiao. It seems like they are good friends. And of course, at that very moment, the ones they were talking about came in. They apologized to Mo Fan, saying that they had been misled, so they had offended him. He only remained silent. The main character only laughed and told the master to watch. His apprentice is so kind and capable that even the two bullies apologized. Well, as it turned out, Xiao Tai showed them a couple of his moves and told them to stop mashing people. Looks like they took his advice. The teacher also suggested that he must have come to ask for help. Mo Fan replied that he just wanted to help the teacher with the medicinal materials. But of course, the teacher didn't believe it. He also advised the guy to just say what he needs. He only cried, saying that his fire of true nature was gone. Xiao Tai explained that it meant that the spiritual powers had completely transformed into true nature fire. The guy explained that after testing, he could no longer create this fire no matter how much he tried. His first breakthrough was the creation of the fire of true nature. His second was to release that fire outward. And the time has come for the third test, which he will surely overcome. With each step, the fire of true nature becomes more and more powerful. When combining martial arts with fire, he will be able to deal more damage than ordinary spiritual power. And while preparing tribute pills, the guy will be able to extract purer and stronger healing energy from the materials. It turns out that all of his spiritual power has been transformed into true nature fire. But if he can't release fire, he can't use martial arts, which means he can't fight or create tribute pills. What will he do if someone challenges him? The master was a terrific cultivator, and probably had some special weapons. He asked to show his collection because the boy could learn a lot. Or perhaps master would give him something for self-defense. Xiao Tai replied that he's been preparing pills his whole life as well. And in that time, he had never used something like that. He muttered that this old man was a beggar. What would he do if someone wanted to kill him? The teacher replied that the guy would always be able to escape. This little asshole doesn't even realize that as long as he's on the academy grounds, the teacher will be able to save him. Suddenly, someone broke into the temples of Shubai and stole the Demon Fire Holy Scripture. This scripture was only in the academy. It describes the fire of Samadhi. They tried to stop that thief, but he was too fast. Zhen Kui, who was the dean of the alchemy faculty, ordered that everything be scrutinized. He couldn't allow anyone to steal anything from the Xubai temple. Mo Fan asked Mr. Zhao if it was true that any student in white robes could easily knock him out now. The sage replied that if the guy was able to use martial arts, he would only defeat a couple people in this academy. In response to that, the guy asked if the Lord could be a little kinder. What kind of power does he even possess now? The sage replied that it was a pretty good question. First, the news system provides him with the latest news and locate the treasure. They gather all the necessary information for the protagonist. The system will help speed up the cultivation process and strengthen the ability of understanding. The information vault allows him to save everything he sees. All the books he reads will be collected. He doesn't have to worry about health points to improve this function. With Mr. Zhao's help, the guy is now also as good as a genius out of geniuses. Mo Fan replied that he was already a genius. He will only be able to use other sources in the future. Right now, Mo Fan only had one option: to take advantage of system news, the power of ground-level flesh defense, and mysterious defense jade. This jade doesn't always work. Therefore, Mo Fan didn't even know if he could definitely rely on it at the critical moment. Mr. Zhao replied that it was all about his determination. Only by concentrating would he be able to unleash his full power. The protagonist felt that it was better for him to stay in the room and practice every day. It would be lucky if he didn't run into any trouble. Suddenly he was surrounded by people asking if he was Mo Fan, after which he ordered the guy to be grabbed. The protagonist didn't understand who these people were or what they wanted from him. After they came to the temple of Shubai, the latter reported that they had brought thieves. The fire of this guy's true nature is completely different from the ordinary one. The master then asked the man if he recognized him, and the man replied that he did. He clearly saw Mo Fan run out of the temple, so he had better tell them where he hid the demonic fire in the sacred scripture. The protagonist replied that he had no idea what they were talking about or what the scripture was. The dean of the alchemy faculty verified that Mo Fan's true fire did not look like ordinary fire. The temple protector just recognized him as a boron. Will he continue to pretend to be innocent? But the truth is that even the guy himself doesn't know what it is, even if he stole the demonic fire scripture. He told the temple protector to look more closely. The man replied that it was too dark and he might even have mistaken him for someone else. But the dean of the faculty of alchemy cannot be wrong. The Mo Fan fire could not be obtained by using the instruction of obtaining samadhi fire. Afterward, the protagonist confessed that he had not even used the instruction. The sage wanted to stop him, but the guy revealed that he was practicing Qinshuan skills. Could it really be the same King Qinshuan? The truth is that the legendary Qinshuan died many years ago. But he really didn't. And everyone who studied the secret descriptions will be expelled, and they can't leave this academy now. He didn't want to hear it anymore and ordered Mo Fan to be locked up. The main character kept trying to explain that he didn't steal anything. Others have already talked about the alchemy students breaking into the Shubai temple and stealing the scriptures for some girl. If it's true, he must be head over heels in love with her. They had heard that Mr. Mo's alchemy faculty had secretly studied the secret skills of the Shubai temple and had been caught red-handed. Xiaotai immediately guessed the person in question. After that, the distinguished elders arrived. Mo Fan was glad that his master had finally arrived. He shouldn't have been suspicious of the alchemist's disciple, but the demonic fire scripture is extremely important. The protagonist asked the master to tell him that he had never practiced the book of fire samadhi. After which the man checked, however, he still couldn't tell for sure. This young man is at the stage of turning the fire of spiritual energy into the fire of true nature. Therefore, everything is a bit unclear. Even this man couldn't recognize him. At the same time, another argument against the main character had fallen away. But in that case, they have a problem. They can't prove his guilt, Mo Fanya. The protagonist started to get angry, saying that they really can't prove that he stole this holy scripture. Wise told him to calm down Leeds. Now he can't even use his powers. Afterwards, the old man said he had an idea. Admittedly, he didn't know if it was appropriate. Xiaotai replied that they trusted him. Since this guy can't release true nature fire right now, so why not test it? If he cultivated the samadhi fire with the sacred description of demonic fire, the demonic image will appear when the fire is released. This is a characteristic of samadhi fire. Afterward, the man inquired where they could do this testing and how. They replied that it could be done in the Misty Valley, and Xiaotai already had one suggestion. The protagonist began to sense a catch. He knew that the two old men were up to something bad. They had lied to Mo Fan that fire vein frogs wouldn't attack humans, and it wouldn't be hard to deal with one. There's more than one. He could make a big frog casserole. The sage told him to stop rambling. Shouldn't he stay away from them in general, since the guy can't use any fighting techniques? But as long as he doesn't move, then they won't notice him. Plus, he's perfectly camouflaged, they'll move in slowly. When the frogs notice them, they'll freeze in place. That way, they won't be able to detect them. It's a test to check the main character's abilities. But it won't show whether he stole the sacred scripture of demonic fire or not. They will know the truth when he eats the fire dragon's saliva. If the guy can't obtain it, it will mean that he is unable to break into the Xubai temple. He is the only suspect, so he should explain himself. But it will all be over after testing, so until then, they shouldn't bother him. He thanked for that reminder. After some observation, the masked man recognized that this young man was very creative. If he turns out to be innocent, the man would like him to be his apprentice. The other old man replied that the way the boy got to the frogs was quite clever. The sage told the lad to remain calm and act, for they were almost there. He almost succeeded in getting what he wanted. But suddenly the sage smelled a deathly awful odor. Of course the frogs smelled him too, so they wanted to attack him with their tongues. Fortunately, the protagonist was able to bounce back, and at the same time the sage said to grab the fire dragon's saliva, whereupon he rushed to this grass and was able to get it. But something happened that the wise man didn't even expect. A huge paw crushed 2 frogs. It was a giant creature. The sage asked what the guy was doing. After all, it's not even a frog and the same tactics won't work. But Mo Fan said, he should just shut up. Suddenly the creature hit him with its tail. They would have to hide in the forest. After which, the sage learned that it was an earthfire rhinoceros of the 4th level of the middle grade. Afterward, the guy noticed that he wasn't even injured. Looks like this big guy isn't as tough as he seems. It's just a giant trinket. But then the sage hit him, talking about it being a level 4 monster. Mo Fan should be thankful that he didn't even kill it. After that, they saw that what looked like a mountain. It was very foggy, so they decided to get closer. It doesn't feel like stone at all. After which they realized that it was an earth-level rhinoceros. This rhino attacked the protagonist. That rhinoceros was just introducing him by the nose. Mo Fan asked if he was making fun of him in this way. Suddenly a term pierced his shoulder. How silly to be played by a monster. He will not forgive this insult. A sword appeared in his hand, which he stuck in to make the rhino pay for his behavior. The blade broke and he was able to jump off that monster. After that, the rhino wanted to shoot straight up the mountain. The others also didn't know where the earth-level rhinoceros that was supposed to be sleeping came from. The masked man would never think that Mo Fan could stand up to such a beast. If this guy was really innocent, he would actually be willing to accept him into the defense team. Xiao Tai from offered to let him complete the testing, but the truth was that he hadn't proved his innocence. After which, the old man added that this misty valley was given to him by the alchemist Xiao Tai when he showed him this place. He didn't expect Xiao Tai to possess the debris valley at all. The alchemist replied that passing the test would only prevent him from being expelled from the academy. He would still prove his innocence. At the critical moment, Mo Fan managed to find the entrance to the cave and hide in it. It looks like Xiao Tai's student is lucky. It's time to help him. The beast is waiting for the guy right at the entrance, and he himself is seriously wounded. Therefore, you need to help as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will suffer the consequences. But Xiao Tai believed that his disciple would be able to get out on his own. He also put a death sequence on the Earth-level rhinoceros. If anything went wrong, he would activate it immediately, and that beast would explode. But before that, they decided to give the guy some time. Mo Fan didn't know that there was a small cave in the cleft. Dezhen replied that it wasn't safe here. They should push it further into the depths. Not only was Mr. Zhao able to spot the old wound on the rhino's head, he was also able to find cover. What a pity that the main character couldn't use spiritual energy and martial arts techniques. Otherwise, this beast would have received more serious injuries. In any case, he had already poured all his anger on it. Whereupon Mo Fan thought that they were seeing royal bloody marrow. But the sage replied that he did not think so, for there could not be so much of it. After that, with the help of the new system, they were really surprised that this is the royal blood marrow. It is as precious as a golden mountain. It contains purer yang energy, which can strengthen the bones of a cultivator's muscles and veins. It is especially useful for human flesh cultivators. It can also be used directly on cultivators and as a medicinal material. The wise man said, "Consume this plant now." He felt pure yang energy, after which he no longer felt pain. He felt warmth and comfort. Suddenly, the protective jade began to react to it. A little later, the sage became convinced of the efficacy of royal blood marrow. After all, not only did it heal the wounds, it also increased the strength of the flesh. But why did the protective jade begin to melt? He really hoped Mo Fan wouldn't die from this. He woke up a little while later, still talking about having a good nap. Da Zhen started flying around him, asking how he was feeling and if his body was all right. Mo Fan replied that he felt amazing and all the wounds had healed. He also peeked at the ground stage. He would have slept longer if it hadn't been for that rhino outside. So he wanted to deal with him as soon as possible. Did he really have the ability to accelerate his movements? After he decided to check it out, suddenly he hit a wall. Also, the protagonist didn't realize what had happened. Dazhen replied that the protective jade could still help in speeding up movements, but now summoning the effect is faster and easier. It was probably because he had reached the highest level. No wonder it went off at the mere thought. He would definitely teach that monster a lesson now. There was nothing wrong with the protective jade fusing with Mo Fan's body. After all, Wiseman was worried about him. Suddenly he stopped, inquiring about what the Lord had just said. The sage replied that when the guy was absorbing the bone marrow, the protective jade started to melt and merged with his body. Is the jade really in his body now and living in it like a parasite? Yeah, I don't know, but the guy seems fine. He should look on the bright side. He grabbed the sage by the ears, saying that he himself had claimed to know everything. Dazhen replied that it was his fault. He should have updated the system in time. Now the gentleman was lagging behind, for he could not keep up with the latest news. They all kept arguing that this happened because of the sage's greed. After all, he takes too many health points from us. Yes, Zhenya replied that he is a good helper and only takes a few points. This guy should have done a better job. After a couple minutes of arguing, he did agree to collect the royal bloody marrow. And the sage should see where the earth-level rhinoceros is. At the same time, Mo Fan is exhausted, as if he had an argument with an unreasonable woman. Yes, I noticed that this rhino is still waiting for them, and he's right above the crevasse. It was time to try the raging fire fist that was created by the maximum level Earth medium stage body. Rhino only saw the main character jump on him. After that, the guy disappeared from his sight, and appeared downstairs, striking him. He really enjoyed this fight. The masked man asked the alchemist if his apprentice was a monster. The old man replied that perhaps the guy had found something incredible in that cave. All his wounds had healed, and his body had become stronger than a high-grade demonic beast. Xiao Tai replied that this was not enough. A rhinoceros is difficult to defeat. If he goes on a rampage, Mo Fan will be in trouble. He wanted to see what his student could do, and so the rhinoceros uses that very movement. Does this monster really think Mo Fan is stupid enough to fall for this again? Whereupon he flung this one aside, the rhino yelling for him to get the hell out of here. Suddenly they heard some unintelligible sound. Trouble seems to stick to him. Mo Fan had to use acceleration. He couldn't believe that an Earthfire rhino could transform into a top-class beast. This beast was determined. The old man didn't think the apprentice could overpower him. The masked man replied that this young man's advantage had been defeated by the rhino's fury. He was now at a disadvantage. The sage explained that he had turned into a raging form. Mo Fan was no longer his opponent, so he shouldn't even try to get close to him. To begin with, it's better to collect the fire dragon's saliva. Alchemist Xiao Tai and his companions will only help the guy when he can complete the test. But of course, this monster wasn't going to let him do that so easily. Mo Fan didn't understand what kind of monster it was that could release fire 17 times in 2 seconds. The protagonist should have a stitch-up, because the fire dragon's saliva is right in front of him. He got it and decided to eat it, after which this rhinoceros released its attack. The old man thought that alchemist Xiao Tai had made a huge mistake, but the truth is, his student passed. Now it was his turn. With just one strike, he was able to defeat this monster. After which the protagonist stated that he is handsome, so also capable. And this is an undeniable fact. Then suddenly, he noticed his robe catching fire, and started to put out the fire. Now I can see why the alchemist didn't launch that killing array. His apprentice is talented at using true nature fire. Now that he can turn his spiritual power into a wagon of true nature and release fire at the same time, it can be assumed that he has made the third breakthrough. But he still has a lot of work to do, before he can utilize martial arts with true nature fire. After which, the masked man confirmed that the guy's fire had nothing to do with the demonic fire scripture. His subordinate must have seen the snake-like spiritual veins, and also the thief had disguised himself using the transformation method. Also, the old man promised that as a senior member of the academy, he would take this matter seriously. Mo Fan asked the teacher why he didn't help him. If the protagonist couldn't make the third breakthrough, he would be dead by now. In response, the teacher replied that he had made a breakthrough in a non-random way. If it wasn't for the fire dragon's saliva, it was unlikely that he would have made any achievements with his current accumulation. Was the teacher implying that he wouldn't even be expelled from the academy if he didn't pass the test? Xiao Tai confirmed the main character's send-off. He had, after all, told Mo Fan that no one would expel him from this academy. And to the guy's question about why that damned old man decided to torture him, the teacher replied that everything has its price. After which, he tried to calm this disciple down. Mo Fan's mentor spent a lot of effort and time helping him make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Fire dragon saliva is a medicinal material that can facilitate the cultivation of true nature fire. It only exists in the debris space, and today's incident is just a lucky test to see if he can obtain this material. Afterwards, the masked man apologized to the guy. He also promised that they would definitely find the real culprit and let my fan beat him up to vent his anger. But the protagonist didn't like the thought that someone might be using transformation to set him up. If it really is a transformation technique, Mo Fan should be more careful later on. We need to bring that person who wanted to defame the name of Xiao Tai's disciple to justice as soon as possible. A little while later, the students noticed an announcement that Mo Fan, a white-clothed student from the alchemist department, had recently made a breakthrough in practicing true nature fire and had reached the 4th grade. Since he had worked hard, the academy decided to provide him with 3 times the monthly cultivation resources that he had received before. This academy hadn't had such a gifted alchemist in years. After all, it had only been a month since he entered the academy. This guy must be qualified to participate in the exam to upgrade to green robes. Everyone was curious as to which technique would be stronger. Yan Feng's fire control technique, or Mo Fan's true nature fire. One group of people thought that fire control techniques were nothing compared to true nature fire. Others thought that each of them would be able to create a 10th grade true nature fire. The only difference was who would be first. But in terms of fire control technique, there were almost no restrictions on cultivation. Mo Fan didn't know that the ability to create 4th degree true nature fire could benefit him so much. Yan Feng heard that the main character has refined the true nature fire to the 4th grade. That's just a stroke of luck. Mo Fan replied, compared to some people who don't even have true nature fire, he is still a bit stronger. Mo Fan began to suspect that this man was simply jealous of his genius, hence why he decided to set him up. Yan Feng asked if Mo Fan had fallen so low as to even think that Yan Feng would use such methods to control insects. Let him enjoy his days of praise before he realizes that the limits of true fire are useless to a genius like Yan Feng. Mo Fan replied that he was just scared. He walked away talking about how this guy was too boring. Suddenly, he noticed a crowd of disciples in front of him saying that they admired him. Someone claimed that Mo Fan is so wonderful that the son of the Jiang family is only afraid of him. All of them admire the true genius. And why didn't she realize before that Mo Fan is so beautiful? Yeah, he said he was sick of hearing about it. He didn't expect to be treated like Zi Xiao at all. Shichi noticed that Mo Fan's talent as an alchemist was really very good. Moe thought that perhaps it was just luck. Shi Jia replied that this guy was just using 4th grade true fire and there was nothing special about it. After which, he was asked if he could even do it. Cultivators with snake-like spiritual veins excel at transformation, investigation, disguise, and ambushes. Their spirit veins are considered among the most powerful among assassins and assassins. Only cultivators with these veins can master the transformation technique that allows them to change appearance and disguise themselves as others. Some achieve perfect mastery, but it is extremely difficult. It's still hard to find that rascal after all. After all, only cultivators with snake-like spiritual veins can learn transformation techniques. And there aren't even any other cases. How he wished Zi Xiao was here. After all, he has a lot of experience living in the capital. Therefore, this fellow could definitely give some advice. After which, the sage reported that he was already here. Zi Xiao asked if he had gotten into trouble. In response, Mo Fan wondered if perhaps he was also part of the system, since he was able to appear right here as soon as his help was needed. Zi Xiao didn't understand what system he was talking about. He also explained that he had ranked first among all the students of the weapons faculty. Therefore, he was also granted permission to enter the Shubai Temple. He didn't like Zi Xiao's relaxed look. He must be completely unaware of what a miserable life he had had. The latter replied that he was well aware of what had happened to his friend. The news spreads very quickly. Mo Fan has become someone's target. Considering the fact that he always attracts a hater, there are so many suspects in this case and they all want to destroy him. The sage replied that this is true, and he was about to say the most suspicious thing of all. Zi Xiao knew who he was referring to. But right now, he couldn't jump to conclusions simply because this person had more grudges than other people. He doesn't think Yan Feng would do such a despicable act. He would cause trouble for his enemies, but he doesn't cross the line. This guy is different from ordinary noble people. He was accepted into the core family of the Jiang clan when he was 5 years old. Yan Feng had been sourcing his own resources for self-cultivation since he was a child. He didn't rely on his family even when he left home to find a teacher. But after all, only Mo Fan and Yan Feng were able to find medicinal materials in the exam given by the alchemy department. The other students, even Leng Yun, passed the test with the materials their families provided. He had fought him once, and he didn't seem to have any snake-like spirit veins. He decided to change the subject and asked if Xiao had any information about his younger sister. He replied that there was nothing. The Lei family knew he was here, so they closed all sources of information. Xiao has more reasons to worry than Mo Fan. He is all but unable to offer him any help. Right now, the protagonist should focus on his own problems, because he doesn't want to be someone else's burden. Sage wakes up the protagonist by talking about finding something important. He woke up and asked you what the sage had found. He also noticed the absence of Zhao. Da Zhen started to get angry, talking about the guy just listening to him. Still, he was able to open the ring that the protagonist had gotten from the bony finger of mentor Xiao back then. Mo Fan warily asked if the Lord was sure it could be opened. Wise told him to just do what he says. He was then informed to drop his blood on it. Mo Fan was even sure that his health points would be deducted. Suddenly a bright light began to blind him. Then they found themselves in a world that is hidden in a ring. This ring is different from ordinary rings. In Buddhism, there is a saying that a small nutshell can contain a large universe. Therefore, the sage thinks that this is a legendary ring that contains limitless space. But he thinks it's just a regular storage ring. There's probably nothing special about it. In response, Da Zhen asked what he would say if this ring could hold living beings inside. That means he can keep many pets here. The sage replied that this was not the case. He should take a closer look at the depths of this space. This is the most valuable part of the ring. Lan Mohair was curious to know what it was. This thing won't even budge. Da Zhen replied that he'd rather use the ring as a super ring for storage at this point. It seems to him that Mo Fan can't control him now, so he wanted to do some research. Xiao Tao is really cruel to his disciples that even he was astonished. Ever since he couldn't reach the life and death stage from the spiritual trial stage, he hadn't seen the former director of the alchemy department, that is Xiao Tao Tao, care about anyone other than his new disciple. He didn't come to prove that the child wasn't a demonic fire scripture snatcher. He just wanted to give the best to this child. Young cultivators need more trials. If Xiao Tai hadn't given him the medicine to enhance his senses, he wouldn't have been able to unleash his E-Fire true nature. His interlocutor noticed the Mo Fan flying at the alchemist. He knew he was being fooled by that disgusting old man. What kind of normal mentor would deceive his student after all? He had almost died. Xiao Tai replied that he was fine after all and nothing had happened to him. At the same time, the old man thought that he should leave this place. This fat old man is a tough nut, which is surprising. Xiao Tai mentioned that he hadn't seen the guy for a few days. How come his spiritual bones had reached the 4th level? That's what he came here to find out. His spiritual bones would have reached level 5 or 6 if he didn't control his speed. Now, he has an almost beastly appetite and has to eat many times a day. A slight feeling of hunger and a higher cultivation speed was normal after learning how to create true nature fire. True nature fire is like a condensed fiery spiritual power that can produce better effects. Therefore, it consumes more energy. But its effect on Mo Fan is beyond Xiao Tai's imagination. He seems weak now, but the fire of this person's true nature is very strong. It is even similar to the legendary fire. He inquired what other changes he had noticed, besides the increase in cultivation speed. The guy replied that the wood spirit in his body appeared to have disappeared. Even though he could sense its existence, the guy couldn't use wooden martial arts. The tree is connected with fire. The fire of the true nature is so fierce that it weakens the spiritual power of the tree. The teacher will help him with this. The protagonist must develop his spirit here during these days. After which, he asked the teacher why he should not go to the Misty Valley and find some valuable woody medicinal materials for his disciple. He knew that the valley belonged to Xiao Tai. Therefore, he would prefer to go there for his own improvement. He punched that ungrateful rascal, talking about how he made this 10th grade spirit gathering kit especially for Mo Fan. It's noticeable that this old man treats him well, for he even made a 10th grade spirit gathering kit. Whereupon the wise man reported that 2 pieces of news had arrived. The Yang spirit core with the 5 elements appeared on the Yangqi mountain for the first time in 36 years. Xiao Tai successfully merged with the crystal and became the first cultivator in the Beifeng Empire to possess a body furnace. That scruffy old man really made headlines. He must have a lot of secrets. He also wondered what it was about the crystal that sounded so familiar. Xiao Tai appeared behind him and asked him what he meant by a slovenly old man. Moffin replied that he meant the old man who always dressed sloppily and had been demoted because of his inability to make a breakthrough, after which the teacher gave him a good beating. He also mentioned that he wanted to be demoted himself. No one could demote him without his consent. After which, he inquired about the Juan-Jin crystal. The one replied that to test Mo Fan's resolve, he took the Juan-Jin crystal and didn't tell Mo Fan. That was his mistake. It's a kind of spiritual core that was refined from the stone he then handed to the old man at the exam. This is the part of the pill kiln. Without it, it is impossible to make Dan pills. Different spiritual cores can withstand different degrees and produce different effects of tribute pills. Most spiritual cores are made of lapis lazuli, but high-end furnaces often use cores made of high-grade spiritual materials that are difficult to obtain. Based on the news, it comes out that this teacher had teamed up with a tribute pill furnace and became the first cultivator with a body furnace in the empire. After which, the main character inquired about the body furnace. Xiao Tai took hold of his clothes, asking about how he knew about the body furnace. Mo Fan asked to be released, and also explained that he had read about her in the books in the Temple of Shubai. Does the temple really have books about her? It is said that the furnace body is the result of the fusion of the spiritual core with the cultivator, and Mo Fan shouldn't know the details. It turns out that Master merged with that crystal. This guy knows everything after all. He didn't tell anyone about it after all, so the question was how Mo Fan knew it. But he would not tell until the teacher gave an explanation of the purpose of the body furnace. The sage replied that this kid likes to banter at the risk of his own life. He is indeed hopeless. He created a body furnace because he failed to reach the stage of life and death, and his powers were reduced to the stage of divine Dan. There is a source of power in him that goes against his own spiritual power. As a result, the highest level he was able to rise to was the spiritual trial stage. Later, he happened to come across an old book where he learned that the only solution was to make a body furnace. The Master Mo Fan is amazing, and now it was the turn to tell the truth to Mo Fan. The main character replied that he always recognizes things unknown to other people, as if he had some special talent. If that was the case, then no wonder Mo Fan was able to find the Suan-Jin crystal. What is surprising is that this old man believed it. But the sage slapped him, saying that this old man was fooling him. He wanted to do some research on his body and brain to find out where he got some special talent from. Mo Fan asked him not to take his words seriously. Sometimes his talent doesn't work out. Xiao Tai wished that the guy really had such a talent so that he could help find some things. If a student helped the teacher, he would do him any favor in return. Mo Fan thought if he helped the teacher, would he agree to give him the yin and yang pill? After which, he inquired what the old man wanted. He's made a body oven, and now it needs to be improved, but he can't do it with the Juan-Jin crystal. Xiao Tai is looking for a higher grade spiritual material, and this is the pure yang spiritual core with the 5 elements. Only by obtaining a pure yang spiritual core with the 5 elements could he solve the problem of breaking through to the next stage. Afterward, they remembered that the story was on the news of the day. It is said that the pure yang spiritual core with the 5 elements is hidden on the Dawn Mountain. Meanwhile, the teacher realized that he had said something stupid. After all, even cultivators of his level don't know where to find the core, and this kid doesn't even know where to find it. Mo Fan proposed to make a deal. If he could get him the core, the teacher would owe him one favor. This time the master has made a big mistake. All for the sake of achieving his goal, the protagonist will do anything. Afterward, the guy informed Zixiao that he would go to the Dawn Mountain. The way there isn't close and takes about 3 or 4 days. So he didn't understand why Mo Fan should go there. The protagonist replied that he had to find something there. Pretty soon, he will be able to make his dream a reality. Zixiao suggested that perhaps he had gotten the information that the yin and yang pill was on this mountain. Whereupon he told his bird to call for a hustler. Zixiao may have cut ties with his family, but he still had a couple of birds he had raised while in the capital. Shoestring will help Mo Fan half the distance to the Dawn Mountain. And now Mo Fan is his master. Using its beak, the bird grabbed the guy, after which, they flew away. Zixiao wished them a happy journey, and he also continued to explore the matter with the transformation technique. After a while, they finally arrived at the place, but the mountain was gone for some reason. Mo Fan thought that perhaps it was the sage who had given him false news. He does not see any Dawn Mountain or pure spiritual core in front of him. Da Zhen replied that he had never given him anything false. He activated the news vault to search for information about Dawn Mountain. The climate of this mountain is predominantly warm. It remains pleasant even if there is a heavy snowfall in the area. In ancient times, a great number of Dawn Mountains rose around the world, but now only a few remain. There's no grass, trees, or water. Located in the middle of nowhere. It rises at sunrise and disappears at sunset. There are only 4 pieces of information about this mountain in the temple, and all are useless. It is now clear why Xiao Tai could not find any clues. But there is still one important clue, in which the Dawn Mountain rises with sunrise and disappears at sunset. But the truth is, it's afternoon and the mountain is still gone. But suddenly he noticed something. It seems those sentences had a different meaning, and the Dawn Mountain soars in the sky. Still, flying this bird is much better than flying an airplane. Meanwhile, they had already flown up to the Dawn Mountain. Here it is just as the information said, and there are solid rocks all around. He didn't understand where the pure core of the 5 elements could be located here. Fortunately, this place didn't seem like a big place. Suddenly, because of the earthquake, Mo Fan fell to the ground. But how is an earthquake even possible on a flying mountain? The sage told him to dodge. A boulder was rolling on him. Fortunately, the defense jade was activated in time. Are there really other people here who wanted to attack Mo Fan? Dazhen replied that this stone was rolling too fast. It was definitely not an accident. But as it turns out, this rock can even change its direction. And it just so happens that the protagonist is surrounded. Dawn Mountain doesn't seem to be happy with them. He started dodging all those stones and yelled to the coward that if he didn't like something, let him say so. Stop being silent and send the stones instead. Suddenly the rocks stopped, and now it was clear that they were really talking to a smart mountain. Mo Fan replied that it seemed that the dumb mountain had realized how capable he was, and that these cobblestones wouldn't do anything to him. But she's certainly not going to give up. All the stone spikes appeared behind him. The guy came here for one little rock. Why don't you just give it to him and not cause any more trouble? A lot of rocks started flying at him, so Mo Fan had to use his strength to repel them, and more spikes appeared behind him. But that trick won't get him. Let him show us more of what's in there. The protagonist began to suspect that the hovering thing was a ghost. Yeah, I was thinking that maybe it's a spiritual body. Namely the male spiritual body. Mo Fan asked for an explanation of what it meant, but no sooner had the sage said anything than this male spiritual body wanted to attack Mo Fanya through Dazhenya. Fortunately, he was able to dodge that lunge. After which, the guy used the heavenly fire sword. With that, he successfully cut this spiritual body, but it began to heal at the incision site. These spirit bodies are too irritable. They seem to automatically regenerate. So he decided to use his other trick. Thus, he cast off the male spiritual body, but suddenly his hands began to shift into a liquid state. After that, he started attacking with water. As soon as Mo Fan dodged another attack, he saw that it was a pretty good power. Suddenly, however, the attacks did reach him. After that, he started falling off the hover game itself, but luckily the guy managed to catch on. The sage said to quickly summon a Shustragrave and ask him to pick up Mo Fan. He can't hover right now and will just crash, but his ring is sealed and he can't activate it. After that, they heard a female voice saying that it was quite interesting. Sage looked around to see if anyone was there. Meanwhile, Mo Fan asked the superwoman to save him. That stupid spiritual body pushed him right here. As it turns out, this girl's name is Perlak, and before she rescued him, she offered to have a little chat. He had no choice but to agree. He begs her to help anyway. But if she were not a woman, he would have told her everything. The girl asked why he didn't use the special techniques that were created to resist spirit bodies. Mo Fan replied that he didn't know them. Suddenly he had an idea and activated the news vault. All lifeless forms have the ability to acquire a spiritual body. The spiritual body of the sword can only exist in the sword. And the stone in the stone. The stronger the cultivation of a spiritual body, the more it resembles a human, and the more intelligent it becomes. Things with a strong spirit are able to create its powerful and spiritual form. Ordinary forms of attacks are unable to harm them. The only way is to attack with spiritual attacks. He explained that he fought with the help of spiritual powers, but he doesn't know anything about spiritual attacks. So he asked if Pearl could show him how to use these spiritual attacks. The girl replied that there was nothing left for him to do but to emotionally affect the spiritual body. He didn't understand how the spiritual body could be affected emotionally. Pearl replied that the spiritual body had not yet learned to speak. The boy must talk to it, and it will listen to him. And during the conversation, Mo Fan will have to find the changes on the Dawn Mountain. Afterward, the sage told the protagonist to grasp lower, for the rock would soon fail. The guy asked how talking to him at all could help him in any way. He let go of the rock, indicating that he now had another plan. After that, The main character started to fall, and the girl didn't realize what the plan was about. Still, he was able to activate his spirit ring, causing the bird to come out of it. He came back standing on the bird, talking about how there must be a spiritual body didn't expect such a thing from him. Instead of affecting him emotionally with words, Mo Fan affects him physically. The spirit body prepared for another attack, but Pearl told it to stop. Since the spiritual body couldn't say it, Pearl decided to take on the role of an interpreter. He didn't seem like a person who couldn't build his foundation in the usual way. Why should he attack the spiritual body? It's just a spiritual body with a pure yang spiritual core with 5 elements. He clearly didn't expect this turn of events. It appears to be a spiritual body with a pure spiritual core. But is it capable of transforming the spiritual body? Apparently, it merged its consciousness with the Dawn Mountain. And now, they have become one. There is a change on the mountain every time the emotions of the spiritual body change. Pearl mentioned that the spiritual body is depressed right now. It was supposed to be used as a spiritual core, but nowadays everyone just wants to eat it to straighten out the core. Isn't it sad? Mo Fan tried to reach out to him. He really felt sorry. He was even reluctant to use this spiritual body as the spiritual core for that old man's body furnace. Suddenly, the spiritual body shattered its shell, saying that wasn't this just an ordinary danpil furnace. Mo Fan asked if he too had heard of body furnaces. Suddenly, the spiritual body began to cry. Mo Fan didn't understand why he was depressed again. Pearl only sighed and asked him to forgive him. Becoming part of the body furnace was the best thing that could happen to a spiritual body like him. Apparently, it cried with happiness after hearing about the body furnace. Mo Fan tried to somehow calm down this spiritual body. Since becoming a furnace is the best thing that can happen to him, Mo Fan offered to go with him. But he was still crying, and the guy didn't understand what was wrong with him in the first place. Afterward, Mo Fan asked Pearl to tell the spiritual body what he said. The girl replied that the spiritual body would not believe him until the boy quoted a chapter from the Taisu book. He doesn't know anything about this book after all, and thought he should go back and ask the master about it. In response, Dezhen asked what if this book referred to the basic principles of Taishu alchemical furnaces. That time he read the 5th chapter. After all the others are written in an ancient language. Or perhaps it was a combination of different books. The master had once said that he had found a page torn out of an ancient book. He asked if the sentence about the furnace being a repository for the golden Dan pills was correct. It seems the assumption was correct when looking at the emotions of the spirit body. It's all karma. Thanks to the protagonist, that old man got himself a bodily furnace. The furnace is the repository for the golden Dan pills. The furnace is the center of a cultivator's body. The White Tiger Palace is full of pure yang spirit, and therefore is called the Palace of the Sun. The palace is able to contain the true Taiyu power, and is called the Taiyu Palace. 5 seals representing the 5 elements. If the Dan pill maker is determined enough to place all 5 elements in their correct positions and keep his creation calm, the materials will enter into a chemical reaction and successfully produce a Dan pill. Suddenly something started happening again. Fortunately, with the help of a bird, he managed to fly away from the mountain, after which the protagonist noticed a girl appearing in front of him. She claimed he was the first person in this world to see her human form. And thanks to Mo Fan, she was free of the constraints that had held her back for those 15 years. Sage covered his eyes as the boy turned and asked who she was and why she had been imprisoned for a full 15 years. As it turned out, it was a Taiyuan pearl, a type of spiritual pearl. It was born by absorbing the purest moonlight back in ancient times. The pure yang spiritual core of the 5 elements evolved into a spiritual body and gained intelligence about 5 years ago. The heavenly leaders foretold his birth, and so she was instructed to stay with him to curb his rage and limit his movements. Having acquired intelligence, the spiritual core was able to manipulate the Dawn Mountain and move it up to 500 miles a day. And if the spiritual body could suddenly carry the mountain into the human world, there would be a catastrophe. But it's okay now. Both of these things belong to Mo Fan, which means she has finally completed her mission and is now free. Since he heard her story, he offered to tell the guy about the human world. At the same time, the protagonist noticed that it was damn cold. Sage thought of the pure spiritual core being quite capable, and she must be even more capable since she was limiting him to such a time. Perhaps taking her with them would be the right thing to do. She recognized that this guy was very funny. And the place he's headed to must be interesting too. Mo Fan responded by saying that this thing was damn cold, and let her keep her away from him. He wondered how she was able to confine the spiritual core. Was it due to great strength or speed? Or maybe she had more skill? Pearl replied that she was none of those things. But it turned out that she was more capable than he was. The guy replied that she'd better stay in his ring while they traveled through the human world. Otherwise, this girl would scare people. After they returned home, she would need to buy her some clothes. She also pointed out that scaring people is fun. Now, it's time for them to go home. His ring must contain the entire Dawn Mountain. The spiritual core must still be separated from it. A little later, the teacher asked what he had brought there. Mo Fan boasted that it was purifying the yang spiritual core of the 5 elements. After all, he had told the master that he could get it. Xiao Tai didn't understand how the guy really managed to obtain it. One must be careful not to damage it. After which, the protagonist recalled the promise. Now that the disciple has brought him the spiritual core, then the teacher fulfill one desire that is within his capacity. He asked for a yin and yang pill to be made. Xiao Tai guessed that the guy was asking this pill for someone else and wondered who it was for. The protagonist replied that it was for someone very important to him. This man was very kind to him, and this man has never left Mo Fan alone under any trouble or danger. You could say that this man is like family to him. The teacher agreed to make this pill for him, after which the teacher replied that it was the best he could do. He realized it based on his memories, but it only has 7 streams of power. But that's good enough. However, there's something the guy doesn't know. The reason for the disappearance of the pill recipe is that it is not completely finished. If one lacks the ability, he might not be able to match the power of the pill and will definitely face danger. But it was the only way to save someone dear to him. Her soul was badly damaged. It's not a problem. Xiao Tai asked for permission to give the pill to that person so that the teacher could help and protect him. Mo Fan suggested that we should go sooner rather than later. This foolish disciple can't even see that Master is tired. And even if he goes right now, Mo Fan won't be able to follow him. A week ago, the alchemy department received a message. The Western Ocean Empire will send a couple of exchange students here. Whereupon he asked the wise man what this Western Ocean Empire was. Dezhen began to search for information. The Western Ocean Empire is located in the west of the continent near the ocean. It borders the Northern Wind Empire, and therefore there are frequent cultural exchanges between the 2 empires. Mo Fan inquired about how this concerned him and why he had to stick around. The teacher explained that in the current 3 years, this was the first time the Wind Academy had invited someone for a cultural exchange. Although it's not an exchange, but rather a competition. He is afraid that their middle schoolers will successfully blow away the candidates from the Western Ocean Empire. Even though Mo Fan is only a white-robed disciple, he has already become a representative of the alchemy department. As a brilliant disciple, he has a duty to help the academy. And therefore, he should practice and try to create a level 5 true nature fire before they arrive. He thanked his teacher for thinking so highly of him. Well, if Yinlu hadn't begged Xiao Tai to leave Mo Fan here, he wouldn't have been involved in all this trouble. He agreed to help that important person apprentice. And in the meantime, the protagonist must use the fire date pips to cultivate. He must take them 3 times a day and 1 full bowl at lunch. Mo Fan would have to eat all those bones in that box. Guy didn't like the idea at all anymore. Fengling Prefecture, mansion to the Mo family. He arrived at his place, asking who is the head of the Mo family here. Xiao Tian inquired as to who he was going to be. Even the academy head noticed that the serene 4th level array didn't work. Xiao Tai introduced himself as Mo Fan's mentor, who also handed over a letter. The head of the academy thanked Mr. Mo that he was able to meet this famous person because of him. He also thinks that this person is above the divine level since he can fly. And if he really is from the North Wind Academy and flew here through the sky all the way here, then he is at least at the spiritual summoning stage. Now you can have peace of mind since his dear grandson is in the care of such a master. Afterward, he was led to Xiao Yu. It turns out that this girl was the most important person to his student. A little later, the academy had asked why no sound was heard from her. After all, treating her with this pill brings unbearable pain. Xiao Tian pointed out that it had already been quite some time since she had taken the yin and yang spirit pill, but there was no reaction. But suddenly they were pushed back by a powerful torrent of force. If it continues like this spiritual power will be able to destroy the Emyo family's mansion. We need to stop the spread of spiritual power. Xiao Tian didn't understand what it was, or if anything bad would happen to Xiao Yu after that pill. The head of the academy doesn't even know that. But this barrier was probably set up by the alchemist for their own safety. Now the spiritual power is under control. When he first met her, she looked like an ordinary person. Then he wondered why there were spiritual channels on her forehead. Suddenly she woke up. There were cuts on his arm. A bird appeared behind her and Xiao Yu wondered who he was. But the building as well as the barrier began to crumble again. They were just treating the girl. After all, what was even going on? And whether the alchemist's barrier could protect them. However, this power gap is a barrier, and it stabbed straight into Xiao Yu's body. Is it a backlash or did the pill do that to her? She was protected by a bird while her hair took on a different hue, and the color of her eyes changed. He's seeing it for the first time. What's happening to her now?